Welcome to the Product Development eSummit. My name's Jen, and I'll be your MC for the day. I'm also the founder of the EcoL, the SciComm social enterprise behind this free e-conference series. I am so proud to be able to present today's conference, featuring some of the most well-respected subject matter experts globally on their respective topics. Whoever you are, there's going to be something here for you. The sessions today especially had smaller businesses in mind. There's so much to know when launching a product onto the market, and it's really easy to miss what you don't know. Whether that's with planning out and testing your packaging to ensure it's actually compatible with your formulation, or properly vetting your partners to ensure, for example, the results you're getting are reputable. We all saw the choice SPF testing drama unfold last year. Most of the brands that got caught up were smaller, with many of the issues avoidable had they just had the right technical support at the right time. Today's presentations will give smaller brands a head start to cover their bases in product development. For big brands, consider having your staff, especially your marketing departments, watch this for professional development. While I don't expect many consumers would tune in for an 8-hour event like this, if this is you, you'll walk away with a solid basis for finding products more likely to work and supporting brands who are doing the right thing. The PD Summit is part of my greater free e-conference initiative. Industry conferences have an accessibility issue. High-quality industry conferences typically come with a price tag of $1,000 to $2,000 to register, plus the travel costs to get there, which are especially high because they're often hosted in expensive city centers. Even when you spend this much, it doesn't guarantee the quality of the information presented. Poor curation of speakers is very common, particularly when there's a pay-to-play model, which isn't always disclosed to attendees. Conferences are an incredibly important space for knowledge sharing, and accurate knowledge sharing is what we need to progress so many of the things we care about. For example, safer, more sustainable, better performing products. The accessibility and quality gaps for accurate information sharing, including at industry conferences, get in the way of that. These barriers limit access to many for students, brands of all sizes, folks in remote communities, etc., ultimately making it easier for misinformation to persist and harder for collective industry progress to happen. This is what I'm trying to address with my series. With every summit I host, I am here to compete. My goal is always to host the best available conference on whatever topic I'm covering, except make it free and always virtual. I do this because I know how many people are left out otherwise. Today, I've had over 40K attendees at my conferences, hosting 4 summits per year with topics I crowdsource from my audience. Last year, I did a big attendee survey to see how my conferences stacked up compared to industry conferences. 100% felt our e-summits were as good or better than our competitors that cost thousands of dollars to attend, with 97% saying they were better, 100% felt they were more accessible. For the product development summit you're watching today, I am fairly confident this is the most extensive conference available on this topic, paid or otherwise. I have to pause here to thank the wonderful people who share their time and expertise on this platform. I am truly honored to work with all of you. All of the speakers here today were personally selected because I knew they would do their topics justice. Thank you so much for being a part of this. In an effort to extend the impact of our free e-conference initiative, at the end of 2025, we also started hosting SciComm cohorts. The goal here is to help foster better science communication in the cosmetic space by creating ongoing mentorship opportunities that aren't often available, while also bringing more value to our attendees. These cohorts now run alongside our conferences, bringing students and prospective science communicators into the fold by giving them ownership to create an ebook summary, which will be made for each summit moving forward. At the end, our audience gets an ebook summary that will be a tremendous resource to keep coming back to. You'll get a product development ebook for this one, Everyone registered will get it to their email when it's ready. Early in 2026, we opened up applications for our PD Summit cohort. We had a tremendous number of outstanding applications. Here was the selected group that we're currently working with. Congratulations to all of you. If you applied but didn't make this group, please take our feedback from your application and reapply. We'll be running 3 more cohorts in 2026, with the next round of applications opening at the end of March. Huge thank you to Luciana Smalder for all of your continued hard work as our cohort coordinator, and to our summit speakers who've generously agreed to support the cohorts with fact-checking, in addition to sharing their time and expertise at this summit. P.S. Our last cohort just wrapped up from the Science and Beauty e-Summit. The ebook they made is now freely available on our website at theecol.com. The model behind these events is to keep them freely accessible while making them sustainable through the support of our sponsors. A big thank you to CM Studio Plus for stepping up to sponsor this e-summit. CM Studio Plus has a formulation software with product lifecycle management capabilities and product costing estimations. As a thank you to them for this summit today, I would really appreciate it if you try out their software. It's free to use for individuals and would be very helpful for anyone going through new product development of a cosmetic. I also wanted to give a big shout out to my Patreon supporters. They've been a long-standing motivation to keep this work going. Thank you so much for your continued support. Some housekeeping notes before we get started. All sessions will be recorded and shared with registrants, so don't worry if you can't catch everything live. Expect to receive the replay to your email within 24 hours. You'll also get access to the PDF slides from the presentations, as well as the ebook summary once it's ready. Please use the YouTube chat to engage with our speakers for Q&A and with other attendees. Don't wait to ask your questions. I'll be keeping track of them as they come. First, I'll be sending out a short feedback survey with a replay link. It only will take about a minute, but it's incredibly helpful for me to keep improving these events. I've come a long way since the first e-summit I've hosted, and the feedback from you has been a big part of that. Second, a call to action. This initiative is only as successful as our reach. It's also a big factor for its sustainability. This is where you as the attendee can help. Please help spread the word by sharing the live stream and replay with your networks. There will be loads of highly useful information at this summit, a content idea, share some of your top insights you learned. This way, the content you found personally valuable may also be valuable to others, whether that's on social media, in your classrooms, or with your colleagues. I would love to hear your take on some of the learnings today, because maybe they'll be different from mine. However you share on social media, please tag me at the EcoL or Jen Novakovich on LinkedIn so I can see and further amplify. And with that, thank you again for joining today. Thanks to everyone who helped make this event possible. Thanks to everyone who's been sharing this event already with their network, and let's get this summit started. Our first presentation of the day will be by Geetha Solheim, who is a product developer with 20 years of experience creating innovative formulations across personal care, home cleaning, and disinfection categories. She specializes in developing formulations for micro-efficacy, sensory effects, performance claims, and new packaging formats, including natural/green solutions that have become category leaders. Geetha is passionate about turning ideas into memorable consumer experiences and thrives in the collaborative process of bringing products to market, from early concept and R&D to manufacturing startup. Over her career, she has contributed to iconic product portfolios such as Method, Clorox, and CoverGirl, blending technical expertise with a consumer-focused approach. In addition to her product development work, Geetha serves as data and membership specialist for the Independent Beauty Association, where she supports mission-critical operations to advance and advocate for independent beauty businesses.
Good morning. Thank you, Jen, for that introduction. I'm excited to be here today and tell you about my 20 years of experience as a product developer, as a formulation chemist, a product researcher, and a scale-up engineer. 3 behaviors that make a good product developer, because you're an entrepreneur looking to hire a product developer or a product development team at the contract manufacturer, or you're the product developer making the decisions yourself. And these 3 behaviors are essential to making a successful product launch I'll also describe different kinds of product development projects and share some of my experiences along the way. But first, I'd like to talk to you about when I first got bit by the product development bug. I was very lucky early in my career to intern at a cosmetics brand at a facility where the labs were co-located next to each other, along with manufacturing, and marketing was also just upstairs. And I would have the most interesting work days. I would go to work for the day, show up at work, and a makeup artist would put on all, and they would serve me donuts for breakfast. And I'd walk over to my lab for the day and batch up some formulas. I'd come back at lunch and they would give me fried chicken, take some more photos, and I'd go back to my lab, mix up my samples for the afternoon. They'd call me back around dinner time. They'd feed me pizza for dinner, take some more photos, ask a few questions, and I'd head home for the day. Now, what was I doing where I could have a work day like that? Well, that day I was participating in a lipwear panel, and the brand wanted to make a very specific claim. Now, there were so many people involved in that day. There was the makeup artist, the formulation chemist, the packaging engineer, and a product researcher running the whole study, bringing panelists in and out and asking questions to understand how comfortable was it for me to wear this product? How did it feel? And the photographer was taking the photos and taking light measurements to see how much light was reflecting off my lips to get the shine claim. And all this work was to get one claim on the product package, one statement for the commercial. Color and shine lasts all day. And that day was 8 to 5, 3 meals a day. At the time, the market was competing on long wear and shine, and the person who wanted to wear this product needed their lip color to last all day without reapplication. Now, this made for a really interesting chemistry challenge because we had to design the lip coat color to be like a flexible, stretchy film that would stay adhered to the lips. So there was an adhesion property we had to build in. And there was a second top coat. The top coat had to be used to maintain the shine, but also refill in that stretchy film if it got brittle. And both of the products needed to be able to stand up to greasy foods like fried chicken and pizza. This experience as an intern was so interesting and exciting, and it changed my path. I was headed towards academia, and 20 years later, I have had a rich work life as a product developer, and I have worked with the most interesting people, experts from all kinds of backgrounds, such as the makeup artist, the research professional, a formulation chemist, packaging engineer, through analytical chemists, microbiologists, designers, and artists. And my experience working with all these people on many development projects has really taught me the 3 important behaviors that you need to be a good product developer. And the first is to be curious. Be curious about your consumer, the person you're designing the product for. Be curious about your expert area. So I'm a chemist, so really understand the science behind what you're trying to do so you can define the problem. And the more curious you are, the more fun it is. If you have a natural curiosity about the subject, one, it's not going to feel like work. And as you're working with clients, businesses, and brands, understand what's important to their brand. What is their brand trying to bring across? What do they need to make their business successful? What does the product portfolio need to do to make them money? The second behavior is to be collaborative. And I cannot stress this enough. Product development is collaboration, especially if you are the person in the center of it in the product development role. You're the one taking inputs from all the different experts that have to come together. And when you're taking those inputs, you need to listen and clearly understand what they're telling you. I have sat at so many meetings where experts come to the table and their inputs aren't heard and incorporated into the project, and the project team ends up creating unnecessary risk or in a complete failure. It's very easy to brush someone off and be focused on often the exciting part, right? Like getting the color right or talking to the consumer, and maybe you don't want to deal with this regulatory risk. But it's part of it, and you're going to need to launch this product with all of that in mind. You will be making hundreds of little decisions along the way, especially as a product development lead, and you're going to need to use the input of all those experts we talked about. The third behavior is to be humble. And I can't stress this one enough because a lot of people will tell me this is the quality of my personality, but I don't think that's true. Over the years doing product development, I have become more and more humble, because in the beginning, you're gung-ho, you're learning new things, and you think you're gonna master them right away, but it's not true. I have developed almost the same product twice, and been surprised by something unexpected that has come up. Without humility, when those problems come up, you can't really see them for what they are. You need to take the bias out of that, and being humble will help you do that. These unexpected things are all part of product development, because new product development carries inherent risk. If you're doing something new, it hasn't been done before, and you haven't done it before. So remember that, even if you're an expert. The first phase is exploration. This is where you're just starting to get an idea of the landscape. You don't know much about the exact product you're going to develop. You may just know something about the general category you're interested from your business, like hair care or scalp care or lip wear. The second is ideation. And this is where you're going to start bouncing ideas off about what could you do in this marketplace, what could you do in this category, and each function is going to ideate on their piece. So your formulation chemist may be coming up with ideas that are based in science, packaging engineer may be thinking about the user interface and how they're going to apply the product, and they might just be talking to vendors, looking at some of the new packaging out there that's available to see what could be incorporated into this product. The next phase is design. And design is where you're really going to start sketching out some ideas for what you're going to do. Take some of those ideas from ideation, filter them for maybe what's realistic for your business, how much innovation you have the appetite for that project, or how close in you might be going. And then in design, you will start prototyping. And so you'll Frankenstein actual products that you can hopefully put out there and get some feedback. But this is the prototyping stage where you start to connect the dots and get a feel for what this product is going to be like. Development starts off with really understanding your client's wants, the product needs. So you may have a rough sense of cost. You'll understand what features they might want, what claims they potentially would make, and you'll start really selecting ingredients for the formulation, pulling packaging components that are going to fit. You'll need to understand what the portfolio for this product is going to be. So if you're launching 3 shades, 5 shades, 5 versions, or maybe you need to make 5 to have 3 to launch at the end, in development you need to have that defined and make sure you're starting development on all of those items. One very important experiment that you'll do are line trials, and line trials will be small production runs, hopefully at the facility you're at. Sometimes it's on the real equipment, sometimes it's on equipment that models bigger scale equipment, and you'll be purchasing small amounts of ingredients and packaging components to run these trials. This will take actual line time, and sometimes you may do multiple trials. The first one, you'll be doing maybe a packaging trial. The second, you'll have a formula and packaging. And maybe you have another one where you take it all the way through and also ship the product and evaluate the product on the back end. At the end of the development phase, you are gonna have finalized specifications that are crisp enough to give to a production team to start production. Now, one thing I should mention about design and development is those are the points where you want to bring in certain experts. So you're going to bring in your regulatory scientists to understand these claims that you want to make if you're headed in the right direction. You don't want to bring them in too late to the process, and you might want to check in with them multiple times in development because they can flag things that may be happening. And you also have to remember the landscape is always changing around you. By the end of the development phase, I'm going to have a mastery of the product, from the formula to the package to how it needs to be processed, how the ingredients go together, what order, what weight the package is going to be filled to, how fast that line is going to run. All of that information we are going to have laid out clearly for our production team. You still may have a few unknowns, and that could be okay, as long as your production team knows what those are. As we move from development into production, we'll start staging production. This means you'll be purchasing raw materials, you'll be running your supply chain for the first time. The development team will be supporting getting the production team up and off the ground. So there still be questions that come up as the plant is setting up this run. So in production phase, you may be running your product for a few days, a few hours, a few minutes. It depends on how much you're making. And during that time, hopefully development is still taking samples, or they've asked production to pull samples. There's a lot of learning that can still come from first production. At the end of that production run, I'll often talk with the team about whether those specifications we gave to them worked, if they need to be widened or narrowed, and sometimes we'll do additional work there. That way, when we do the second production run and the third one, we can get into steady state production where we know that they can hit the target every time and everyone is comfortable with all the specifications, including the quality criteria. Cosmetics brands especially have a range of quality criteria, so how polished that product looks and what kinds of minor defects are acceptable versus not are going to be different for every brand. Once production has demonstrated they can meet all the quality criteria, the specifications you've set out, and be able to repeat it a few times, then you're in steady state production. Launching new products is not the only kind of product development project you're going to face. Once you have an established portfolio, there are many kinds of projects that can come up that require more product development. A couple of examples of these projects are you might need to do a cost improvement to keep your margins healthy, and you'll have your development team where we take a look at the formula. The packaging engineer may be looking at where they are with the components, and of course the economic environment can change, so we may need to shift to a different supply or type of ingredient to make sure we're still hitting those margins. Often when you get asked to do a cost improvement, you're also going to have to do a performance improvement. That is pretty much what everyone asks me for all the time. Another example where you will touch your product after it's in market is you may be trying to improve your sustainability metrics. So this means, for example, in your packaging, you might want to incorporate more recycled material to improve the carbon footprint. There's also some examples that are related to emerging laws that are requiring different types of metrics to be taken against packaging that could actually cost you if you don't show improvement over the years. Another example is removing and replacing ingredients for regulatory compliance. This is a very common and ongoing type of project that you will definitely be doing to keep your portfolio healthy. The last example, which is unavoidable, are supply chain disruptions. These, if you have a good supply chain partner, you'll be ready to react to. Some unusual examples, I have a friend who had to reformulate her product because the macadamia nuts used in her product were stolen by pirates and they had to find another supply. Another example is there was a small factory fire and that particular piece of equipment is down for months and the factory has to be inspected because of that incident, and you'll need to move to another raw material production facility to source that from. As a product developer, you're going to spend as much time maintaining existing products and working on those as you are launching new ones. A phrase you should listen for when you're in the product development process, this is a little secret I want to share with you, is "can't you just?" And anytime I hear this, I know that if someone says to me, "Can't you just make that product? Can't you just do it quicker? Can't you just add the SKU to that line? Can't you just tell the factory to change that today?" It means that the person asking me for this does not understand the complexity or the implications of what they're asking for. And I haven't done a good job of explaining it to them. If you can remind yourself and your partner who you're talking to say, "Let's take a minute, let me explain this to you because I want to make sure you make the best decision, you have all the information." Often when you're a product developer and you're explaining someone to the requester, it gets overwhelming for them. Like I said, there's tons of little decisions and details and you understand all of them and they're receiving this product. If you're the requester, be patient. Remember, one thing you should know about product developers is they're generally slightly odd people, which is what makes them good scientists and engineers or specialists. So take a moment, have some sympathy, and give them some space to explain to you why they're giving you the answer they're giving you. And if you do that, there may be an obstacle you can remove for them. Maybe they're making an assumption and you're like, "I don't need that for my business. I don't need that extra claim." And I could tell you, "Oh, okay, then I can speed it up and I can do this for you." So make sure you have the whole conversation and take the time to do it. I hope what I've shared today has given you a general understanding of product development and what goes into it. I can definitely share more technical and detailed examples in the Q&A, so I'll see you there.
And bear with us as I bring Geetha over to the main screen for Q&A. Thank you so much for that presentation. That was so informative. The perfect way to start the day. Oh boy, I'm just realizing how these headphones look. Poor headphone choice. Sorry, all. Yeah, thank you so much to Geetha, and I will get straight to it with the first question that I got from Cham Chapters, which was a question from the lip product development story just now. I'm wondering if PFAS is a challenge for formulating the long-lasting product, especially on the film of the lip coat part.
Good morning. Yes. Thanks for sending in that question. Can you hear me okay, Jen? Okay. So I will note that project I reference was from 20 years ago. And yes, PFAS is a challenge when you're doing long wear claims. However, I do think that there are alternatives that may not compare to the exact materials we were using at the time in the silicone dimethicone space, but it is a good watch out as PFAS is generally associated with long wear claims.
This next question comes from Lola. What is the main challenge you face in your role, and what advice would you give to new product developments to overcome it?
I think that I've talked about it a little bit. I think one of the biggest challenge is technical communication to a cross-functional audience. So, for example, the question that was just asked, how do you explain that you may be limited in ingredient selection to achieve a need for the product, and that all problems are solvable but take different amounts of time and investment. And it's when you're really in a deep technical problem and needing to gain more time for your project or find experts to solve the problem, it's always a stressful and rushed time. And getting your counterparts to kind of buy in with you and take the time to give you space to solve the problem, I think is really challenging. And your peers, your other product developers, formulation chemists, packaging engineers, whoever your peers are, I think I would say to kind of enlist them to help you get that time and space or solve the problem. So I really think technical communication is the hard part. I have another friend that says the science is actually not the hard part because we have the scientific process to go through. It's explaining it to bring the team along.
This next question comes from Breta. Everyone in the chat, if I mispronounce your name, please let me know and I'll try to do better as the subject continues. But the question, how would you apply these principles for fragrance development?
Oh, Jen, can you repeat the last part of that again, please? I'm sorry.
How would you apply these principles for fragrance development?
Oh, yeah. I have spent a lot of time in fragrance development working with fragrance developers. So I have not developed fragrance myself, but closely partnered with some amazing noses and fragrance houses. Let's see. So if you're the fragrance developer, often I think one thing that's common in fragrance development and product development is the use of a brief. So the document that shepherds and kind of helps actually house that technical conversation and the goal of the project. What is your brand trying to do? What do you want to do with the product? And then you can get really creative. I like some of the best fragrance briefs I've ever seen. They contain visuals, mood boards, but you're also sharing things like, what is the pH range for this project? Are there any special processing that it's going to go through? So really, I think sometimes I've seen teams, especially when you have fragrance and product, maybe in different companies, really getting the two technical counterparts together to discuss that piece. Again, getting those two voices in a room in the right meeting at the right time can be challenging. But once you do, those experts are really good. So if you're a fragrance developer, shout out to you. It's not an easy job. And often I'm developing one base formula. You're developing 5 fragrances for me that have to meet a criteria. So again, I think the brief as a part of collaboration, I would say, helps fragrance. And then one thing that can be challenging with fragrance and product is getting into those deep technical specs. I know sometimes people are concerned about IP or sharing things, but use those. I mean, you're in a good agreement with a partner, and I think you can trust them technically. So I always share finished samples with my fragrance team, try to get samples early, incorporate it to the base formula, and also be patient when the base formula changes. Fragrance can sometimes need to react to that. And I've even had to reformulate fragrance well into development and trial phase. But if they are really familiar with the base formula, the chemistry, heat effects, how I'm processing it, it's usually works out quite well. The fragrance developer and the product developer can come together to solve the problem. I hope that answers your question. It was long, lots of advice in there.
I guess let us know in the chat, and maybe Geetha, you can look to the chat after this live Q&A is done. This next question comes from Hades. I've maybe mispronounced your name again. Please correct me. Could you tell us how to keep formula price low while not lowering the quality of the product?
Yes. Generally, we don't want to lower the quality when we have to lower the price. I would say here, this is really, I rely on keeping up with my raw material supplier contacts. Actually, I think in cosmetics, I've worked in home care and other spaces, and cosmetics and personal care have been in the forefront in looking at alternative raw materials that are sustainable, and cost competitiveness has gotten a lot better over the years. So finding another material at a lower cost. I think the market actually is competing from a raw material space on this. So partnership with suppliers. If you are working with a supply chain partner, I've worked with some excellent procurement professionals. Part of that can be maybe the ingredient is more expensive, but if you're at a high enough volume, you can get it for a good price. So that's not often something I can negotiate myself as a formulation chemist, but explaining to my supply chain partner why the ingredient is important, why it will keep the volume of the product or the quality, so you do have your volumes. And you've got to work with your business team. I don't think this is something you can often do on your own, unless you get lucky. But I think keeping the price down is first, it's about the price negotiation, not actually sourcing a less quality raw material, but having those raw material suppliers compete for your business.
Really good answers. Okay, so this next question comes from Angela. As an experienced brand manager with chemistry and medical health care background, are there roles within R&D PD teams for non-chemists, and what experience/qualities would be needed to have success?
Yeah, there are roles in PD teams for non-chemists. I mean, many, like I think I mentioned that there are non-technical roles. So from creatives, art, designers, and there is a role specifically in the cosmetics world, at least here in the US with some of the brands, called being a product manager. And some of those people are non-technical. They're the person that actually does write and control the brief, and they're kind of the liaison between the business and marketing team and the developer. So often in cosmetics, I shared all the phases of product development, but exploration, design, and development is all done at the contract manufacturer that has a development team. So that's actually an outside party, and a brand needs that product manager to manage that brief, stay in touch with that party, and keep the project moving along. So that's one example, the product manager. And of course, my amazing graphic designers, industrial designers, marketing, sales, the traditional business roles. Finance. Yeah.
This next question comes from Selenium. When taking customer feedback into consideration for formulation changes or new product development, what is the most helpful to hear as a developer What are some challenges to incorporating customer feedback?
I think the important thing to hear is who the feedback is coming from. So I like to know, is it coming from the retailer? Is it coming from an actual consumer user? Because there are cases where you have someone controlling the retail environment that is not a user and maybe giving you an opinion that isn't really relevant. So first I want to make sure who's the feedback coming from and why. Definitely sensory feedback. I really like to have that coming from the user. So I want to get that clarification. I may go out and get some more feedback to see if others are saying the same thing. And when you provide me that feedback, always helpful to show examples. If I can in any way get to you side by side, co-located, and you show me what you're feeling, or especially if it's a sensory issue, those are very difficult. Well, let me say it a different way. A lot more helpful to solve if I'm sitting there with the user, seeing what they're seeing visually or feeling what they're feeling. So I think when you give feedback, and make sure it's feedback that matters, and try to, even though it may be one or two people, often that feedback can be useful, even if we feel like it's a small number of people saying that, because they can be the voice of a particular part of the group of users, kind of like I call them like the extreme user. So I never ignore any feedback. It's always real. There's something there. But I make sure I want to understand it and then compare it to the brief and like, okay, if I want to incorporate this feedback, is this going to put a hamper on some of your other musts and wants? We may need to revisit that brief and reprioritize what you need in your product if I can't incorporate it outright without having to compromise another aspect of the product.
This next question comes from Gulsirdem. When it comes to fragrance for lip care, it is another engagement with the... Oh, this isn't a question. Or is it? I don't know. Can you speak to fragrance in lip care and the engagement with flavor creation teams? I think this may have been a statement, but I'll ask it as a question.
I guess the question, can I speak to it?
Yeah, can you speak to that? Poorly framed question to something
Yeah,
that I don't think
say,
of as a question.
I'll just answer it generally. And when I do work with fragrance houses and partners, they're often bringing really insightful trends to the party. So the trend work at the fragrance houses and flavor houses, I love starting there. It's one of the most fun parts of working with them. And then, we're taking in for the brand, what of those trending trends or insights that will impact our product line. So I think, I don't know, that's the best general answer I can give for now.
For a non-question, so thank you.
Yeah.
So this next question comes from Harshamuni. How is large language models and AI affecting the role of formulation or product development scientists? Where do you see the industry and scientists are heading towards?
Large language AI? Is that what the...
Yeah, like ChatGPT or things like that, or there's Potion AI, or there's
Oh,
so many, or CM Studio Plus, the sponsor of this event.
Well, okay, I will preface this by I haven't spent a lot of time looking at AI in our own space, which is odd because I've been looking at it for other things. But I guess I would say, I mean, I'm sure in a way it's going to be a good tool for research, but being that cosmetics and personal care is so personal and human contact related, I still think that people and the actual see, touch, feel work of these products is going to be an important part of mastery. So I mean, it'll be interesting to see how AI can help with an understanding of things like regulations and deeply technical subjects.
I'll give a random example, like when I'm trying to interpret how to file a form with the government, I actually find ChatGPT very helpful. So in like paper processes. So I don't know, initially that's the first thing that comes to mind, and how to get something done like that. But yeah, I don't know. I think I need to think about that one more, but it's a good question.
This next question comes from Christina, who asks, well, states first and then asks, I just started an internship in cosmetic formulation, so your story resonates with me. Any personal advice to make the most out of this experience? I'd love to work as a product developer in the future.
Yeah, I think congrats on your internship. In that example, actually, I I remember I had another intern partner. We had two separate projects. And I actually asked to shadow hers as well. She was working on an SPF sunscreen, and I was working on lip care. And just I think learn what your other interns are doing, and if everyone's working with different experts at the facility, try to get a little time listening and learning from anyone you'll be able to touch in your internship. In that particular case, I was working on the long wear lip wear, and she was working on the SPF, and I got to learn about OTC, development in the US, and how you test a sunscreen in the US, even though it wasn't my project. So I think use your peers, spend the time as an intern talking about your projects. And, I've also found extra time with scientists when I was interning, and find the people who enjoy mentoring, because they will give you time. I know I get very excited by being around people early in the career, and spend time with those people who are generous with their time, and they'll be happy to talk to you. So and definitely try to talk to people outside of your space. So if you're the formulator, get to know people from the other functions.
This next question comes from Jennifer. In your experience, what are the most important things that a new brand should make sure to get right the first time around to be proactive in the product development phase?
Oh, okay. This is an interesting one, because I've worked with brands for so many years that I've actually seen courses change. First, to get right the first time. I think maybe knowing what really is maybe like the top 2, 3 things for your brand in terms of like, sorry, this is going to take me a minute to phrase, like what is really, I talked about what does your brand really represent. Is it going to be, you know, the color palette, or something, a unique claim? And also I think when maybe the first 1 or 2 places you're going to go into retail, the first maybe 3 to 4 years, so you can scope what kind of ingredient palette your formulator can be using. I'm sure everyone has dealt with now that every retail space has different ingredient lists, if you will. Formulating against every retailer can be difficult. So I think to get it right, like the first places you're going to retail, to scope what your formulator is developing against in terms of their criteria. Similarly, region, so countries you may want to go to if it's US based, as regulations will also overlap. So you can the formulator can carve that space. And I am speaking from a formulation background. Sorry for not addressing the packaging, but and yeah, I just, really, I think you can often put in your brief that you want everything, but that's not really what is going to make your brand or product unique. So make sure that you can clearly articulate what that edge is. And, it could be that the formula is similar to many other market, and you do have a packaging design that could be the innovation part. So what part of the product are you flexing that's going to make your brand stand out? And sometimes I know maybe you are developing something that exists already, and it's really the branding and the way you talk about the products. So maybe it's the unique way you're going to phrase the claim, something like that. So yeah, be able to articulate what's special about your brand and your business, I guess.
And there are so many more questions, but this is all the time we have for the live Q&A part. Geetha, this was such a great start to this conference. So thank you so much for putting so much time and thought into your presentation and into the answers that you gave today. We're going to go into a quick break as we start the next panel. But yeah, thank you so much, Geetha. And if you want to go to the chat in the YouTube, there's loads more questions for you.
Okay. Thank you, Jen, for the opportunity. I enjoyed it. Have a good day, y'all.
Janet. Freaking Our next presentation will be a roundtable featuring 3 brands that I thought would be perfect to have a conversation about the indie beauty experience for product development, starting with Marie Drago PharmD, who is a French doctor in pharmacy and the founder of Gallinee. The brand was created in London in 2016 based on her pharmacy thesis and her personal experience with autoimmune diseases, which created a lifelong passion about the skin microbiome. The brand was acquired by Shiseido Group in 2022. Ing is the founder of INGU, a Thai skincare brand built on ingredient transparency and modern tea beauty storytelling. A third-generation cosmetic manufacturer and content creator, Ing brings formulation and education together to make skincare more approachable for consumers. His work aims to show that Thai beauty can stand on its own as innovative, credible, and proudly local. Priscilla set out to create cocokind in 2015 with a goal of empowering and celebrating people for exactly who they are. After years of not seeing her real skin reflected in the beauty industry and overpaying for a lack of results, she decided to start cocokind, a community brand rooted in transparency and accessibility. Her products are now accessible in every Target and Ulta across the United States. Without further ado, here's the roundtable. And bear with me as I bring our panel to the live screen. And I am sorry for not muting myself as I was reacting to my cat, who's being very destructive to my setup. Oh, man. Yeah, thank you so much. So here we are. And I'll get right to it with my first question. I have a few questions of my own, and then I will follow up with live Q&A from the audience. So my first question is, what was your product development journey like when you first got started? Is there anything you would have done differently that could have made your life easier? Marie, would you like to start?
Yes, so first of all, thank you for having me. That's super nice. Sorry for the accent. No, I was lucky that I worked for a lot of beauty startups before, so I learned how to do a very tight brief, and that helped me massively. And I launched with 5 products, which was a bit overambitious, I have to say. But if I could change something, if I could have done it better, I would have planned the first 5 years of product development instead of just focusing on launch, and after that, whatever happens. So the first lineup of products, I love them, I still have them, but could have been better thought about. If you launch a product every 6 months, let's say, what are you going to launch? How are you going to grow your ranges and things like that? So yeah, that's what I would say.
Priscilla, would you like to go next?
Sure. So I had very, very little dollars. And actually when we launched with a couple of really like oil blends and anhydrous products. And I would say that today looks completely different, and that really when you're starting out, it's about thinking past the initial launch products and also about who you're trying to reach, because those products at that time, they, still they're just really niche, so the whole product development process had to change completely in order for me to really be able to develop the brand in a real way. It worked for having very little resources and selling door to door at that time, but not totally realistic for a true beauty brand at scale.
And last but not least, Ing.
Hi, first of all, thank you so much for having me. It's such a pleasure to be talking on this panel with everyone today. To answer your question, we started off the brand with 3 products. It was a cleanser, a moisturizer, and a sunscreen. And I was very lucky in that my family has been doing OEM skincare and beauty manufacturing for like 50 or 60 years at this point. And so I had a lot of that know-how from my parents and my grandparents when starting the brand. But I think one of the main challenges for us was we didn't want to create a formula that utilized a lot of the raw materials and chemicals that are already out there. So the first thing we set out to do was to create our own raw material from scratch. So we went to a lot of universities around the country. We partnered with a lot of local manufacturers or producers, farmers, to find these natural extracts in order to formulate unique formulas. But that ended up becoming much harder than we expected, because at that point we weren't just a skincare brand, we weren't even just a manufacturing OEM, but we were creating raw materials from scratch. And I think looking back now, if there was something that I would change, it would probably be to focus on one extract at a time, because even with our first initial 3 SKUs, we had a different extract for each product. And within our first 2 years, we had at least like 10 different extracts that we were working with. And I think that really was something that, looking back, I think we should have narrowed it down a little bit more in order to be able to scale in a more sustainable way.
From product development to being sold across Thailand or in Ulta stores all over the USA, or being acquired, what was that journey like for you? Were there any challenges along the way that you didn't expect? And for someone wanting to take a similar path as you, would you have any suggestions for them? Ing, would you like to start this one?
Yeah, I think my answer is pretty similar to what Priscilla and Marie said earlier, in that when we launched with our first 3 products, we spent almost 2 years on those first 3 SKUs. And then after we launched, after it was out there in the world, I forgot to think about the next 2 to 3 years. And so, it took 2 years to be able to get 3 products out. And then the next thing that we found out the hard way was that, the NPD cycle, the product life cycle, runs really quickly, especially when you're in like the mass or masstige market. For Thailand especially, there's a lot of stiff competition, and you need to be able to ride that wave of like hype and awareness. So it was very difficult to launch our next couple of products, because then we were working on we were giving ourselves such short timelines. And if there's anything to know about product development, it's to have a lot of buffer in your timeline for mistakes or unexpected outcomes or delays, because there will be delays, and you just have to have a lot of time in order to be able to do all of your testing and make sure everything's right, and reduce the risks of launching a product with something that's hasn't completed compatibility testing, stability testing, or doesn't have the right clinical trials that you're looking for yet. So I think, that was definitely something unexpected for us in the beginning, is having that extra time for NPDs and planning out your NPDs way ahead of schedule.
Priscilla?
So I totally agree with all of that Ing said. In addition, so we have been in business for 11 years, and a lot changes in 11 years. And change, especially in the macro environment, is very hard to manage through, especially as a brand that has limited resources, right? So pretty much everything changed, right? How you go to market changed, how you develop products, what type of products changed. Specifically, I think during our journey, I would say, we've had a lot of product philosophy changes. So I remember when I first started, it was about the simplicity of ingredients and not having too many ingredients, because we were super concerned about sensitive skin. And over time realized it's not about the number of ingredients per se on an ingredient list, right? There's so much more that goes into developing for sensitive skin that can be part of it, but it's also certainly not the only factor or the most important factor, I would say. In addition to that, I think so many, the competitive landscape just completely changed, right, in 11 years. So when I first started being a brand that's like $15, $20, that's like, that was really, really new actually. And I remember a lot of people said to me, that's like pricing no man's land in beauty. Like you're not like, expensive enough to get the belief and the trust, but you're also not cheap enough. And so in a good way, we were actually kind of like on our own in that price range when I first started. And then very quickly, there were so many brands that developed within my price range. And so we really, as a brand, we had to figure out like, one, what is our product development philosophy? And two, like, what are we going to be good at? Like that's something that I feel like we've only just figured out in the last like 3 years in terms of our product development philosophy and figuring out like what's our philosophy on like brand new ingredients? What's our philosophy on developing things with like crazy cool textures, right? Like, just trying to figure out like what can we actually excel at versus all the other brands out there in the market and that are coming into the market every single day. And that's taken some time, and figuring that out while the landscape is changing has been really fun, but also of course like super challenging. Today I feel really good about our product development pillars, but it's certainly been like a learning process along the way. I feel like I've been I really task myself with being like a student, of like not only our business and our customers, but also the environment, and just making sure we're like growing, actually like intellectually as much as possible every single year in an exponential way. So, so much of that has like led us to a very like evolving, I would say, product development philosophy, but I'm really happy where we are today. But certainly like, being able to evolve while the landscape is changing, and still survive, as an independent brand, like it's a hard thing to do. So I feel very fortunate that we've been able to do that and still be here.
Anne-Marie?
So I agree with everything. It feels like a therapy session for founders. I love it. Yeah, like for me, the journey has been interesting because we were the first brand to launch around skin microbiome. So at the start, like I was told 200 skincare brands launch in Europe every year, and only like 80% make it up to the first year. So what are you going to do differently from the other ones? And I was like, yeah, but don't have a problem. I'm talking about bacteria, the microbiome is going to be easy. And the main challenge for me in product development was sourcing ingredients, because I was looking for ingredients that didn't really exist yet. And I had trained my manufacturer to manufacture with bacteria and how you do that. And I don't want that much preservative. So it was a steep learning curve. And the product launched, and no one had ever seen anything like that before. But then it became a big trend, and I had to keep on innovating, which I love. Like it's clearly my favorite part. And the ingredients became easier to find. But I realized when I got acquired that I always was going for the slightly chafing product. Like I have a face vinegar, we have products that smell like caramel because it's prebiotics, and I didn't have an anti-aging range, for example, and it's the biggest market. So it's interesting to see that when you're small, you go for everything that's new and you go very fast, and like innovation, because it's our DNA, we've got to launch a lot and launch fast. And then once you get to acquisition, suddenly you've got time for yourself. That was new for me. Like you've got time and you've got money. That's nice. But it's true that all the energy that you tend to spend outside fighting for a market because no one knows you and you've got to prove who you are and this product work, suddenly you spend it inside a big company, trying to justify why you want to do something weird, why you don't have anti-aging, why you want to launch another vinegar or something like that. So yeah, the journey has been a steep learning curve, especially as I never did product development before launching.
And now I'm going to ask one more question that I'm going to lump together, just because I know I have a lot of questions that are coming in the Q&A. So I want to make sure that there's time for you guys as well. So the two questions I'll lump together. From your point of view, what are the biggest PD hurdles or factors that slow the process down that new founders should be aware of? And the tack on, did you have any PD misconceptions before you got started? What were they, and what's the reality? Priscilla, do you want to start this one?
Yeah, there's so much there. I think that I really think about PD in like two big buckets. There's like development, and basically your journey and your purpose there is to create the very best product, right? Product value, quality, everything, right? The best product. Before that comes product concept, and that is, really deciding on what you're going to innovate on. And I think about these two things literally every day. And we've had instances where we've gotten one incredibly right, and then the development fell through, or we've gotten the development really right, great product, concept wasn't there. We talk about these like we literally have weekly meetings talking about these, where we touch base on every single concept. Is this still the right thing? And then the development, is it still going as well as we think? I think both of these have significant amount of challenges that you have to deal with as a product developer. On the concepting side, you're talking about developing products like 18, 24 months, maybe sometimes 12 months in advance, but it's a long time. A lot can happen in that time. A lot can happen in the landscape. A lot can happen in your world, right? So when you decide to do something, you have to actually continuously check yourself along the way. Even when you're so deep in it, you put like $20,000 in testing in, $20,000 of like, if you did packaging molding, right? Like, you might literally have to look at yourself and be like, wait, is this still the right concept? Because you might have new information that you didn't have like 12 months ago. That is so, and a lot of times, if you're asking yourself that question, like, it is actually less costly to pull the plug than it is to launch something and then have it not work, right? I've learned that many times. And then on the other hand, development. I think what is so challenging as product developers, like, I think it's such an art and a science. I feel like every point along the way, you're trying to mitigate risk and manage how much information do I know to make the decisions, because you're never like, I think a misconception is like, you will know everything no matter how, like, if you have so much time, you can just like perfect it and know everything about your product. It's unrealistic to know everything, especially when you think about developing products at 20,000 units, 50,000 units, 100,000 units, like, and having this live out in the world and in distribution through your whole supply chain. Like, it evolves over time too. So much of product development, I think, is pricing the knowledge that you have and the risks that you're taking, and making sure you're able to make the right decisions. And if you're not, then of course, getting yourself more time, more dollars, whatever it is, more testing, right, that you need to do. But yeah, so much of what I do these days in that side of the world is just like, I'm just trying to check every failure point, across a product, right? It could be like in the formula, in the packaging, in use, like together. And we really try to, what I call, eliminate surprise, right? Like what Ing said at the beginning, but it's really challenging. And sometimes with your timelines, let's say we sell to Ulta, right? If we pitch them on something and it's going in stores February 2027 at this point, that means we have to ship in December. And so if we start to learn something in August that makes that timeline difficult, like, that's a really difficult thing to say, like, we can't actually put this in stores. But it is something that we would do, we have done, and sometimes is required. But that kind of like timeline, external timelines, can be really challenging. I think it was a little bit easier when we were D2C first, where we are always launching products on our website first and then rolling into stores. But these days, it's not so much the case. And so we really have to be extremely regimented with I would say we use, checklists and testing and process to make sure we're balancing just like all the external factors of not having time with information, and making sure we're trying to optimize both at all given points. So it's really like a very fun challenge, but it's difficult.
And Marie?
I agree with that. Like, in product development, everything that can go wrong will go wrong. And especially for us, like, we played with a lot of categories, including supplements. supplements, innovative. Like, if you take your product off the shelf from a manufacturer, like, it's easier, but when you try to really do something new, the amount of pain that I got through supplements, and I'm really happy about the results, but like my whole team has PTSD about that. And the mistakes I see people doing at the start is not checking who owns the formula with your manufacturer. Especially if you want to go for acquisition, the ownership of the product development and the formula and having the manufacturing process owned by you is critical. And I would say, and I think you'd love that, but Jen, like, knowing a little bit about regulatory, because you will save yourself a lot of pain during the development of the packaging, and future-proofing your product if you know a little bit about what claims can you make and where the regulation is going. Because I hate reformulating with a passion. I think, like, reformulating is so much work and so much money spent on something that's not really going to make a big delta on your sales. Like, it's the same product at the end of the day. So future-proofing ingredient supply and regulation really saves a lot of time so that you don't have to reformulate.
And Ing?
It's like I just got goosebumps listening to both of you. Almost like a therapy session. I think I completely agree. But just to add, I think the external factors, I think, is something that is like would be probably your biggest hurdle if you're getting into PD. So what I usually do now is I work backwards. So I lay out everything that needs to be done. You know, like what clinicals are we doing for this product? How long does the packaging take to arrive? What's the lead time for all of the components for the packaging? How long does it take to do the compatibility testing, stability testing? And then we just have like a list of 20 or 30 different things that we have to get done, and we work back from there, instead of, you know, telling everyone we're going to launch in April this year and then having the whole team suffer through not meeting the deadlines. And also taking note of what can be done in parallel. So, you know, not everything has to finish in order for the next process to start. So having that sort of like Gantt chart and seeing the whole picture, I think, is very important. A misconception that I had about PD before and after was I used to think PD was a lot about formulation, but I would say like 90% of PD is actually project management, timeline management, people management as well. Another thing that I think is a hurdle for a lot of people, especially if they don't come from like a formulation background, is having or sort of bridging that knowledge gap between yourself and the formulator, the OEM manufacturer. Because I'm speaking from someone with OEM background, I can be very honest in the fact that not all OEMs will give you unique formulations or will give you the time to develop something truly unique. And so having like a base amount of knowledge, I think, about chemical suppliers, about you know, how things are done basically in the manufacturing side is very important in order for you to be able to negotiate and build unique formulations and like a lasting relationship with these OEMs.
And now coming into the Q&A, this first question is for Priscilla from Kimberly. What was the process to get into a retailer like Ulta? What helped make the decision you were ready for a retail partner?
Yeah, totally. Great question. I would say, so as a new brand that did not have a lot of funding or funding at all, really, one of the hardest things that I had to do is like develop an audience, like develop a customer audience, because like nobody will take you unless you have a lot of dollars and they know that you're going to be able to build an audience quickly, or you already have a built-in audience. And neither should you go into a retailer, you know, if you don't have that, because it's so expensive, you know. And I always say to people, like, you would be shocked at how little a product can sell while sitting on the shelves. Like, it's not this thing where you get on the shelves and then like there's just people buying it. Like there's tens of thousands of products at an Ulta store, you know? And so you really need an audience. So for me, I had no dollars and I was like posting weird stuff on Instagram. Weird meaning just like cringy, not like actually, you know. But it was like I was just talking to my customers on Instagram stories. I was really having dialogue in DMs, like understanding what content they wanted to learn about the products, how to use products. And I had developed an audience doing that, which I'm, again, so grateful. And I can't believe that I was able to do that. But, you know, hopefully you don't have to be as cringy as I do. But the point is, like, these days you do have to have some method of like building a customer community and making sure that like when you go to stores that somebody is going to care. So for us, like we did have probably like almost 100,000 followers, by the time we went into Target. And yeah, I think, that was really like one by one of posting every day and having this dialogue, having, some posts do well, having other people find out about us and talk about us, and, having a product that people really enjoyed, right? So to me, I think that's like a really, really important part that you just can't forego if you're planning to go into retail.
I have a similar question for Marie, but specific to like, what is it like to get acquired? What was that process like? Yeah, and any suggestions that you'd give for other brands who want to be acquired?
Yeah, I think I was one of the lucky few, and also I sold in 2022, when life was still relatively easier for acquisitions. I had Unilever Venture on board quite early on, and they really shaped me and the company for later sale. So like everything was super organized, and we were always very, even for a tiny brand, we were always very organized. I had all my IP, I had all my process, my accounting was spotless compared to what I would have normally done. And we kept being approached quite a lot because of the innovation, because microbiome was suddenly super cool. So I was able to choose, and I was able to get help to do the acquisition. I know that in the US, founders are supposed to raise money and do the acquisition process by themselves. My board was really clear about the fact that I was a nice little nerd, and the term was a Boy Scout, and I was not going to get into the negotiation and finances themselves. So I got helped, but I was able to choose. And after acquisition, life gets a lot easier because I was CEO, so I was doing product development was the nice 10% of my day, and everything else was a lot of cash hunting usually. And yeah, so suddenly Shiseido told me, look, we are taking over all the sales side of things. You're going to get a lot of help with our lab. We've got an innovation lab that's keen to work with you. Marketing, we've got all these super good marketing people. Just do what you like. So yeah, it's a nice story being acquired, I have to say.
And this next question is for Ing from Gallinee. How do you see the mass market from the beauty strategics in SE, Asia, and Thailand? I keep seeing aggressive new product development from the beauty strategics in these areas. How are you planning?
Yeah, I think the spending power for beauty products in Southeast Asia, like the basket size, is definitely not as large as like in the West or in a lot of the Eastern Asia or even in the West, because and so for brands, a lot of Southeast Asian born brands they're focusing a lot on price and promotion and distribution. And not a lot of brands, I think, are focusing on brand building and creating like very unique formulas. So yeah, I think as for Thailand, for example, a market or a segment in beauty that has been gravitating more and more towards like luxury, expensive brand building is in our spa category. And so as a founder, I really am inspired by that segment because they're able to compete on quality and not so much on price and promotion. And in doing so, they're able to create like really good products that can compete on the world stage. So for Southeast Asia, I think our focus should be more on creating unique formulations, embracing our cultural heritage, embracing, our hot and humid weather, and creating things that are unique for our climate, for our customers. And in doing so, I think we'll be able to or have a unique message and have something that can compete on the world stage. So that's what we're trying to focus on with INGU as well. How do we create new value? How do we create something that's uniquely Thai and celebrates our cultural heritage, but also not compete on just price? And I want to show the world that Thai products, they don't have to be cheap in order to be competitive, but we can compete on our story and our unique angle as well.
I'll direct this next question to Priscilla. I'm going to probably direct each Q&A to one person just so that we can get to as many questions as we can. So this is from Christina. At the beginning of your launch in product development, how did you deal with minimum order quantities of manufacturing facilities and packaging suppliers that tend to be very high?
Yeah, so I might not, well, so our initial products we actually made in-house. So we had a facility and built out a facility in San Francisco. Again, it was, anhydrous oil blends and balms and sticks only. So yeah, a little bit of a different, very different world back then of managing a facility and a warehouse in San Francisco. But then we transitioned to manufacturers, more like in 2019. In 2020. At that point, we already did have like a decent amount of volume. I would say, the biggest thing, if I were to advise somebody new today who's talking to contract manufacturers, I actually think it's really difficult to vet contract manufacturers just from like a meeting, 2 meetings, 3 meetings. Like I really do. After meeting with so many manufacturers, like it's you have to get references. Like you really have to get deep references, and maybe not the references that they give you either, but you have to somehow like source some real life experience from people. That is so critical because there's so many ways that could go wrong. But when you're in these meetings and you find someone that you're like, okay, I think this is a quality contract manufacturer. I think I'm going to be able to work with them. I think we'll, have values alignment. I think it's important to sell yourself too. They're not selling you in the beginning. Like you are, as a new vendor, a new manufacturer, you are for sure selling them. And so, you have to come to the table with something to get them really excited. It could be anything. It could be, you're working on this like new brand with this new, idea for innovation, or it could be the amount of followers you have. It could be the retail, interest that you have, but, or that you're going to have, but you have to almost be a salesperson to work with them on MOQs. Like I've actually found that I found a lot of flexibility with manufacturers on MOQs as long as there's belief, for the most part. Sometimes, some of these, they just can't do something smaller, but you'd be surprised at how much people will flex based on, them having belief in your brand. So I would always approach those, like do your actual vetting through reference calls. And of course, like being on site is important and seeing stuff, but do that vetting through reference calls and, a lot of diligence, like 360, I would say, but do selling when you're in the meeting so that they can give you, as friendly and as flexible of MOQs.
This next question I will direct to Marie. How do you keep track of trends, and do you follow, or is it better to stick to being in your own creative niche?
Oh, I love this question. I never done a consumer focus group before getting acquired. It's all linked to the timelines of product development. If you see a trend in store and you take realistically at least 18 months to launch your product, it's already too late, like the trend has passed. So I see it a lot in clean beauty, for example, where you see a lot like people launching things 12 months after the first cool thing was launched. I never really believed in this, and I used to work before for a brand called Soap and Glory, where the founder, Marcia Kilgore, who also founded Bliss, that's how she was seeing things. Like she was like, no, like if I look at the trends, I will never launch anything innovative because people don't know what they want if it doesn't exist yet. So I've always been from this school of thought, and I think if you believe in what you're going to launch enough, and if the product is good, and if when people try it, they like it, I don't really believe like it should follow a trend or not. Maybe you could be the trend creator.
And it's always interesting as I walk trade show floors to see the trends that are just like a flash in a pan. All the brands do it, and then it like disappears in like a
We are
year.
going to take like 12 months of exosome, so much.
This next question I will direct to Ing. So this is from Cham Chapters. What's your best tips in developing community? How long does it take to be the brand?
Oh, that's a loaded question. How I think people like to hear stories. People like stories with conflict, with resolution. I approach content like I approach a good book, like when you're reading a good book. Like people want to know the characters, they want the setting, they want something to root for, they want like a hero's journey, they want all of that. And so, and more, I think people want to listen to stories from people rather than from brands. Like speaking from my personal experience, like when I'm doom scrolling through TikTok or Instagram, whenever a brand content comes up, as opposed to like a creator's content comes up, I tend to gravitate more towards the creator and not so much to hear what the brands are saying. And so I think there's definitely value in, I don't know, creating like a personal brand to sort of launch your brand quickly. But it's also a double-edged sword in that as our company is growing larger and larger, we also want our brand to be able to stand on its own and not necessarily be tied to its founder all the time. So we're switching our strategy to have like myself with the personal brand and the brand with the corporate branding as well, because I think looking into the future, it's almost like a liability if the brand continues to grow based off of just one person. But yeah, any tips on brand or community building? I think it's just find your niche, find a compelling story, like what do you stand for, and translate that in a way that has like a conflict resolution. I don't know if I'm explaining this in a way that's easy to understand or not.
Now, I'm going to ask this final question. I'm going to ask it to everyone because I feel like you'll all have a bit of a different, maybe, I don't know, point of view. So this next question is from Giotti. Please correct me for the pronunciations of your name. So the question is, what is your usual new product development timeline from conception to launch? What does that look like? Priscilla, do you want to start?
Like, yeah, the whole process is basically, I'd say on average 18 months. And that starts with an idea. And I would say it used to be like 3-4 months of like concepting and then starting development, like kind of like briefing it out, getting the first samples. And these days I say it's like concepting for 18 months all the way up until we launch. And that is not like, oh, we're going to change the concept like 14 months in, but it could be, oh, we have to change the positioning of it, or we have to change the price point or something like that, right? We have to touch on all the things on concept all the time. But then, we start with, development and the back and forth and the iterations, several iterations of that. I don't think, I always laugh when I see like social media posts and it's like, we tried 32 samples of this before we landed on the final formula, because it's just not about the number. I've had formulas that, you know, we tried in the third time and it was like amazing. And then we've tried formulas that we've done like so many times and never succeeded. Right. And so I really don't believe it's about the number. I think it's about getting specific on concept and formula, doing your own raw material research, and having as much transparency and having the dialogue. Because if you're using a CM with a CM about, hey, we need to understand and be able to talk about lead time and pricing of key raw materials for this formula, not at the very end. You don't want to be surprised at the very end. You're like, I love this formula. And then you're like, oh my God, the pricing is terrible. We can't accept that. Or the lead time is like 17 weeks for something that is like, you know, you did not anticipate is going to be 17 weeks for just a raw material. So, you know, you really have to have these like kind of like constant transparency. You have to ask a lot of questions. You have to be a little bit demanding, which is kind of annoying for your CM, which is why they need to believe in you. And then, you know, that helps to eliminate a lot of like the, you know, I would say like gaps in product development that cause there to be less time for really crucial things like testing, quality testing, and consumer experience vetting. So yeah, that's generally, I would say, I mean, you know, it's so much like I said, it's just such an art and a science. I love it so much. So, you know, it's just, there's so much that goes into it, but those I'd say are generally are like pillars.
And Marie, also, I'm going to tack on, if you don't have much to add on the timeline part, hiccups that might hinder the success of product development.
So the timeline question, when I launched, I was able to go from brief to retail in 9 months, which I thought was the norm. I didn't know. Because I arrived with all my ingredients listed in usually, and I use standard packaging, which helps a lot. Now we are more 18, and you're right, like we de-risk as much as possible so that we make sure that we keep this timeline. So we've got a 3-year plan, we've got a 5-year plan, we've got a regular range reviews to make sure that everything is plodding along. Hiccups, yeah, as I was saying, everything that can go wrong will go wrong. So like it keeps surprising you, which honestly is nice, but I just like 2 hours before this, I just learned that I've got a natural oil supplier that just been raided by the police. So I cannot get my oil for my product production that was planned. That was a new one. So like it just keeps it interesting. But yeah, I'm an industrial pharmacist, so I used to work in production. And knowing how production happens, knowing how everything is, and knowing your cost structure between raw material, packaging, manufacturing, and putting everything together really, really helps. Yes.
And last but not least, Ing.
Yeah, I think both of the other speakers has touched on pretty much the majority of it already. When I launched the brand, our first 3 products, we did like almost 2 years. And then afterwards, we really had to ramp up the next set of NPDs because we had nothing in the pipeline at all. And so I remember our 4th and 5th SKUs were like 6 to 8 months, which was absolutely insane, like looking back, and it was terrible for the team and for morale and for everyone involved. So now we're working closer to 12 to 18 as well. But yeah, I think the product life cycle is very fast in the market that I am in. So a new product would probably only last for a lot of brands like less than a year. And so we're constantly having to come up with new products and constantly having to check in with ourselves and, you know, what we stand for as a brand. Do we want to catch trends, or do we want to just be the trendsetters and create things that are true to what we stand for? That's always something that is on my mind, and I'm debating between these two sides all the time. And still something that we're trying to figure out as well, because our brand's only entering our 4th year this year, and so we're still very new in the industry. A tip that I could give is for newer brands is to always work with a lot of contract manufacturers. Don't put all of your eggs in one basket. So, you know, different OEMs or different manufacturers will have different expertise in different areas. So for example, when we come up with a product brief, we give it out to at least 4 to 5 different contract manufacturers and see what they come back with, because you never know which one will be the best. And even with our own OEMs, we still work with other people in order to get the best formulas and work with the best minds. So yeah.
This was such a great roundtable. All of you guys were such great additions to this conversation. So thank you so much for agreeing to be a part of this conversation, being a part of this conference, and joining at Priscilla, what time is it right now?
It's 6:30 a.m., but it's perfect because my kids are still asleep, so all good.
And Ing, I think this is quite late for you. So
It's 9:30 p.m.
okay, so we've got a global panel, but I'm so glad we were able to make this work, which is like invaluable perspectives. Yeah, so thank you so much. Thank you to everyone in the audience. And we're about to take a tiny break, and then we'll resume with more presentations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Jen.
Bye.
Bye.
Our next presentation will be by Meredith Petillo, who brings over 15 years of experience in cosmetic regulatory affairs, legal, advertising claims, product testing, and product development to support independent beauty associations member companies with regulatory and technical solutions to grow and thrive. She holds a BS in biochemistry and molecular biology and an MS in regulatory affairs for drugs, biologics, and medical devices. Meredith leads IBA's technical and regulatory programming, education, and advocacy. Without further ado, here's Meredith.
Welcome to Regulatory 101. We're going to move into our next session of the day, and I'm thrilled to be speaking to you today about regulatory affairs for the cosmetics industry in the United States. I'm Meredith Petillo. I'm the Vice President of Technical and Regulatory Affairs at IBA, which is a nonprofit trade association representing small to mid-sized businesses in the cosmetics and personal care industry in the US. So today, we're going to unpack Regulatory 101. So this may not be the most glamorous or exciting session of the day, but it is very important. So we're going to talk about what regulatory affairs is, why it's important, the foundational elements to regulatory, so product classification and why that's critical to be able to understand how regulatory is applied from the beginning of the product development process through on shelf, through end of life for any cosmetic. We're going to talk a little bit about US federal versus state level oversight and go over a high level review of MOCRA, which is the federal law that has modernized cosmetic regulation in the US most recently. And then we're going to take a little peek at a glance at some state level laws and regulations to get us grounded in the complexity of the regulatory landscape for the US. So any good regulatory presentation is going to start with a disclaimer. So just to level set, this is not business or legal advice. This is informational purposes only, but I do hope that it is helpful for all of the attendees today, regardless of what your role is in the industry, what your experience is so far. You could be just getting into this industry and learning about the entire product development process. You might have spent many years working in a different department or role of responsibility within the industry, and regulatory has not been something that's been on your radar. But I hope after this session, you have a better understanding of the importance of regulatory and why it actually is a critical cross-functional collaboration opportunity within cosmetics product development. So what is regulatory and why is it important? And I also want to address kind of the elephant in the room, because, I think that there is this undercurrent, especially in my personal life, speaking with friends and families. Haven't I heard that cosmetics aren't regulated in the US? Well, I've spent the last 20 years of my career, before joining the trade association, I was working in-house in brands in various regulatory and legal departments. And so I think, today's session is going to address, the fact that yes, cosmetics are regulated in the United States. And the importance is, this is the foundation of how a product is legally marketed, how it is compliant with the laws and regulations at the federal and state level. It's, these are the basic obligations that a company, a brand has to be able to put cosmetic product onto the market. And that in and of itself is critically important. Now, for those of you who might be saying, I don't maybe stop at every stop sign, that speed limit sign on the road, maybe that's a suggestion or a minimum. What's the risk? So why else is regulatory important? It's important because compliance is going to smooth the way for access to additional retailers. There are retailers who will ask for verification of compliance. They will require this. And if you do not have this system set up, if your compliance is not in place and robust, you might not have access to certain retail opportunities. Additionally, there's a lot of need for investment at various stages of growth. So you will see investors who will be doing due diligence and want to understand the regulatory compliance status of the product and of the brand. And then eventually, a lot of brands may be looking to an exit eventually and want to be acquired. And so there always will be a due diligence team who is looking at that acquisition opportunity. And so having everything buttoned up, having all of your compliance matters well in order, just makes it easier to increase the value of your company. So they don't need to take dollars off to bring the compliance aspect up to speed, because they will certainly need to do so. So again, addressing this elephant in the room of well, out in the media, we'll see headlines like this, that the U.S. beauty industry is largely unregulated. There are toxic chemicals in cosmetic products. And so I hope after this session, you'll be able to kind of revisit and think back to these headlines and make an assessment of whether you think that this is an accurate portrayal of the U.S. regulatory landscape. Very high level, let's just talk about federal versus state oversight. So the federal government will pass laws. So Congress will write a bill. It will pass through the House and the Senate and will go to the president for signature. So a bill gets signed into law. And then that law can be passed on to certain federal agencies for regulation. So they can be tasked with creating regulation that is supporting the law, and then those agencies can be tasked with enforcing the law. And so for cosmetics, mainly we talk about FDA, and that's going to be our focus for this session. There are also products in the beauty industry that are regulated by the Consumer Product Safety Commission. We're going to hear sessions later on today about legal and claims activities, and so the Federal Trade Commission is going to come into play for those conversations as well. So they, among other agencies, form this oversight landscape for cosmetics. And then similarly, so we have, the states, and so the state level governments will have, bills written and proposed by their legislatures. They're sent to the governor for signature to be signed into law. And then there are various state agencies that, again, are tasked with either producing regulations in support of those laws and enforcement of those state level laws. And so cosmetics are under the purview of both the federal government and state governments. And what we're seeing is the states can actually, I like this sort of puzzle overlay because there is a bit of divergence that's happening in terms of the various bills that states have been passing for cosmetic oversight. But going back to FDA, let's talk about where cosmetics live. So there was some restructuring within the FDA a few years ago, and so cosmetics are now under the Office of the Chief Scientist. So you'll see the Office of Cosmetics and Colors there on the bottom of this org chart. This is interesting because for a long time, cosmetics had reported actually into the foods program, and so now, as of a few years now, cosmetics are living under this Office of the Chief Scientist. And it's very important to talk about how the FDA views cosmetics. So the definition of a cosmetic is critically important to understand the classification of that product. Why does this matter so much? There are many different types of regulated products that the FDA oversees. And so understanding the definitions lets us know what rules are applied, because if we're adhering to the cosmetic definition, then we understand all of the cosmetic laws and regulations apply. If we're outside of the definition of cosmetic, then we can go into a territory of a completely other regulated category. And this, we don't need to go into great detail with this chart here, but this is just to give you a visualization of how complex product classification can be to regulatory, and why it's important to have this conversation at the very beginning of product ideation and the development phase. So there at the bottom in the middle, in the pink oval, you'll see cosmetics, the Office of the Chief Scientist, but there are lots of other offices and centers that will be regulating other products that are sort of, cosmetics adjacent. So biologics, you could have an example of something like a Botox product. The Center for Devices could have medical devices like an IPL device, so intense pulse light device. Tampons are regulated as medical devices. Toothbrushes are regulated as medical devices. Moving over, we've got CDER, so the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. So that's where prescription drugs and over-the-counter drugs are regulated. So any deviation from cosmetics into that definition of the drug will change the entire structure of how that product is manufactured, how it's labeled, what the ingredient rules can be. So it's very important to understand how each of these different groups are defined, and anything that is taking us away from that area of cosmetics. And then the last one over on the side is the Human Foods Program. And so that's where you'll have things like, we talk about beauty from within. So dietary supplements and ingestible products would be under that program. So what about soap? So this is a really great example to talk about and illustrate the importance of product classification, because soap is has a very specific set of criteria to actually be called a soap. And these are the three conditions that must be met in order to truly be called a soap. And if you meet all three of those conditions, that soap product is actually then regulated by the Consumer Product Safety Commission rather than FDA. However, if any of these conditions are not met, the jurisdiction goes back to FDA. So the last point is something that's really important to note, because they talk about the nuances and the slight variations that can flip the same type of product from a soap to a cosmetic. So if you start making claims that it's moisturizing the skin, or it is intended to make the user smell nice or deodorize the user's body, then it's a cosmetic, and the cosmetic regulations would apply. If you go a step further and you're talking about treating or preventing disease, such as acne or eczema, then it becomes a drug product and would then need to adhere to drug product regulations. And then there is a subset of products, and a good example would be, let's take a foundation that has an SPF claim. There are products that can be regulated as a cosmetic and a drug. So understanding what it is that we're working with, what is this product, what is this product portfolio, what's included here, how are we formulating it, how are we talking about it, how are we labeling it, how are we manufacturing it. All of those things are critical to just identify the correct place within FDA of where that product is going to be regulated. So what actually gives the FDA the authority to regulate cosmetics? So going back to 1938, the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act was passed. And so this law gave FDA oversight over cosmetics. Since then, there have been some modifications. So we've had the color additives amendments added to the act. So color additives are actually very highly scrutinized and regulated in the United States. And we won't have time to go into all of the details about what's involved in that, but the color additives piece is another very important compliance aspect to making sure that your cosmetic products are compliant. In 1966, the Fair Packaging and Labeling Act, or the FPLA, was passed. And so that's talking about, your labeling requirements and how to make sure that a product is not misleading a consumer. And then notably in 2022, the Modernization of Cosmetics Regulations Act, or MOCRA, was passed. And so this was an amendment to the FD&C Act. And it was something that I think consumers and industry alike had been calling for, the need to modernize and examine again what was in the 1938 regulations and bring it up to be fitting for the innovations and the modernization within the industry. From 1938, we had these two basic foundations. So that law talked about, products could not be adulterated, they can't be misbranded. So really what that's saying is, for a product to not be adulterated, it has to be safe. It can't contain poisonous substances, it can't be manufactured in insanitary conditions, it can't be held in conditions that would contaminate or render that product injurious. So would it injure, would it harm a consumer? And then another, going back to that color additives inclusion, if a product contains a color additive that does not conform to the regulations, that product would be rendered adulterated by the FDA. Misbranded, that's basically saying the product can't mislead the consumer. The claims that we're talking about the product have to be truthful, they have to be substantiated, the labeling has to be compliant, the container can't be misleading, right? We'll talk about, I think, foods is a good example. You talk about products that look really big and you open it up and there's only a little bit of product in there. So those are all things that can contribute to a product being misbranded. And again, if a product is lacking the proper ingredient disclosure so that a consumer can make an informed decision, that product would be considered misbranded. And so these concepts are still in place today. What has been added through MOCRA in 2022 was, sort of an amendment, right, to the FD&C Act. And so these are all of the provisions that are included in MOCRA. Over on the side, you'll get the access to the slides afterwards. This is clickable. It'll take you to the text of the law. It's actually buried in a very, very, very large legislative package. So MOCRA actually starts on the PDF page 1389. And I highly recommend that everybody goes and gives it a read. It's very short and it's written in language that's really user-friendly. And I think it helps to give everyone, regardless of what their day job or their role in the product development process, helps to just go right to the source and see what the language says. So today, all we're going to have time for is a very high level review of kind of what's in MOCRA, but this is certainly not comprehensive. There's a lot of detail and nuance we will not be able to discuss today. But some highlights from the definition section, wanted to call out that MOCRA added the formal definition of a cosmetic product and it added a definition of responsible person. Now, for those of you who might be familiar with exporting to the EU, the term responsible person may be familiar. However, the US definition is very different from that of the EU. So basically, the responsible person is the manufacturer, packer, or distributor of a cosmetic product whose name appears on the label of such cosmetic product in accordance with this act and the FPLA. So in many cases, who is responsible for placing that product onto the market? Oftentimes it is the brand. And there has been since the passage of MOCRA, a lot of confusion about roles and responsibilities. So understanding the definition of responsible person is critical in looking at the entire product development process for a cosmetic product, because we're going to talk about some of the other provisions and requirements that are in place. So adverse events is one of them. So with MOCRA, we have mandatory adverse event monitoring and serious adverse event reporting. Now, this is in effect, and this is in effect for all responsible persons. So all brands that are placing cosmetic products onto the US market. Good manufacturing practices is the next piece on the list. And we talked a little earlier about how a law can sort of designate an agency to create regulation. So that's what this is. So MOCRA, so Congress basically tasked FDA with creating a regulation or a rule that would set the requirements for good manufacturing practice. Now, you've got some statutory dates. We originally were supposed to see the proposed rule at the end of 2024. We did not see that. The final rule would then have followed a year later. Right now, we had a previous target of October 2025, but since then, the cosmetic GMP rule has been moved to a long-term actions list. So we're not expecting to see movement on this within 12 months of that inclusion on the long-term actions list, but this is something that FDA is obligated to work on, and they are working on it and will be published at a future date. Registration and product listing. So these are also in effect. So MOCRA made it mandatory that facilities that manufacture cosmetic products must be registered and products must be listed with FDA. So this is very similar to other countries and jurisdictions that we see globally. So basically the FDA wants to know what products are on the market and where are they being made. Safety substantiation. So we talked about adulterated products and how that basic concept was in place to require industry to put safe products on the market. So this is giving us a little more detail and tells us that the responsible person is required to ensure and maintain records supporting adequate safety substantiation for their product. There are definitions for adequate substantiation of safety and the word safe. I will say that there is quite a bit of flexibility in the language that MOCRA put forth, because what we don't see is a checklist of what those test studies or other evidence are. How many subjects? How often would you need to redo that testing? They are giving flexibility to industry to put that together. And it's a critical piece to make sure that all of your cross-functional teams are working towards putting that safety substantiation package together. That not only is compliant for your obligations for federal compliance, but also will be protecting the business in case there are other challenges along the way. I think we don't have time in this session to talk about that, but I think you'll hear about some of the other litigation challenges that exist in the US market later today. Labeling. So there are labeling requirements for cosmetics. If you're familiar with examining labels, you'll see very common requirements. We have fill weights, we have ingredient lists, we have to if there are mandatory warnings for certain products, you will see that standard on cosmetics already. So what MOCRA did was added a couple of new requirements for professional use only cosmetics. They need to have a clear statement on the label designating them as products only to be used by licensed professionals. And then speaking to that adverse event monitoring and reporting provision, on the cosmetic label, we need to have contact information such as a domestic address, a phone number, or electronic contact information through which the responsible person can receive adverse events reports. So really, the consumer needs to be able to reach out to the brand to be able to report an adverse event. And so that contact information that's on your label should be attached to a workflow within your organization to be able to fulfill the adverse event monitoring and reporting obligations. So records and mandatory recall are two more provisions of MOCRA. And basically, this just means that responsible persons must have documents and keep records. There are details included about what types of records need to be kept and for how long. And MOCRA also gives the authority to FDA to inspect and copy certain records. They also now have mandatory recall authority, where before FDA could request a voluntary recall, but they didn't have the authority to mandate one. So there is a process currently in place for a mandatory recall. And so brands are going to be given the opportunity to voluntarily recall products prior to FDA ordering a mandatory recall. But this is a complex process, and FDA has actually given us at the end of 2025 and beginning of this year 2 draft guidances on records access and on mandatory recall that are giving the industry more information on the agency's current thinking in these spaces. All right, so small business exemption is something that we talk a lot about at IBA, a lot of questions in this space. So there are small business exemptions included in MOCRA. You have to fit certain criteria in order to make use of this exemption. So responsible persons and facilities with less than $1 million average gross annual sales in the US over a 3-year period would be exempt from GMP, facility registration, and product listing. It's very important to note that if your business does meet the criteria to be a small business under MOCRA, it does not exempt from the entirety of MOCRA. Most of the provisions still apply. And then MOCRA goes on to list some conditions under which that exemption, if your business is under that $1 million threshold, but you're making products that meet any of these 4 bullet points, that exemption goes away. So if your products regularly come in contact with mucous membrane of the eye under customary or usual conditions of use, products that are injected, so think tattoo inks, products that are intended for internal use, or products that are intended to alter the appearance for more than 24 hours under customary or usual conditions, and the removal by the consumer is not part of such use. So think about products that are applied by a professional and are removed by a professional after 24 hours. So if your products meet any of those conditions, the small business exemption is no longer applicable. The next provision on our list is preemption. I'm going to hold that to talk about when we get to look at some particular state laws and regulations and what preemption means. So the last few provisions, there's a little bit of bureaucratic language, but there are some key provisions I wanted to address. One is something that has been covered widely in the press recently. So FDA in MOCRA was obligated to create testing methods for detecting and identifying asbestos in talc-containing cosmetic products. They were required to put out a proposed rule. That proposed rule was published by FDA. However, in November of 2025, that proposed rule was withdrawn by FDA. So we can expect there to be further movement on this. So FDA will take that proposed rule back. They are statutorily obligated to reintroduce that proposed rule. We just don't have a timeline just yet on what the new reintroduction looks like. But we should expect more information on this test method for identifying asbestos in talc-containing cosmetics. Additionally, one other piece that industry is eagerly awaiting is fragrance allergen labeling. So this is another rule or regulation that FDA is tasked with providing. Originally, we were expecting to see the proposed rule mid-2024, with the final rule coming 180 days after the close of the comment period. However, that timing has been pushed out a few times. And currently we are looking at a proposed target of May 2026. So this would impact product labeling in regards to certain fragrance allergens. So stay tuned and definitely watch this space, because this could impact product labels for products that contain fragrances, potentially essential oils, anything that may be an ingredient that would include the fragrance allergens that FDA identifies. All right, so switching gears and going back to that preemption language in MOCRA, let's talk about the states. So we just went through MOCRA. That's a lot. We are just skimming the surface of what all is included in federal regulatory affairs for cosmetics. MOCRA did include some preemption language. And what does that mean? That means that the federal law would sort of supersede, or it would prevent the states from enacting separate laws at the state level that would go against the federal law. However, MOCRA did not prevent the states from acting on bills that would restrict or prohibit ingredients in cosmetic products. So while the states cannot act in terms of registration and listing or safety substantiation, they are still free to enact state level laws dealing with cosmetic ingredients. And so again, this is just a sampling. It's just to make you familiar with the fact that there is state level regulatory oversight that's currently in place, and there's a lot more that's coming. So just in California itself, we have the Safe Cosmetics Program, which includes the Safe Cosmetics Act, and CFRCA, which is the California Fragrance and Flavor Ingredient Right to Know Act of 2020. That includes a reportable ingredients list. So if your products contain ingredients on this reportable list, you would need to notify the state of California. California has passed the Toxic Free Cosmetics Act. That is an ingredient bill, and so that speaks to restriction and prohibition of certain intentionally added ingredients. Prop 65, for anyone who lives or has visited California, you're probably familiar with this. This is a very long-standing proposition that is not specific to cosmetics. This touches on pretty much every product that a consumer comes in contact with. You'll even see signs on buildings. This product or this facility contains a chemical known to the state of California to XYZ. So Prop 65 is a warning law. And so if there are products that fall under any of the ingredients that require disclosure and warning, Prop 65 is something that you need to be paying attention to. Another state agency that has purview over cosmetics is CARB, so California Air Resources Board. So they regulate the amount of volatile organic compounds that products can contain and consume in consumer products. This can often impact aerosols. This can impact fragrance products. And this program, Consumer Products Program, has been in place for quite some time. Washington recently passed the Toxic Free Cosmetic Act. So this is another ingredient related bill. But the headlines that have been getting a lot of attention are the 1 part per million lead limit that was established, and the Department of Ecology's work to put in interim policies to help industry come into compliance with a look for a long-term solution on rulemaking for that limit, what that threshold will be for cosmetic products. Additionally, they have rulemaking on formaldehyde and formaldehyde-releasing preservatives in cosmetics. New York has restrictions on 1,4-dioxane, which is not added intentionally, but can be detected in certain products that contain ethoxylated surfactants. So there are different limits for various product categories, and those limits are currently in effect. One other thing that we can't close out today's session without touching on, however briefly, is EPR. So regulatory, we focused very much on a lot of the formulation focused laws and regulations. However, there's a lot of work being done on product packaging right now. And so EPR laws have already been enacted in 7 states. There are many more states who are considering and are proposing their own state level laws for EPR. So this is something that the entire industry and the entire product development system is going to be needing to pay very close attention to. These laws are shifting the responsibility for what happens to a product's packaging once the consumer has finished with it. So how is it being recycled? How is it being disposed of? And it's shifting the financial burden from the municipality or the taxpayers of a town or a county or a state to the companies that put that product on the market. So when we think about how our products are packaged, it's not only about the labeling for the compliance now. There are also, in addition to EPR, there are laws that are requiring minimum PCR content, so post-consumer recycled material minimums, and they increase over the years. So compliance has really expanded beyond just thinking about, is my product listed? Check. Is my facility registered? Check. Is my label up to compliance standards? Check. U.S. regulatory affairs is a much more complicated area of the business, and it is something that really requires cross-functional collaboration and investment by the business to make sure that all of the steps along the way, from formulation, package compatibility, and all the way through sale, distribution, and end of life are accounted for. So what's next? So very briefly, I just wanted to call your attention to a tool that IBA has available on our public website, and I have to really thank Obelus USA for their very generous sponsorship, which allowed IBA to make this tool publicly available. So this is an interactive map where you can view all of the proposed state bills and federal bills that are impacting cosmetics in terms of ingredients and product safety, supply chain, packaging, sustainability, and ESG for the current legislative session. And so when you get access to the slides, you can click this and go in. You can also visit IBA's homepage and check that out right now. But to just give a kind of glimpse into the future of how complicated regulatory will continue to be. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention today. Thank you to Jen and the EcoWell for allowing me to speak to you today about regulatory fundamentals. I hope this was helpful and gives you a little bit of insight into this side of how regulatory works into the product development process. If you're interested in more information about IBA or looking at that policy map, please visit our homepage there, or please contact us. Some contact information is there. And then I've also listed in the last few slides just some clickable links for you to have some resources to visit with some more of the content that we discussed today. So thank you very much and enjoy the rest of today's eSummit.
Our next presentation will be by Zoran Gavric, who is the scientific director and founder of The Regulatory Company, a consultancy specializing in regulatory compliance, toxicology, and chemical risk assessment for cosmetics and personal care. With over 20 years of experience across government, industry, and academia, Zoran helps bridge science, regulation, and innovation in product safety. He leads TRC's work supporting global partners on compliance and safety assessment and developed PRIMS, compliance software, a platform integrating safety assessment, compliance, and dossier management. Zoran also lectures on regulatory toxicology and advanced NAMs and serves as scientific director of IRPA. Without further ado, here's Zoran.
Hello, Jen. Thank you very much for inviting me. And hello, everyone. And thank you for joining this session on Safety 101. My name is Zoran Gavric. I'm a regulatory toxicologist with a regulatory company. And this session is called Safety 101 because the goal is very practical. I want you to leave with a short safety checklist in your head. And I want to show how your suppliers and contract manufacturers are not just vendors, but also part of your safety team. And throughout, I'll keep coming back to one idea. Good data and collaboration make safety much easier. But before we dive into content, let me just quickly introduce the company I represent, the regulatory company, and our own PRIMS compliance software. The regulatory company is a compliance and safety service provider, providing hands-on services such as safety substantiation, product information file building, and strategic regulatory and safety guidance. PRIMS, on the other hand, our compliance and safety software, is the digital backbone that turns our expertise into structured data, automated checks, and inspection-ready outputs, reports, and documentation. So by combining the two, we strive to transform compliance into a reliable by design way of working with our clients. So just to set and calibrate the expectations, this talk is not a legal masterclass on every cosmetic regulation in every country. It is aimed at people who are doing real product development work, whether you are the brand founder who also writes briefs and approves formulas, or the lucky one appointed regulatory person in a small team, even if that is not your official title. So the focus today is on the safety basics that matter most for you and how to work smarter with your suppliers and manufacturers using data rather than trust. In this slide, I want to give you a very simple mental model you can use for every product that you work on. So for every product, ask yourself 4 simple questions. Is it stable? Does it remain physically, chemically, microbiologically stable over its shelf life and during normal use? What is really in it? Do you know the exact quantitative composition, including hidden allergens, contaminants, and process residues? How is it used in real life? Who uses it, how often, where on the body, and what amount? Because safety is always a combination of hazard and exposure. And fourthly, what can go wrong? And what is your evidence? Do we have data, real data that supports safety, like specifications, test reports, and reliable supplier information? If you and your suppliers can answer these 4 questions clearly, your safety foundation is already strong. So why safety by design matters? So well, because regulations are not standing still. There are new prohibitions and restrictions, new opinions, emerging topics like allergens, microplastics, and PFAS, and retailers are expanding their own internal standards. Consumers have become more skeptical, and safety is part of brand trust, and one bad story can undo years of very good marketing. And you often don't have the budget or resources to reformulate multiple times, or to delay a launch by months to fix the problem. So if you only involve safety and documentation at the very end, you turn your MPD project into a high-stress negotiation, trying somehow to make it legal and safe in few weeks. And sometimes you can fix it, but sometimes you can't, especially if problems are built into basic ingredients choices. So safety by design simply means putting safety thinking at the brief and sourcing stage. It is in that way cheaper, faster and prevents late surprises. Let us now start with stability, because an unstable product is very hard to call safe. I like to think about stability in 4 layers. Physical: does the formula stay together without change in viscosity, separation, or change in color or smell in a way that may suggest something's happening? Physical: does the chemical, secondly, do your actives and key functional ingredients degrade in a way that might become inactive or generate unwanted byproducts? Does the pH maybe drift out of range for preservative to work efficiently and effectively? Microbiologically, even if the formula looks fine, could microorganisms grow over time or in use conditions? Think here about people dipping wet fingers into jars, enclosures. Effectiveness: does the product stay effective? For example, the SPF protection of a sunscreen product, even after a long period of time and in use under challenging real-time conditions. So when you work with contract manufacturers, it is not sufficient just to ask, did it pass stability? You should rather ask, what tests exactly were done, at what temperatures, for how long, and in which packaging? What were the pass and fail criteria? Which statistical and analytical criteria applied for conclusions? And did you see any strange results or failures in the trials? So be very critical in your questions. This gives you a much better sense of whether the product is stable as used in practice and not just on a shelf in a lab. Now let's talk about hidden allergens, which are a big topic in EU since the new allergens regulation, and especially important for brands trying to be natural or botanical. There are 2 problems: a carryover principle. So when you use certain botanicals, botanical extracts or essential oils, you might be thinking you have a fragrance-free product. But you may still be bringing in allergens into the formula, since some of them are just natural constituents of plants used as a starting material for your ingredients. Next to that, compositional complexity and variability. The composition of an essential oil or botanical extracts can vary by plant, season, and conditions of harvest, but also extraction method and even storage. So ask your suppliers for quantitative allergen breakdown, especially for fragrance and complex naturals. Information on variability and standardization. Is the composition constant, standardized, or do certain constituents vary a lot between different lots? And from safety point of view, always think, at the use level in my formula for this ingredient, what is the maximum amount of allergen the consumer might see? And that should be based on upper limit of the variation. And this does not mean that you cannot use naturals. It just means that you must treat them with the same scientific respect as any other ingredient. Another critical group that is easy to underestimate is contaminants, process residues, and raw material additives. In the first table, you see some examples to watch out for. Where we see this go wrong is almost always in case of very cheap raw materials with minimal or vague specs, with no defined limits for relevant contaminants are set in the documentation. And when asked for data, if answer provided by a supplier is we've never had a complaint or to the best of our knowledge, blah, 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 rather than providing you real data and numbers. So from a safety point of view, this is not enough. You certainly do not need to test for everything, but for higher risk ingredient families, you really want suppliers to have at least reasonable impurity specifications and ideally basic analytical data and the respective method descriptions. Now I want to tackle a few myths that sometimes quietly undermine safety. First one, natural is safe and synthetic is harmful. Well, from a toxicological perspective, this is false. Safety depends on chemical properties and exposure, not origin. Some natural substances are potent sensitizers or phototoxicants, while many synthetic ingredients are well studied and safely used for many years. Preservative-free or additive-free is safer. While for products exposed to water, fingers, or bathroom conditions, weak or absent preservation increases microbiological risk. In practice, this is often less safe. If it is on the market, it must be safe. We hear that often. While market presence does not guarantee proper safety assessment or compliance. Many products, and especially ones sold online, are poorly documented, sometimes not compliant, and we've seen even cases of products being illegally on the market because there is not a lot of control by the enforcement authorities yet. Patch testing on myself or friends is a safety assessment, while anecdotal testing cannot replace a toxicological safety assessment. Patch tests, they only indicate short-term local effects and provide no insight whatsoever into systemic, rare, or long-term risks. So if you can gently challenge these myths in your own team and with your customers, it becomes much easier to make sound safety decisions. So let us bring this discussion now back to collaboration. Good safety does not come from one person, one super person doing everything. It comes from each part of the chain doing their part well and sharing data. So each collaborator, whether raw material supplier, contract manufacturer, or brands or formulators, have expert knowledge of their own responsibilities. And they also understand what information and support they require from the others to ensure product safety and success. And if you work with safety assessors or regulatory consultants, it is their job to integrate all this data into a structured file, or CPSR, to highlight critical aspects to you and to define realistic exposure scenarios and translate everything into clear conditions of use for the product. The main question here is, how do we make it easy for each player to share what the others actually need? And here it is where it becomes very practical. So for each raw material you use, you want a consistent package of information. It doesn't have to be perfect on day one, but you do want to converge to a minimum standard. So if you collect all of these parameters that you see in the table in the same way for all of your materials, although some may not be relevant for each raw material in every case, your raw material safety management and the input for your product safety assessment will significantly improve. So the biggest win here is standardization. So instead of every project having its own random email thread, define one template for raw material data and one place where you store it. So over time, you can build a reliable library that supports all your future safety assessments. Now, a few notes for when you are working with contract manufacturers and fillers, because sometimes they are treated as a black box. You just send them a brief, they send you formula and production dates. From a safety point of view, that is not enough. From a safety perspective, brands should explicitly align with their contract manufacturers on 5 key aspects shown here: quantitative, qualitative composition data and testing responsibilities, data transparency, deviation handling, packaging compatibility, and change management, so that there are no blind spots later on. And if you treat your contract manufacturer as a true safety partner, by sharing your expectations and data both ways, the quality of your safety files and your confidence at launch improves dramatically. And set the mutual expectations clearly in your quality agreement with contract manufacturer. Let's now talk specifically about suppliers in low labor cost countries, because many indie brands source from them. The important point here is both excellent and terrible suppliers exist in every region. But when distance, language barrier, and cost pressure combine, supplier documentation is most likely or more likely to be superficial, marketing-led, or inaccurate. So some practical safeguards here are: be explicit about your data requirements, use your own standard templates, and explain why each item matters for safety. Ask for concrete evidence, so real specifications, certificates of analysis, and basic test methods for critical parameters. Watch for red flags, such as overly fast answers to complex questions or inconsistencies between important documents like SDSs, technical data sheets, and labels. Start small with new suppliers, but build trust by verifying their data over time. Especially for higher risk ingredients, use occasional third-party testing. And remember, you're not trying to police your suppliers. You are trying to build a relationship where safety critical information is reliable. And that is regardless of geography. So at this point, you might be thinking, that all sounds good, but we are a tiny team. So how do I keep track of all of this? Well, even very small companies need a basic safety system. And it doesn't have to be fancy and complex, but it should provide one central place for raw material data, formulas, key test results, and safety notes. Use consistent naming and version control to ensure traceability, because traceability really matters in safety. Follow a simple workflow: draft, review, and approved. And once approved, this version becomes the fixed reference for production and safety and shouldn't be changed without reassessment. The real test in many cases of such system is, can you quickly answer which products contain this ingredient or this raw material? And if this raw material or ingredient must be removed, changed, or adjusted, which formulas and safety assessments are affected and impacted, and in which way? You can start with a well-designed spreadsheet or a simple database in Excel. As you grow, these same concepts naturally may lead you towards a dedicated compliance platform that automates more of the work for you, something like what we do with PRIMS. But you don't have to start there on day one, but do start with something. So let me pull all of this together into a very simple workflow that you can adapt to your own reality. You don't need complex system to build safety in from the start. A simple, repeatable workflow already makes a really big difference. So first, start by writing your brief with safety in mind. Define product type, target markets, claims, exclusions, for example, certain allergens or contaminants, and any special user group. Make sure roles and expectations within the suppliers are clear. Secondly, where possible, choose ingredients you already know from your documented library or from references from elsewhere. For new materials, collect missing data first, using a standard template and not ad hoc emails. Fourthly, check the basics very early. Align on stability in microbiology and flag obvious allergen or contaminant risks before committing to the formula or raw materials. Fifth, draft a simple exposure scenario. Who uses it, where, how often, and how much? Just to start thinking like a safety assessor. And then get a safety review early, especially for high-risk products. And last but not least, once approved, lock the formula, specifications, and labels, and track changes so that you always know what needs reassessment. And basically, this is Safety 101 in a very simple workflow form. To close, I'd like you to leave with just 5 ideas. Safety is not mysterious. At a practical level, it's about stable products, knowing what is really inside them, and understanding how real people will actually use them. Second, hidden allergen and contaminants often arrive through a side door. Essential oils, botanicals, low-cost raw materials with weak specs, and they really deserve your special attention. Third, safety myths like natural equals safe or preservative-free equals safer are attractive for marketing maybe, but dangerous for decision-making. Four, you don't have to do this alone. Your suppliers and contract manufacturers are part of your safety team. If you give them clear templates, expectations, and feedback. And last but not least, even the small brands benefit from a simple central system for safety relevant data. So start small, but start. Then you can grow that into something more powerful over time, and setting up a safety system, regardless of how small and simple it is really a great learning for everybody. So this is what I've prepared for you today. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would really love to use the remaining time to talk with you and Jen about your specific challenges, whether it is a tricky natural extract or supplier you are unsure about, what to put in your quality agreement, or how to start building this mini safety system in your context. Let's start, and let's switch now to the Q&A part.
And bear with me as I bring Zoran over to the big screen for Q&A. That was a super informative presentation. Thank you so much for that. So here we are. If you guys have questions, ask them in the chat. We got a question from Kimberly. When doing capability and stability testing, is it wise to use the testing partner at the co-man or use our own vetted third-party testing center? Oh, it's just, she just changed the question. Oh, sorry, Kimberly. And then what testing centers are reputable? She tacked on.
Thank you. Well, yeah, that's again an interesting question, and very much depends on what is your relationship with your contract manufacturer. How well do you know each other, and how much experience and trust do you have with working with each other? I mean, if you have years of experience with your contract manufacturer and there has never been an issue and they always deliver great results and great testing reports to you, of course you can rely on them and you don't have to spend money yourself on or additional testing separately. But of course, if you're starting somebody new and you don't have any experience, and there has been no data exchange so far, so you don't know how reliable the data is that you will get, I would always advise to do it with your own trusted partners that you have good experience with, at least in the beginning, to verify things. What I stressed, one of the important things is building a good relationship with your contract manufacturer. So of course you have to start trusting each other at a certain point and accepting each other's data. And the way to do it is indeed to accept the data provided by a contract manufacturer, but at the same time, randomly in the beginning to verify a few times with your own trusted partner, just to ensure, is that what I'm getting really reliable? If you can confirm that, of course, then you can start reducing the number of tests and verifications, and then basically you build trust with each other and you can rely on your contract manufacturer. I would say that would be my advice.
This next question comes from Mixing Cosmetics. How can I know if I have enough documentation and data? Most suppliers provide only SDS and TDS without details on contamination or additives. This is a major issue for small brands, as suppliers often won't share more.
Again, excellent question. If you recall, in a few slides I mentioned it is really important also for small brands at a certain point to start standardizing also your own data and documentation requirements. So if you have internal safety assessor, or if you work with an external safety assessor who is informing you what they need as input for your safety assessments, the best way is to standardize the information, your information requirement, what you ask from your suppliers, and then to start building from there. For some raw materials, SDS and TDS might be sufficient if they are really regular commodities with no issues, with no known contaminants, which are straightforward. Then, of course, these two documents might be sufficient. But if you're dealing with, for example, naturals, botanicals that might contain allergens, that might contain phototoxicants, you need more extensive documentation and different kinds of documents to provide all the input or information for your safety assessor to enable the safety assessment. So it is very much ingredient related, what amount of data and which documents exactly you need. And basically you can build your standard requirements data set that you send to all suppliers of your raw materials, and then maybe categorize in a little bit in the risk category of the raw material. So for some, you might be sufficient to have, you might be happy with 2 documents, but for some, you might need 5 of them and 4 different kinds of tests to enable the safety assessment.
Now, we got a few questions for performance-related clinical testing. Our next presentation is going to be specific on that topic. So ask your questions again to Rania, and she'll be able to answer specifically for what you're looking for. But I'm going to rephrase one of the questions from Kajol. What are the basic safety testing that brands should be doing? What are some like non-negotiables along the way? And obviously there's so much complexity depending on the context of the product, but could you speak a little bit to this for how brands can navigate?
Yeah. One of the things that we see often, especially with small brands, that there is a misconception that safety depends on testing. Sometimes for safety assessment, you don't need to perform any tests because toxicological safety assessment is based on data. So if you have all the data required for toxicological safety assessment to evaluate the safety of each ingredient based on their intrinsic properties and data, and based on your exposure scenario, you might not need any testing. In some cases, you need testing, especially if you're starting with the new formulations for which you don't have any track record of skin compatibility. So if I would say what is the minimum required, it would be formula dependent and dependent on your experience with that kind of formulas. Skin compatibility is one that you mostly need, irritation and sensitization to see if the formula behaves well on the skin. But for the toxicological safety assessment, so for really intrinsic toxicology of your product and exposure to the product, basically you just need the data, and that is the most essential. So it all starts with the data that you receive about your raw materials and about your formula from your suppliers and your contract manufacturer, and that goes into the safety assessment machine, where your safety assessor will evaluate all, and if, based on their toxicological safety assessment, there might be some tests needed to verify uncertainties in that toxicological safety assessment, then probably your safety assessor will indicate, well, we've evaluated everything. There is one uncertainty. It is specifically related to that. So it would be helpful to do this one limited test to address that specific uncertainty. But it is not that for every cosmetic product, there is a fast set of tests that you have to do. There is a lot of over-testing there, and a lot of small brands make mistake that they just run standardly test for many different kinds of tests, which are completely unnecessary for the formula. I mean, if you have your formula with ingredients that are all perfectly tolerable and have skin proven track record of skin tolerance, no sensitization and no irritation, I mean, that doesn't make sense to test on irritation and sensitization. On the same time, if you have a formula for which you are pretty much sure that it is sensitizing, like fragrances, formulas loaded with essential oils, it doesn't make sense to test them on sensitization because they are intrinsically allergenic, because they contain a lot of allergens. So it is actually not recommended to do so, because those tests are not ethical. I mean, you really would want to limit the amount of really testing on human volunteers to a minimum when it is really necessary, not just to prove that what you assume or what you know already based on your ingredient just is the case. So in that case, it's just a matter of informing your consumers that there are certain allergens in your formula by indicating them on your labels, but there is no necessity for testing. So keep in mind, there is no fast set of tests. It's very much dependent on your safety assessment and what the safety assessor really needs to minimize the uncertainties in the safety assessment.
Now, I'm not totally sure that you're the right person to ask this question to, but I'm going to ask it anyways, just in case. This is from Yeon. Please correct me for how to say your names. How does the design of testing chemical compounds or substances affect the decisions that lead to the banning of said substances or compounds?
I'm not so sure if I understand the question.
It's really around when ingredients are banned from a regulatory point of view. I guess there's so much complexity depending on if it's like federally from a country or a larger region, or from like states who often also ban, and their decision making is very different. What kind of testing, I think, goes into those kinds of decisions? I actually, as I started to repeat this question, I don't even know how you're going to answer this, considering the different state approaches to banning ingredients.
What I can say about that, since being a part of some of the working groups with the authorities on certain ingredients, we do have some experience with, at least with the European Commission and banning the ingredients in EU. I mean, if the Scientific Committee for Consumer Safety or European Commission decides to ban something, it is always based on really data provided for the ingredients. Either the ingredient has been tested in whichever scheme, and the test results show that it is either that it is really toxicologically relevant information, like it might be proven CMR, carcinogenic, mutagenic, or reprotoxic ingredient, or it shows that it has a endocrine disrupting potential, meaning it can disturb the hormones, or it has some specific intrinsic toxicity that is just not safe in the cosmetic use, when used in cosmetic setting. So in those cases, then the authorities, of course, will go and take the measures to prevent those kind of ingredients coming on the market as formulated in the cosmetic product. So they're always related to proven track record based on testing on chemicals. And there are very, very different kinds of tests. In EU, at least, there is this big REACH scheme, where we have a scheme where all chemicals have to be registered on the EU market to enable their use in any kind of consumer products or in industrial setting. And for ingredient to get into this scheme, there is a set of safety tests that has to be performed on the chemical to identify it properly, to show its physical chemical properties, and to classify them according to their intrinsic toxicology. And that is where data comes up and shows whether a substance has certain properties that might be of toxicological concern. And in that case, that informs then the authorities whether or not to take the action to prohibit a certain substance. Comparable schemes also are in place now in US as well, and especially some states, they follow what's happening in EU. They follow the FDA testing and the toxicity program that is also partly done by the FDA. And when there certain substances or groups of substances turn out to have certain toxicological properties that might impact the consumer safety, then of course they might be proposed for prohibition or a limitation for use in consumer products.
Maybe I'll just give a quick shout out to some of the work that Independent Beauty Association is to connect with state legislators to help them understand some of these issues, because a challenge with regulatory or legislative decision making in states is there's so much information to know. So it's really important for industry to engage these legislators to help them understand the specific context of the things that they're about to create the legislation for. So they understand, for example, the feasibility of bringing a lead limit to 1 part per million in the context of the actual safety related to the exposure for a specific product.
One thing, if I may add to this conversation, which might be interesting, especially for new, very innovative brands that bring in new ingredients on the market. One thing that you have to realize, if you bring in new ingredients that have not been characterized well so far, you might be able to bring them, but it's then your own responsibility to cover the basic safety aspects. But once your ingredient is on the market and it comes into some kind of schemes and testing, it might turn out that after some period or some time, there might be data coming in or popping up that might show that your ingredient is not that safe as you assumed. In those cases, it might become restricted later. But in the beginning, when you bring in new raw materials or new ingredients on the market that do not already have all the full battery of toxicological data, then you're fully responsible for it. Of course, authorities only can limit or restrict something that they know or that it has been proven by testing that has toxicological concerns for consumer safety. So that is something to keep in mind.
This is an interesting question from Vegan Cupcakes. What do you think about using fresh fruits and vegetables in cosmetic formulations?
I'll rather eat them, actually, if you ask me, than bring them. It is a little bit pity to smash very nice fruit and then put it in a cosmetic product if you can eat it. But I mean, if it makes sense and if it is effective, I don't know. I'm not a formulator, so I can't say much about sense or nonsense of putting certain ingredients into a formulation. But from safety point of view, if you ask me from the safety point of view, can I use fruit to put it in a cosmetic product? I would say yes, but because fresh ingredients which are unprocessed, they inherently bring with them the risks that are related to fresh food. Fresh food spoils quickly, easily. There are microorganisms present on and in the fresh food. When you eat it, our digestion and our immune system is well equipped to that to make sure that we can eat it safely. But if you bring that into a cosmetic product that might be stored for a very long time, mixed with other ingredients, if your raw ingredient has not been sterilized, has not been stabilized, not preserved, you're bringing in risk for your formula. So from the safety point of view, those are the things that I would really pay attention to. And if depends also what kind of crop it is. If it is something that is has been grown on big farm where a lot of pesticides are used, you might be bringing also some environmental and pesticide pollutants as well in your product. So there are things to keep in mind, but from basic toxicological point of view, everything you can eat in unlimited amounts is probably not that bad or dangerous for when put on your skin, unless it is a certain allergen that is really only specifically skin allergen, but not digestive allergen, because they get degraded when you ingest them. But in those cases, most cases, it would be the biggest challenge would be the microbiology, I guess.
And I suppose this brings up a misconception that if it's edible, it must be safer, but it's important to note that your digestive system interacts with chemicals very differently than your skin. And so some things that are beneficial for you to eat can be quite harmful to put on your skin. I feel like a really good example of this is like the citruses. Go outside, I mean, you're gonna get blisters. So
Rhubarb.
important. So many other examples. Okay, I'm going to move on to another question from Mixing Cosmetics. I would like to ask if a safety assessor could use data from animal tests in new ingredients after a 2013 animal ban and an animal testing ban, when data came from testing for REACH or workers, etc.
Oh, that is really a painful question. That brings a lot of heated discussions, at least in EU. Yes and no. Some would say no, some would say yes. Literally speaking, if you look at the legislation, animal testing should not be used to demonstrate human safety for specific use in cosmetic products. However, there is a part of legislation that says indeed that if the testing has been done under other legislative scheme, where it is mandatory by law and required to perform animal testing to prove safety, but not for cosmetic use, but for different endpoints, that it would be shame not to use the data. Of course, if data is available, if it is there, if it has not been specifically produced for cosmetic safety to prove the human safety for cosmetic use, you could read across. I say this really it is my own interpretation, our own interpretation from the regulatory company, and we always say to our clients, be aware that not everybody agrees with that. There are certain authorities, local authorities in the EU also that say, well, even if it is produced for, data is produced for other schemes, it should not be used. There are still unclarities about that, but our opinion is, and most of the authorities and the Commission agree that if it is really produced for something else, which is mandatory by law, that you might use the data.
What is the minimum mandatory data required from raw material suppliers for a formulator to use and enable good safety assessment?
Well, that's the same question that we addressed as one of the first questions, I guess. There is no really standard set of data. The most important is you need to have your full quantitative and qualitative composition. If you don't know what's in there, you can't assess it. So that is really basics. Just getting an INCI name with a range formula or range composition is not enough, because you need to really know exact quantities, because you need to calculate with that. If you can't calculate, then it becomes difficult. So start always with exact composition, including all additives or all non-active ingredients in the raw material, if it is a compositional raw material. Without that, you can't start with anything. And then it will very much depend on the material. Certain raw materials you will need more information, for others less. It's depending on the likelihood of certain contaminants, the character of the ingredient. Is it reactive, not reactive? What kind of toxicity might be related to it? So there are different kind of documents that are necessary. And then it is when your safety assessor has exact composition, and if your safety assessor might be missing or does not have all the toxicology data for each ingredient in your raw material or in your formula, then they might need to inquire also the toxicological data from the supplier if that toxicological data is not publicly available or not available to the safety assessor. Because they need also the reference thresholds, safety thresholds, to be able to calculate at the end, combined with the exposure, what is the safety and what margins of safety do I have for this specific ingredient. So I would say always start the minimum that is always required is exact composition, including all additives, solvents, everything that might be present in the product. Without that, safety assessment is impossible. And then some additional data to demonstrate the quantity of contaminants related to the raw material, the residue solvents, unreacted monomers, if it is a polymeric raw material. For some specific critical stages like phototoxicants, you might need additional quantification of specific phototoxicants, for example, or some specific reactants. But basically, that would be what we always ask for, is to start with is quantitative data.
Now, this is going to be the last question we have time for, and we're running a little bit later, but the next presentation is right before the lunch. So your lunch is just going to be 20 minutes instead of 30 minutes. I hope that's okay. I'm learning a lot. Thank you so much. Okay, this question is from Bretta. Endocrine disruptors have been a hot topic. What indicators do you look for from a safety perspective? How do you navigate this as a safety assessor, or how should brands navigate this when thinking about the safety of their product in light of some of the noise that's going on in this
endocrine disruptors. Well, how we address it, one of the most challenging things when you get your formula and ingredients in your formula is to know what to look for. What we have is, of course, we have our PRIMS database where we have all the cosmetic ingredients in there. And what we do is, for the ingredients that have certain aspects or certain toxicity related to them, that data is linked or related to them. So in our database, we have all the ingredients that are currently known or potentially known to be endocrine disruptors, are mentioned in any of the endocrine disrupting lists that might affect, that are relevant. We just tag them to be sure. Then if we get a formula or a composition of a product and we run it through our system, that it automatically flags, oh, be careful, these and these ingredients are known as endocrine disruptors or have been mentioned as endocrine disruptors, also, even if they are not proven endocrine disruptors yet. So even if they are just suspected ones. So in those cases, then we are alerted, and then you can go further and see, are any of them really regulated? Are any of them really, do they have thresholds that are relevant for this product that might be crossed? So in that case, then you can also calculate with those data, and you can include it in your safety assessment. And of course, you can advise then your client or your formulator, I see in the formula you've included these and these ingredients, but they've been mentioned as potential endocrine disruptors or proven endocrine disruptors. Please, can you remove them from the formula or reduce at least below the toxicologically relevant threshold? So that is how we navigate it. But in that case, it is really important to know your ingredients and to have a database where these specific topics or these specific toxicologically relevant endpoints are tagged and related to these ingredients. We've done that for PFAS ingredients, for endocrine disruptors, for our CMRs, so that once we see the formula, we immediately can see for each ingredient, they're just flagged to us, well, be careful, this is a CMR. This is a potential CMR at this level, and then you can then verify in the formula, do I cross that threshold or not?
And maybe I'll just give a plug for the ebook that we just published. That was a summary from our last conference on the science of beauty and also that summit. Bara Joma, who's a regulatory toxicologist, gave a toxicology hot topics presentation, and endocrine disruption was a part of that. So that ebook and replay would be really helpful to watch and read if you want a whole bunch more details. And if you want way more details about the current science around endocrine disruption and some of the issues about sensationalism, I would highly recommend the podcast recording I had an endocrine disruption researcher, Dr. Borgert. He had a podcast episode, and he also presented at the Truth and Beauty e-summit in September, and we also have an ebook available for that. So those would be really great resources if you want way more details about that specific topic. Thank you so much, Zoran, for agreeing to present at the conference. This was super informative. I learned a lot. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Have a great rest of your Sunday.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Our next presentation will be by Claire Bing and Dr. Rania Ibrahim. Claire is the CEO and founder of Confiance Cosmetic Group, a regulatory and quality consulting firm serving cosmetic brands and suppliers globally. With over 15 years of experience, she specializes in regulatory strategy, international market expansion, and compliance management across 200 plus countries. Prior to founding Confiance, Claire held senior regulatory and quality leadership positions at Mesa and Tarte Cosmetics. She serves as adjunct professor at Fordham Law School, where she co-created the first cosmetic regulation course offered at U.S. Law School, and is an active member of the Independent Beauty Association Government and Public Relations Committee. Rania is a leading expert and thought leader in the cosmetics testing industry with robust academic and professional background. She earned her bachelor's degree in physics, followed by a master's of science in biomechanical engineering. She then earned her PhD in pharmaceutical and cosmetic science from the University of Cincinnati's College of Pharmacy, where her research focused on transdermal delivery of drugs and products through the skin. As clinical director of a major contract research organization for over 14 years, she worked with cosmetic companies of all sizes, gaining invaluable insights into the challenges and needs of the industry. Building on her success in the clinical testing space, she founded Skin Science Analytics, a cutting-edge testing lab specializing in the safety and efficacy of cosmetic products. She has also expanded her expertise by acquiring KGL Study Skin Center, a CRO that specializes in dermatological testing under the leadership of renowned dermatologists. Without further ado, here's Rania and Claire. Welcome to the Claims Development and Testing Roundtable for the Product Development Summit. And with me are two people that I trust a lot. You would have already heard an introduction for Dr. Rania Ibrahim and Claire Bing. So I'm going to get it right to it with my first question, which is going to be directed to Claire. What are the important considerations brands need to think about when developing their claims? What are the rules brands need to follow when developing them?
This is something that I love talking about, and I could talk about 900 hours a day. But the most important thing you need to do is determine if your product is even a cosmetic. I think a lot of people get confused on what is a cosmetic, what is a drug, what is a dietary supplement. So understanding if your product is a cosmetic is the most important thing you could do, the regulatory classification. And once you know what your product is classified, and today we're talking about cosmetics, you can understand the entire regulatory landscape, and it's sort of like a plug and chug on what you need to do when you're developing your claim substantiation. So if you're a cosmetic, you're obviously regulated by the FDA, the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, which with their frequent, everyone's calling it MOCRA, but MOCRA is the Modernization of Cosmetic Regulation Act, and it's part of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Act. You're also regulated by the FTC. A lot of people don't realize that the FTC has its own act, the Federal Trade Commission Act, FTCA. And under that, Section 5, it bans any unfair or deceptive acts for advertising. And Section 12, which bans false advertising, which is why we're talking about claim substantiation, says you need competent and reliable claims. There's tons of other things that I could rattle off, like the Lanham Act. There is the Green Guides, the FTC endorsement guides. There's a lot of state regulations in essence, you need to know as a brand that you are going to be regulated as a cosmetic by many different regulatory agencies. But the most important thing is you have to make truthful claims that continually define you as a cosmetic. So you can't be a drug where you make a structure function claim, can't treat or mitigate a disease like a drug, and you can't even be ingested. So the most important thing brands need to consider is, am I a cosmetic or am I not?
And a prerequisite of truthful claims is having the proof to back said claims. So this brings me well to my next question, which is going to be directed to Rania. What are the different approaches to validating claims?
So I just want to start off with human beings like Claire make my life very easy, because it is definitely something that we struggle with from the lab testing perspective of trying to get clients sometimes to understand not only the differences between cosmetic and drug, but like the fact that if you're going to say something about your product, that you have to actually have data to support it. So in terms of the different kinds of testing, so there's a variety of claims, right? So the first claims are your safety claims, which means if you're going to say that your product is safe and that it's non-irritating and that it's suitable for all skin types, you actually have to perform those tests to be able to say all of those type of things, whether that's an RIPT or it's an in-use test, but there are tests that you have to perform to be able to say that your product is safe. Now, when it comes to actual claims, when it comes to efficacy, we then have two major pathways to legitimately have some kind of data. And I say legitimately because sometimes we see claims that are just based off of ingredients, and we'll talk about that later. The most cost-effective way of getting claims is doing consumer use studies. So you give the product to people to use, they use it for however long, and then they fill out a questionnaire. And basically, when you see claims like 100% of women felt like their skin was more hydrated, those type of claims are coming from consumer use studies. And the reality of the matter is those will always be your strongest claims. The next and more robust way of establishing claims is through instrumentation. So actual clinical studies where we're physically measuring things like the hydration of the skin, the firmness of the skin, the depth of a wrinkle. And so that is definitely a more robust way of establishing your claims. And then generally with those type of studies, you always kind of include a consumer use. So you have more of the quantitative and objective assessments, and then the subjective assessments which come from your consumer use.
From a regulatory and legal point of view, what are common pitfalls that brands may encounter when validating, developing, or making their claims?
I think some of the most common pitfalls are because people sometimes are working too fast. They're not waiting to know what the science is saying, or if their product can actually do it, they're just hoping for it to do it. A lot of times I'll get people who say, well, so-and-so is saying it. It's like, well, I hate doing it, but like if so-and-so jumped off of a bridge, would you too? That just because someone else is doing it doesn't mean you know what's going on in the background. And so whenever I am with brands and we're doing claims development, I really make sure that they get clear on what claims they even want to make before they put the product on market, obviously, but they need to get proof now rather than later. Because when you are placing a product on market and you're making a claim, but you have no proof, if you are getting challenged in a class action or you're getting a letter from the FDA or FTC, you can't find proof after the fact. They require substantiation before you enter the market. So when you're getting clear on what you want to say, so if you want to say, my favorite claim actually is your hair will be stronger. The reason it's my favorite because your hair is dead. It can't be stronger. When you look at that claim, even on face value, even though we're just joking around, it could be a drug claim. It could be you're changing the structure function of the body to make stronger hair, which is actually not a cosmetic claim. Going back to, is it a cosmetic or is it a drug? You would be misbranding your product as a drug. So if I were to be making the claim that the intent of this product is to be having stronger feeling hair. I would be formulating with ingredients at efficacious levels that could most likely achieve the results through adequate testing. Then once I have those results, then I would need to be working with my marketing team to say, what is it that you want to say, knowing that you can't say your hair is stronger. You can say, does it feel stronger? So like Rania was saying, that'd be consumer perception studies could be validating that claim. That would be the proof that you would need. So, how it feels, looks, those claims could be, the feeling and looking claims from consumers. But maybe you are putting in ingredients in there that help it be more flexible and elastic. That's where instrumentation testing comes in. And Rania can advise on many different types of testing that you can do. And also, if you have those ingredients in there and you could put your hand through your hair easier, the mechanical movement is less likely to damage your hair. So you could be looking at claims, repeat brushing, tensile strength testing, instrumentation studies to understand if the hair actually is doing what you say it's doing. So when you're building the claims, I think you need to take all of this into consideration because there's added costs, there's development fees. The proof of concept, when you're doing consumer perception, you're not just saying like everyone in the office says their hair feels stronger. It has to be an independent third party that is saying such. They also have to consent. The endorsement guys by the FTC, if you have everyone in the office say it, you'd have to disclose that that claim was made by people who have a material relationship with the product. There's lots of different things that take into consideration. I think a lot of brands move too fast on market. That's why you see a lot of clumsy brands when they're making a claim and then all of a sudden after launch, all the claims are different. And you're like, what happened? Maybe they got a letter, maybe they got a class action. There could be a lot of different things that could be happening behind the scenes. So when you're putting everything in action, you want to sit down with everyone who is involved with this product coming to market, even the social team, because the performance marketing ads, they may say, well, that doesn't sound good from a performance marketing standpoint. So we actually do need that instrumentation. That's going to land better from a performance standpoint. So sitting down. And then the last thing I want to say, which is the most common pitfall, is superiority or comparison claims. If you're comparing your product to another product, you have to do head-to-head testing. You can't just say this is better than the most premium skincare product on market. Some people may have a different idea of what that is. So you'd have to do many different products in a head-to-head analysis. Or you could be saying, this is better than X, Y, and Z's vitamin C for brighter skin. You still have to have comparative testing. Well, not just because you need to claim substantiation to be proving that, but you could be challenged by that brand. And I'll tell you what, those large multinationals don't take too kindly to someone saying, we're better than you, and they know you don't have testing. So head-to-head testing is really, really important. And also the final thing I want to mention is that when you're making claims that say like clean or natural, you need to have adequate disclosures. And this is outside of the testing, but all of the materials that you're putting into your product, you need to have some barometer of how you're measuring clean and natural. So neither of those terms is regulated in cosmetics. So you need to define what it is, make it available to customers so they can have informed decision-making at point of purchase, but also state through substantiation, I have ISO certifications for every single ingredient proving the natural origin. Therefore, this is naturally derived by 97% ingredients. So everything really is a claim. Anything that induces a purchase is a claim. So you need to take everything into consideration with your entire team and not work too fast just to make sure that you have everything prepared prior to placing the product on market.
Can I piggyback on the comparative claims? Because I love the fact that you brought that up, Claire, because I get it a lot. And what people don't understand is that comparative claims are wildly expensive. And the reason they're wildly expensive is because when you do a typical study where you're just looking at your own product and, you have like, let's say you're looking at the beginning and then you look at what happens at the end, like 4 weeks later, you can get away with a 35 subject study and the statistics work. Like you can see differences as long as the product's working, obviously. Once you start getting into this comparative, like I want to go up against another product, because the differences between the two products, if they exist, are so small. Like if you're comparing a topical to like Botox, you can get away with like a sample size of like 30 people because the differences between the two groups is so large that statistics are strong enough to be able to pick up the differences between the two groups. But when you have a topical cream and you have a topical cream and the changes, you're going to see changes in both. In order to be able to see the changes between the two, a 30 subject study on both ends isn't even remotely enough. So you're scaling up to like these 50, 80 subject studies on both ends. It's so expensive. And so I oftentimes, and I love that you brought it up, Claire, because I get it a lot. And oftentimes I have to talk people out of it because I'm like, if you go up against a huge company, like a huge company, and say that you are better than them, you will lose. Like you will lose because they have the pockets to come after you and basically show that you don't have the data to support it.
And now Claire alluded this in her answer, but I just wanted to make it abundantly clear that claims are on your package, but also the things that are on your website, social media, also the influencers that you have material connections with, even if that's just you sending them PR, especially if you repost it, which I've seen from brands. If you don't have the truth for those claims, or they don't, or it's not in the constraints of a cosmetic regulated claim, then that equals not compliant. You have to be aware of that. And the other thing I wanted to say is that, like, you have to be careful, obviously, about explicit claims, but there's also implied claims. What is the reasonable consumer going to take away from your message? So even if you avoid the word that is like drug claim, if the reasonable consumer is going to think that this product is going to stimulate collagen, drug claim, then that may be, depending on who's looking at it, a drug claim. Finally, I wanted to say, just because it's a really big bugbear of mine, I've been seeing people be like, you just have to put improves appearance on everything and then it's fine. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Now I'm just going to move to the next question to Rania and Claire after when we come back to you. By all means, if you want to add on to anything that I just said. But to Rania, from a testing perspective, what are common misconceptions you see with brands and what are the realities?
I generally see this with like newer brands, like smaller brands, right? Like brands that, you know, they've been in the game for a long time. We don't really face these type of misconceptions. A lot of times what will happen is someone's created this brand. It's emotional, right? It's like birthing a child, right? And so then you go through clinicals or consumer perception studies, and sometimes not everything works. Like you don't get like the kind of data that you were expecting. And that's why we do clinical studies. Like that's why we do these tests, because we're not really quite sure. While you may have all of these active ingredients in it, you know, I've had people like, I have like 17 active ingredients in it. And it's just like, clearly they're just not working together or whatever it might be. So there's, just because you get this information from ingredient suppliers that say that this ingredient at this percentage does XYZ, it's not an apples to apples comparison because it's tested in a different kind of formulation. And so the idea that you're going to get the same kind of data for that you expected from, you know, this little pamphlet that you got from an ingredient supplier is just completely unreasonable. And I would say that is one of the biggest misconceptions that we have to overcome. It's usually not in the beginning. It's when they get the results and they're like, what? How is this not working? And it's like, I don't know. It's just not. Unfortunately, I have to say, I mean, and I'm not, you know, not every ingredient supplier is fully regulated in the sense, I mean, there's no checks and balances sometimes, right? So unfortunately, sometimes there's just data out there that's just not completely reasonable. But again, even if it worked for them in whatever formulation they used, it's just this idea that brands are going to replicate that data and better because they've added all this other stuff. Yeah. That's probably one of the most frustrating things I have to deal with.
I also wanted to say generating proof-related misconception I've seen come up a lot is, well, I can prove it has this drug-like effect. So therefore I can say it, but just because there's proof doesn't mean you can say it if it's not within the constraints of a cosmetic product. The reason people also test is because we don't know if it's going to work. But the challenge here is like, especially when we're talking about for small brands, this all is very expensive. And so the prospect of having a study that's going to have bad outcomes, and then you have to go back and reformulate, very expensive, retest, very expensive, is daunting. So I think this probably leads me really well to another question to you, Rania. What should brands know from a cost standpoint in terms of what to expect for the different types of pathways for substantiating their efficacy claims and even the safety claims?
Standard testing, when I say pretty, I'm talking about specifically the HRAPT, right? Like it's not going to break the bank. It's necessary for you to do it for a variety of reasons, and Claire can probably talk for like 8,000 hours about why you need an RAPT. So that's your least expensive. In terms of like actual like substantiation or marketing claims, your least expensive is also always going to be your consumer use studies, because it's not heavily involved in terms of like instrumentation, analysis. You're giving product to use. They're filling out surveys. Sometimes they're filling out surveys at the office. Sometimes they're filling surveys at home. So this will always be like your least expensive. And I'm going to be completely honest. When I have a new brand come to me and they have and they're bootstrapping it and they're like, they have limited funds, I'm like, look, start with a consumer use. Take your money, make sure you talk to folks like Claire about how you write your claims. And then once you start gaining traction, then start investing in like more robust types of testing. Because once you start going into the clinical instrumentation, it gets expensive. Because I tell people, think about it like a banquet, right? Like when you book time in the office or in the lab, that's us spending time running studies, we're paying people. And so definitely clinical instrumentation is expensive, more expensive. And then if you have like 7,000 like intervals, like I have people that are like, okay, I want them to come in it like 24 hours later, 1 week later, 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, 4 weeks later, 5 weeks later. And it's like, that's wildly expensive, right? And realistically, do you really think you're going to see the fine lines and improve like 1 week later? Let's just be realistic. So there's a lot of things that are driving cost in tight clinicals. It's usually the number of subjects, how many attributes you're assessing, and the biggest one is how many times are you having us assess or evaluating these attributes? That is the biggest driving force or driving factor in cost.
And my next question is to Claire. Given the issues of testing fraud that have become more of a focal point recently, what do brands need to know about their responsibilities for ensuring their partners and test results are reputable?
You can't outsource liability. You are the brand, you have marketed a product with a claim that you're making, and you are saying this is reliable, confident substantiation that supports what I'm saying. So you are ultimately responsible for ensuring that your testing is legitimate, regardless of who conducts it. So if the legal standard is everything that you say has to have competent, reliable scientific evidence, when testing fraud happens, you are liable. The lab is not the only person who is liable. There could be situations in when they have defrauded you and you had made every attempt to ensure that they were a facility that was, doing everything in the most compliant way. But at the end of the day, your brand will bear the consequences. No one knows about the testing labs. They just know that your brand doesn't have the SPF value that you are declaring. So reputationally, it is your responsibility to be thoroughly vetting all of your testing partners and any partner that you have, all the way down to the raw material. If you are saying this is shea butter, it better be shea butter. So, you are the one who is responsible for everything that you say. And just like Rania was saying, the costs of go up. The costs that if you do not do this are exponential to the point of your brand closing, people losing their jobs. You could get kicked out of retailers. So the cost is very high. I would strongly recommend you never skirt the cost of visiting your facilities, ensuring that they're even a building. I've heard of some people who are like, I found this great lab. They're in China. And I said, okay, where are they? Have you visited them? Because you want to make sure that they're a reliable partner of yours. Are they using third-party oversight? Have they been independently audited through, ISO or some other certifying body? Do you understand the methodology that you're commissioning for? A lot of labs will be like, don't worry, I'll handle it. This is what you want to say. This is what I always do. And then all of a sudden in a class action, you're hearing, well, why didn't you test against more participants? This isn't statistically significant. What was the P value? How were you saying this? The standards in which you conduct your testing is also your responsibility, the methodology. I always recommend that brands request the raw data. They always have an audit trail. Always be skeptical of a lab that has specific outcomes, especially if they say that you're going to get this claim. I will tell you right now, live to everyone, Rania has failed me many times. And that's because she's a competent and reliable, trusted third-party partner who said, hey, it didn't work out. That hypothesis wasn't necessarily true. So you need to consider everything. And while it does cost money, this is your brand. This is your baby. Did you want to have your baby going out into the world like unclothed? It's just like wearing clothes. You have to make sure clothes are going to work. Are they going to protect you from the environment? It's like the whole landscape has shifted, in which there are sometimes bad actors who don't have your brand's priorities at their best place. It's their bottom line. That's their number one, not your brand's reputation. So it's your responsibility to find a reliable partner who can be audited either by a trusted partner. I employ a PhD who does thorough reviews of all methodology. So having a regulatory partner who can review all of the methodologies, who understands what competent, reliable substantiation is, that's the most important thing. So it is sad that companies have been defrauded, especially those who made all the best efforts to trust a reliable partner. But it doesn't mean that it's not their liability as well.
And for lots more on this, I had a roundtable conversation. Rania was in there, as well as a lawyer, Avril. So for lots more, check that out. I'm going to close with my final question to both of you. What are your top tips that you'd want to leave brands who may be viewing? What are your top tips for them in developing and validating their claims?
Number one, be BFFs with your formulators, because your formulators know what your product is supposed to do. But also keep in mind that just because your formulators think that they think that's what your product's supposed to do, understand that not everything will be validated if you do the proper testing. It's just a fact of life. And don't say anything about your product without having some kind of data, whether it's consumer use data from an independent testing lab. Your mom, your sister, your family, your friends, they don't count. That is not valid data for you to be able to go on your website or whatever it might be on your packaging to say that your product is doing XYZ. Spend the money. It hurts. But it hurts a lot more if you get challenged and you have to go through a class action lawsuit. The cost of that, your lawyer breathes, and it's the cost of your clinical.
Yeah, I'm just going to piggyback on that. I am much cheaper than a lawyer going through a class action lawsuit. So having someone with regulatory expertise at the very beginning, just like Rania was saying, involved with the formulation of the product. Just because it can do something doesn't mean you can say it does that. So making sure you're having realistic expectations about what you want to say involved in the creative process. It costs a lot less money to have regulatory review and then update your package for the next printing rather than taking everything off market and repackaging it. So having someone with regulatory expertise at the very beginning stages is super critical. And also, in case of something happening, having a whole packet of information about every single one of your product, a product information file with all of the claim substantiation, how you determined how you could say everything, the methodology. It's very simple to say, when you get a class action, if you've done your due diligence, you say, thank you so much. go F yourself. Here is everything I have done. Goodbye. And so that feels very good. It feels very validating. The product development team feels very strong when they get to say that. But also be strategic about where you're investing. I think Rania hit the nail on the head. It's like you don't want to go for the Rolls Royce. I always say, everyone, like, let's invest in the used Hyundai first. Let's see how that used Hyundai is performing on market, and then we can build up from there. You want to make sure that you're not just testing for testing's sake. You want to be strategic about what is the position of the market that I want. How am I going to get it, and how am I going to say that, and what do I need to do to get there? So really being strategic about placing products on market, about what you're going to say, not just throwing it together after the fact. That's really just as important as the product.
Please vet your regulatory consultants, please. Also, thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Vet everyone involved in your product development.
Not just the labs, but the regulatory consultants. I have seen
Exactly.
some issues because, someone comes up, well, my regulatory consultant said I could say XYZ. And it's like, that's not accurate. So you're really vetting everyone in the whole process. And I work really closely with Claire. Claire's incredible. She I see all the emails. No.
I say no with love.
And that concludes this roundtable, and it's now time for Q&A. And bear with me as I bring Rania over to the big screen. It's just going to be Rania joining us today, but I mean, she'll be a great person to do this Q&A solo. Okay, this question came up earlier, but I thought it was more relevant to this presentation, so I'll ask it here. So this is from Geoff. Please correct me with how to say your names if I'm mispronouncing them. Would you skip clinical trials when you use recommended dose of ingredients from its suppliers? Would you invest before launch or later after you have some funding? What is more strategic? And also, my tack on, where would things like a consumer study rather than a clinical study come in? And also, say you launch the product and you decided to wait for testing, what happens if the testing isn't favorable at that point?
Sure. So the first part of the question was making claims off of ingredients. And this is something that we see very frequently, and it's actually what I would consider bad practice in terms of like making your claims just based upon ingredients, because while you may have the ingredient at the percentage that the supplier has made or substantiated those claims, the issue is that every formulation is different. And so how the ingredient behaves in the formula, unless you are using the exact formulation that the supplier is had performed the testing on, it is not an exact extrapolation of what you would see in your actual formula. So long story short is, no, don't make claims off of ingredients. In terms of like the strategy. So here's what we often see when companies sell their product, make the packaging, make the claims, their products on shelves, and then they decide after the fact to do the testing. And what we sometimes see is that the claims that they're making are actually not substantiated by the clinical study. So then now you're in a position where you have these claims, and the clinical study is showing that these claims or a specific claim hasn't been substantiated. And so the problem then becomes, do you have to change your packaging? Like, do you have to, and that's a lot more difficult than just going on your website and changing the claims that you're making. So it's definitely not good practice to perform the clinical after you've made all of the artwork and started selling the product. So I would say that is not really how the process or a strategic way of doing things. I think it's a lot more expensive to change packaging than it is to do the clinical initially. And then in terms of whether you do a consumer use study versus like actual instrumentation, a clinical study, it comes down to what your budget is and where you are in the process. So it's understandable. I mean, clinical studies and instrumentation is quite expensive. And so if you are a small company and you don't really have that kind of money to be able to pay for an instrumentation study, I usually recommend to smaller brands to at least start with a consumer use study where you can get claims like 98% of women saw that their skin was softer after using the product. So, that would be what I recommend. But obviously, if budget is of no object, then what we usually recommend is doing both instrumentation coupled with the consumer use. And then that way you can see instrumentation, you can make some clinical instrument claims, but then also rely on the consumer use part of things because you do want to see an alignment. A lot of times what happens is we see an improvement clinically, but then the consumer really isn't in agreement with the changes that we're seeing. And so it's important to do both and see a synergy between both of them. And oftentimes you'll see for like networks like QVC, they want to see that agreement between the consumer's opinion as well as instrumentation. So that would be my recommendation. It usually comes down to cost.
This next question is from Swift. Can you discuss case studies where brands have made claims that have been challenged by the public or court? Skincare only, not medical claims, or skincare that makes medical claims or SPF?
That's a loaded question. Okay, so we see it all the time. We see it all the time. And sometimes it's not just the consumer that is questioning the data, but it's the NAD or the FTC. I think one of the largest payouts that we saw, and this was an old NAD FTC filing, was with a company that was making cellulite claims on a topical cream. And one of the issues, the biggest issues, and actually this company had to pay back every customer that had ever purchased this cream, was that the claims were based upon kind of cherry picking the data. So instead of looking at like an average improvement, they took the best improvement and then they made the claims based upon that, and they got slammed. And it cost them a lot of money. And outside of just having to change the packaging and their claims, they had a big payout to consumers. And we see a lot. We see it with deodorants where the claims can be misleading. We've seen it with skincare products in terms of how they're positioning. So it's not, we're seeing a lot in hair these days. A lot of hair products are getting some class action lawsuits with just a lot of it sometimes comes down to safety. So the key to avoid being in that bucket is to perform clinicals or consumer use studies and to wisely and to use your regulatory consultants or your regulatory team to identify how to actually take that data and translate it to a truthful claim for consumers.
This question comes from Amir. Why, or maybe I think it should be what psychophysics studies in which humans are used as instruments to quantify efficacy are overlooked. This also may have implications for safe statements made, for example, on comparative testing.
So it's a newer type of testing that we haven't seen a whole lot of. It's actually something that we just recently rolled out, which is neurofeedback testing. And essentially, I think sometimes what happens with consumer use studies is that people may agree with a statement or disagree with a statement because they feel like they have to. There's a psychology behind it. So, with neurofeedback testing, what we can actually do is analyze we essentially hook them up to an EEG and we're measuring how the brain waves are changing. And then there's an additional part to that, which is the implicit testing, and we can actually determine if the responses to certain attributes or questions are truthful, where based upon their level of engagement, what's happening in the brain, how quickly they're responding to a statement. So definitely this is something that is a really interesting there's all sorts of new studies and a lot of research in this area. So yeah, this is something that we're seeing more frequently, and it's just a really interesting way of looking at the level of engagement of the consumers who are participating in these studies as far as how their brain is actually reacting to whatever questions it might be in terms of how, for example, does this product make me feel relaxed? Maybe they say yes, but when we actually measure their brain waves, we see that they're actually not relaxed. They're actually more stressed. So there are ways to analyze the psychology or the physiological, and I don't want to say physiological changes, but like the changes that are happening in the brain.
This next question comes from Ornella. Generally, best practice is to test claims on final formulas to be sold. However, brands often want to test claims on preliminary versions of the final formula, for example, on the unfragranced base. From your point of view, in which exceptional cases could it be acceptable, even though not ideal, to not test on final formulas? Also, what would be wrong with this from a compliance and truthfulness point of view? Why is testing the final formula so important? And even with such seemingly minor changes as the addition of this is a leading question. The addition of a fragrance, or maybe you've just changed the supplier of your extract.
So from a safety perspective, you 1000% cannot test an unfragranced product and extrapolate that to a fragrance product or any change in the formula. So from safety, it is an absolute no-go. Now, in terms of, so if you are not sure about your formula and you haven't finalized it, and you want to get some prelim testing, what we recommend is doing pilot studies. So you do it on a small number of people, you identify, you won't get statistical data. Maybe in some measurements you will, but you'll get an idea as far as the trend, and that'll give you some data on how to tweak the formula, make some changes. But the reality of the matter is, if you perform a test on a formula, and you get some claims, and then you change the formula, your clinical study is no longer valid at that point. Now, from a fragrance perspective, is fragrance going to change the efficacy of a moisturizer's hydration capability? No, but may it change the psychology or how someone is reacting to a product in terms of how they feel about a product? 1000%. And we actually saw this in a study that was done. I think it was Unilever. I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly. But what they did is they had people look at an image of themselves, and then we measured the brain waves. And then we gave them a body wash, and we just kind of had them smell the fragrance, and we had them look at their same image, and we saw that their perspective of themselves in that image change simply because of the fragrance that they smelled. So I think it just comes down to what you're assessing, right? If you're just assessing, does this moisturizer moisturize, and we just do like a straight up hydration and barrier study, is fragrance going to impact it? No. Now, if you start changing other things in the formula, 1000%, that's going to have an impact. So I think it's a case by case, but good practices. For your final formulas, you do large studies. If you're doing an exploratory on different formulas to kind of identify which one is best, then always go with a pilot. It's just more economical.
This next question comes from Mixing Cosmetics. Have you experienced any claim-related issue in the EU that resulted in, for example, a recall? Most illegal claims end up unnoticed or just warning or correction requests as smaller or middle brands is what I see. So what's your perspective?
So here's my perspective from being a lab. We are not involved in how the client takes the claim and translates it, right? So a lot of times our job kind of stops at, we do the clinical, we tell you what worked, what didn't, and then how the brand takes that data and interprets it is beyond the scope of what we do. So it's a little hard for me to talk about that specific question because it's really just not in the scope. Now, do I sometimes see like a commercial or something on social where I'm like, oh, that's really interesting. That's not what the data said, but that's why your regulatory consultants are key.
This is just a comment from Ornella that I wish marketing teams would have to listen to this presentation. And here's a call to action for anyone with a brand, even if you're a big brand, because you know departments are pretty siloed. Send the replay to your teams as professional development. Seriously, that's the whole purpose of this conference. So please do that. Okay, the next question is from Kajol. What are the testing we should be doing for efficacy-related claims on hydrating or anti-aging? Maybe I'll just stop there because I feel like if I continue the question, it's just going to be like super long for your answer. So like, what are examples of ways to substantiate anti-aging or hydration? Oh, this is a huge question regardless of me cutting it down. So wade in how you would like.
I mean, there are instruments that can be used to measure pretty much any type of attribute that you're interested in assessing, right? So if it's hydration, it's a moisturizer, a lip balm, then, we have instruments such as the corneometer, which is the most widely used to measure the level of hydration. And then the study design is then based upon what kind of claims you're looking to make. So if you're trying to make just an immediate claim that it's hydrating the skin, or like on a cleanser that it is not stripping the skin immediately after use, then the study design would be based upon just that immediate measurement. Now, if you're trying to make long-lasting claims, like it lasts all day, then the study design and the hydration or the barrier measurements would be based upon maybe 8 hours later after application, or 12 hours. And sometimes we see the 24s and the 72s. So again, there's a method and there's an instrument to measure the attribute the study design and how it's measured is going to get tied to what is it that marketing is trying to say about the particular product. And then in terms of anti-aging, we have all sorts of instruments. We can measure the depth of a wrinkle. We can track a hyperpigmentation spot and look at how it's changing over time. And then again, the study design is based upon the attributes that we're measuring. So for example, a hyperpigmentation study, some people come to me like, hey, I want to do a hyperpigmentation study, and I want to see results in like 2 or 4 weeks. And it's not just it's not realistic. You need a longer term study to see those kind of changes. Whereas looking at something like fine lines and wrinkles, perhaps we can see some changes in a shorter period of time. So I hope that answers, I guess, if there's an instrument to measure it, we can measure it, or we can do it through expert grading. And then how you're positioning your marketing is going to define what that study design looks like.
And I feel I should re-emphasize the point that some of the claims you may get out of this may be more on the like drug claim related side of things, like long-term impact showing that there's like structural changes may make sure you have a regulatory consultant, a good regulatory consultant who can help you navigate this. And like every market is a little different, and you need to understand all the places that you're going to put your product. This next question, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to answer this, but I'm going to ask it anyways. This is from Brata. Oh, sorry. No, it was from Bada. As an indie perfumer, dupe companies make massive claims of being better than luxury or designer brands for a fraction of the price. What would you advise on how to protect ourselves from these claims? You've already alluded to in the presentation, like what are the issues with these types of claims, potentially depending on the proof that they have. So yeah, how can perfume companies think about navigating the dupe landscape? Maybe I should also add, because dupes are a big thing in skincare or all products really. So like, thoughts?
I mean, it's really hard actually, right? So, and it's interesting because I was having this conversation last week with another client. It's really hard because unless you have like something that's patented, um, it's really hard to kind of fight against like these dupes, in terms of them trying to reverse engineer your products and create something that's similar. In terms of like the comparative claims, you can do comparative studies. Like there are a lot of brands that do comparative studies, and that would be really the only reliable data to be able to say that A is better than B. Those type of studies are extremely expensive. You really need a very large subset of people to have enough data to really support that the differences between the two are substantial. And you just have to be really cautious. Like if you have a brand and you're trying to go up against one of the big giants, know that you will be challenged. I mean, it's just inevitable. I mean, look at a lot of like the NAD is oftentimes two companies kind of going at it because one company said they were better than the other. So you've got to have some really solid data to do that. But yeah, I mean, it sucks, right? Like you put all of your energy into making this like amazing product and brand, and then you just have a dupe that comes out and replicates what you have. And unfortunately, I just don't know if there's anything in place that will protect you outside of a patent.
And if you're interested, I had a conversation on my podcast a little while back with Christoph Ladmiel and Pia Long, two perfumers. We had a conversation about dupes and that whole landscape, and Yeah, for lots more. There's so much to that conversation. Go listen to that podcast. We also had a recap that I published on my Instagram if you scroll back far enough. This next question comes from Crystal. How do we, oh, maybe I'm going to rephrase this question. Do you have any strategies for looking at ingredient supplier efficacy claims? Because I mean, not all claims are as good as the next. Not all testing is as good of the next as the next. So how can brands navigate this? And especially if they don't have, like, I don't know if it would even be a brand. It really depends on the context, or the brand founder. It really depends on the context of how the product is being developed. But like, when do you hand off that oversight or looking through the data to a technical expert who would be able to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that sometimes the lab that you're using can, so let's say you're going into ingredient supplier and they have this ingredient and they say it does XYZ. I think that you can definitely request to see the study design and the actual data. And sometimes there are some regulatory consultants who are experts in, or not experts, but can look at the data and identify if it makes sense or not. I know from my perspective, a lot of times I'll have clients send me the report and I'll look at the report and be like, oof, this is not a scientifically sound study design. And sometimes I'll be like, yeah, this is pretty decent. But then again, just because they showed certain changes or certain claims doesn't necessarily mean it's going to translate to your formula, because again, the formulation has an impact on how the ingredient works.
And that's all the time we have for this Q&A. Sorry, your lunchtime is a little short, but I think this was worth it. Rania, I love always hearing your point of view for all the different topics related to claims testing. So thank you so much for agreeing to this. And also, if you want more from Rania, Rania has been featured in previous conferences. She did a whole presentation at the Claim Summit last year on clinical testing. Also, the whole summit would be probably a good thing for you to watch if this is something that you're interested in. She also, her and her brother came on my podcast a couple years ago. Saw a blur. At some point, Rania and Omar Ibrahim, they came on my podcast. Her brother is a dermatologist to talk about claims testing, and there's lots more details. Her and her brother, as well as another, are going to come on my podcast, which is going to relaunch next week or maybe the week after, as soon as I can get it out. And there's going to be lots more insights from Rania. So, but anyways, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you so much for all of your continued time on this platform.
Thank you, Jen. You're amazing. You put out like just such valuable information for everyone in the industry. And yeah, I'm so grateful to know you and to be able to participate in these kind of conversations with you, because I think they're really important.
Thank you. That means a lot from you. Thank you. Have a great rest
Awesome
of your
Sunday. Keep
Sunday.
killing it, girl. All right. Bye, everyone.
And we are about to head into lunch break. I just want to let you know that we're going to be returning in about 20 minutes with a presentation from Jane and Ramon on formulation development. But in the meantime, I'm sorry, this kind of cuts your break a little down if you want to watch. I also have some educational content for you in our lunch break, but we'll be back soon. Thank you to everyone who is watching so far. And thank you so much for everyone who's been sharing so far. Also, that's super helpful. And yeah, we will be back shortly. What's an interesting fact about product development?
There are several different people that actually play a hand in the development of a product. Most people don't realize this. They think that product development is just one person, but that one person is like the CEO for that product. And then they manage all of the general things that happens around that product, but they're not always the ones doing the actual raw development of the product itself. They're more so the orchestrator, the person composing everything to put the product together.
Most people have no idea how long it takes to develop a product and how much money it is. And they think they could go to market with a brand new product in 3 months, and they're most likely looking at 1 to 2 years.
People may not know that there are a lot of quality testing. We check every single thing. We smell the product after production. We check the pH. We check the color. We check the viscosity.
It's the most integral part, I would say, about cosmetic science, from concepts to now ideation to actually working with the ingredients to ensure that the output is exactly what was designed.
How the perspective of a product developer is so much different than a perspective of a chemist. The product development process is much more taking like a macro trend and really boiling it down into what a cosmetic chemist can do and understand. So really amazing that we have people in the industry that can do that. And all we have to worry about on the supplier side is providing ingredients. And when you're on the bench side, making the formula.
What I find that smaller brands do is they don't have a clear picture of what they want to do with their products, the market they're getting into, the consumer that they want to attract, and the benefits that they want to deliver. The bigger issue the smaller brands have is that they're smaller brands. And in this market today, manufacturing limitations, minimum volumes, minimum quantities poses a major concern for people wanting to enter this market, because you cannot make these small volumes and have the manufacturing grow as you grow. Manufacturers want to start off big. You really can't afford to start off big when you're just starting out.
You need to speak to your consumer during the development process. You need to field test the formulas. You need to speak to, if it's a professional market, the practitioner that's going to be dispensing that product. You need to talk to them. They need to use it. You need to include them part of that process. That could add on 8 to 12 weeks of your development cycle. But those 8 to 12 weeks will give you insight that is like gold. And if you can take those insights and address any kind of concerns or lean into some great, powerful messaging that you have found through that field test, you've got a better shot. You're stacking the deck of a better successful launch.
This is something that on the PD side, people already know, but if you're new to it, the biggest timeline driver is going to be your packaging. Guarantee. So if that's not figured out before you even start your project, you don't know who your vendor is, you don't know your component, I would say if you are pressed for time, that is the biggest driver that you should think about quickly.
You know, when we're talking about our minimum ordering quantities, you know, the basic rule of thumb, it's like anything in life. The more business you bring to the table, the better the price is going to be. Basic business 101. But that comes into play because when we first start off, we're guessing at those MOQs. And it may be as little as 5,000. We may already have a preset market and we can do larger amounts. But based on our minimum ordering quantities, whether it's packaging, whether it's ingredients, that is going to increase the price. So there's a scale and there's price break points. Sometimes it'll be 500 pieces. Sometimes it'll be 5,000 pieces. But I think a lot of times, and I did this myself when we first developed our brand, you look and you said, how could they sell this product at, you know, a masstige price? I don't know, because when I'm going to do it, it's coming in at a prestige price or in that market. So it's really understanding the math of it and that it's basic business. You know, the more business that you bring to the table, the better the pricing structure becomes.
One of the biggest hiccups that you're going to find across the industry, and I don't care whether you're new to the industry or if you're an experienced formulator and engineer, is not understanding what your commercial equipment is capable of doing versus how you formulated and prepared it on the bench. In order to have the greatest chance of success at tech transfer is ensuring that your lab process is as similar to production as possible. Most companies can't afford to buy a second set of equipment that's 1/10 or smaller the scale of what's in commercial. So you got to make do with what you got. Most of the time on the formulating scale, it's an overhead mixer with a propeller. When you go into scale up, you're talking homogenizers, sweeps, turbines, controlled heating and cooling. Whereas perhaps in the lab, yeah, maybe if you want slow cooling, you just take the hot water away from it and you let it ambient cool. Those are the critical factors that you need to watch out for. If that's not well characterized at the development stage, you're going to have troubles on scale up, regardless of how qualified or experienced or knowledgeable you are.
Your brand voice is your superpower. So when I think about brand voice and the role that it plays in your overall marketing, I imagine an orchestra. Your conductor is your marketing plan. So maybe it's a little bit louder over here on social. You have these steady drum beats of your website, product pushes, and then your content strategy. Those are the instruments. Everyone's playing from the same sheet of music. It may sound different depending on the instrument being used. So storytelling may be longer or shorter depending on where that story lives. And then finally, your brand voice, that's the music. That's what leaves this lasting impression that makes people want to play your song over and over again. It's what people hear. It's what they feel. Using this analogy is going to help you to find your brand voice and to refine it and to realize how you can use it to its full potential.
This is a lesson I learned the hard way myself. So we actually had a bunch of packaging in stock, and I've always used it for my liquid metal eyeshadows. And then when we came out with our lip oil line, I was like, great, I already have this packaging. Let me fill it into the same component. And at first it was fine. I later had a lot of problems with the lip oil like leaking through, and it would kind of just like leach through the component. And we ended up finding out after many months of us trying to figure out what the problem was, that the ferrule, which is the little top part of the lip oil component, was glued on as opposed to it being one solid piece. While the liquid metal eyeshadow wasn't thin enough to leach out and seep out between the parts that were glued together, the lip oil was. So that was a very expensive issue. And even though I did test it for compatibility, I had done accelerated compatibility. And so I didn't detect any problems, and it was more of a long-term issue. So I would give yourself as much runway as humanly possible when putting stuff into a package, because you never know when the problem's going to turn up.
A very common misconception is that products don't need to be tested and that products can just say whatever they want about what's on their labels, but products do definitely need to be tested. And that's a misconception by both the consumer and some new people entering into the industry, saying that maybe they don't have to do testing or you can just say whatever you want on your label claims. They do need to be tested. They do need to be validated and verified. So that's why our whole industry exists, so that we can make sure the products out there are safe and that they're proven to do what they say they do on their labels.
There are quite a few claim substantiation mistakes: not using a consumer relevant panel, not ensuring that your panel matches demographically who you're trying to sell your products to, not using a third-party independent research firm to substantiate your claims. Claims that you do with your own panels tend to have an inherent bias, which could put you at risk.
And I think one of the biggest common myths in the cosmetic industry in general is how easy it is to go to market. There is so much innovation out there. There's so much competition out there. There's so many amazing vendors doing such amazing things. But to me, it is finding that magic sweet spot of getting the right partner who sees your vision, who can help you get it to market. And vice versa. Also for, a contract manufacturer like us to find the right brand partner that really has those shared values of what they want and finding the right partner to bring it to market. So I think that is definitely the biggest myth. If you see something on the shelf and say, oh, that must have been easy. No such thing as easy in the cosmetic industry.
Our next presentation will be a collaborative presentation featuring Ramon, Glow by Ramon, and Jane the chemist. Ramon is a Puerto Rican cosmetic chemist, product developer, content creator, and esthetician whose content focuses on promoting diversity and inclusivity in the cosmetics industry, as well as making cosmetic science an approachable and fun topic for all. Jane is a cosmetic chemist and science communicator. After graduating with a chemistry degree from UCL, Jane has worked extensively in the cosmetic chemistry space as a formulator. From working at contract manufacturers to big pharma, Jane has grown an immense passion for skincare and makeup. Without further ado, here's Jane and Ramon.
Hi everyone, welcome to Formulation 101. A huge thank you to Jen for having us today. My name is Ramon, I am joined by Jane, and we're going to explain to you how we as cosmetic chemists translate a project brief into a final good.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for joining Ramon and I to talk about formulation development. As you will notice, a lot of what we do in the formulation sector will intersect with other functions, and I think that just shows how important it is to understand the full scope of product development, because every decision we make in the formula itself will then trigger the go button for another function like packaging, regulatory, or quality.
So fundamentally today is all about teamwork. Intros really quick.
My name is Jane and I have worked on the contract manufacturer, pharma, and brand side, and I absolutely love what I do, so much so that I created a second career on social media talking about it. Just kidding. In all reality, I absolutely love what I do on social media and has led me to great opportunities like today.
My name is Ramon. I'm a cosmetic chemist from Puerto Rico. I also do product development. I'm a content creator. I'm an esthetician. I also do outreach to educate students on what cosmetic science is so that they hopefully pursue careers in the industry. My background is I have an MSc and BSc in cosmetic science. I've worked for raw material suppliers, and I've also done consulting, formulation development, and optimization for the last 5+ years.
So the first step when it comes to developing the actual formula is starting with a brief from either the product development team or the client. This brief is extremely important because it provides the boundaries that we as chemists have to stay within. It helps guide us in the right direction, so we create a prototype that matches what you were expecting, and it also lets us know your long-term goals for expansion so that we can avoid reformulating in the future. Some considerations that we look at are country of sale, marketing and claims, cost targets, retailer restriction lists, IFRA considerations, timeline expectations, and packaging. I will elaborate more on the next slide, and you can feel free to take a screenshot for when you are building out your own brief. So here are components in more detail of a brief, and I want to talk about why all of these things affect the actual formulation process. First, the overview of the product. Obviously, this lets us know what category of product you are creating. Target fill and price is crucial because if you guys give us chemists no budget, we will turn around and make the most expensive thing you've ever seen. So giving us a realistic cost target will help us with ingredient selection. MOQ and launch timelines tells us which manufacturer will be capable of taking this project on. And if you already have a manufacturer, then this is good information for them to know. Outlining packaging is important because personally, I don't love formulating to fit a package. This can sometimes affect formula performance, but it's also good to know things like package transparency in case the formula is light sensitive.
When it comes to materials, that can actually impact formulation stability. One example is if you're using an aluminum tube, metal ions might bleed off of that and can affect ingredient or formula stability. Another example is if the packaging type you have causes too much water loss of a formula, that can also impact emulsion and formulation stability as well.
The benchmark is a good starting point, and Ramon will be going over why this is important, how we break it down. Claims is a big one because without this outlined, we don't know what to put in your formula. So this is super helpful for when we know you will be doing third-party testing and have certain goals you want to meet for your formula. Color and texture, of course. Key ingredients and restrictions. This is something I found helpful working as a product developer with a technical background. Outlining specific ingredients that have either marketing claims or performance claims is extremely helpful because you eliminate that guessing game with your chemist. And even though we don't believe in clean beauty or specific ingredients being dangerous, the reality is some brands will want to follow certain retailer ingredient restrictions. That is just reality, and as chemists, we have to abide by those boundaries. And of course, regulatory restrictions such as IFRA, so we know what fragrance percentage to put in your product, and require testing so that we can design the formula to hopefully pass all of those tests.
So breaking down the benchmark, if you are using a market available product as your inspiration, this is very normal. And when you're working with these benchmarks, it's really important to consider why was it chosen and how does that play into what the final good is going to be. If you're trying to match certain attributes of that benchmark, some things to consider are, what's the vehicle? Is it an emulsion? If so, what type of emulsion is it? Is it a solution? Is it a gelled system? Is it a dispersion or suspension? Beyond that, are there any specific quantitative metrics you want to match? You can use tools like a rheometer, a texture analyzer to get these quantitative values. And that can be things like, what's the rheology? What is it, the exotropy? What is the actual formulation deposition when the customer is using it? And maybe the goal isn't to directly match the benchmark, but it also gives you a good starting point. When it comes to working with benchmarks, ideally you're taking these benchmarks, figuring out what attributes from them do we like or did the product developer specifically want to call out, and basically how do you get those to fit into what the final good is supposed to be. When looking at the benchmark, for example, you can look at things like, what's the emollients like for this product? Is it really, really greasy? Is it very dry feeling? Do you like the gloss of it, or do you want it to be very matte? How does the benchmark shear and what's the viscosity of it? These sensory attributes are really vital, especially when it comes to consumer perception of a product. And then how do you enjoy the overall viscosity? Do you want to match what the benchmark is? Do you want to make it more rich or more lightweight? When it comes to the final good you're trying to make, we're looking at what are the claims you're needing to satisfy? What are specific ingredients or complexes that you want in the desired formulation? Based off certain attributes of the benchmark, are these actives compatible, or do you have to adjust those variables to make your actives work in that formulation? And then are you wanting to make specific ingredient concentration claims? If so, how does that affect how you build out the full formulation as well? So then bridging the gap from benchmark to benchtop, once you establish the general attributes of the product you wish to formulate, you can then consider, how do I build and develop the formulation around those things? So a big factor is ingredient compatibility. Are your ingredients compatible? Do they play good with each other? Very important to factor in, especially when it comes to having a lot of actives. Are all your actives able to work within the same pH range? This is also very important to consider, especially for the intended benefits and effect of the actives. But this can actually extend into the functional ingredients as well, such as your rheology modifiers and preservatives. A good example of this is certain rheology modifiers or gelling agents might not work in the pH range you want for a glycolic acid serum, for example. Does your emulsifier system support your oil phase? With this, it's really considering, is your emulsion stable? You can do some stress testing during the formulation development to assess this. And if not, this is where you really have to break in the HLB, which HLB, my teachers were a little bit old school. This is something I had to do a lot, but a lot of chemists I talked to rarely, if ever, have to figure out the HLB of the formulations. If you're trying to attain a specific viscosity or texture, how are you going about building that viscosity in the system? And that could be things like rheology modifiers, co-emulsifiers, etc. And then if you're doing a suspension or dispersion, are the pigments or actives staying dispersed, or are they settling out?
So I'm sure everyone is familiar with the two big categories in cosmetics. There are OTC products and cosmetic products. Both have very different development timelines and requirements. OTC products must include an FDA monographed ingredient, specific active concentrations, requires assay testing, and a 3-batch validation during production. Not every manufacturer is built out to do OTC, so that is something to note when you are working with a manufacturer. Cosmetic products, on the other hand, is basically everything that is not OTC. There aren't legally defined active ingredients, and the claims are much softer on your copy. Development timeline is obviously a lot shorter and doesn't require as much financial investment as an OTC product. However, all formulas, no matter OTC or cosmetic, must be assessed for safety and have a robust preservative system. And if it's anhydrous, still requires a microbiological risk assessment. Another thing that I wanted to touch on from a formulator/chemist POV is the ingredient selection process. As chemists, we are constantly balancing consumer-facing claims with clinically validated outcomes. If the brand is choosing to perform clinical studies, we need to include materials that have the best shot at doing well in those clinicals. So how do we do this? A lot of it is starting with supplier data. That being said, these studies do need to be taken with a grain of salt because sometimes the results haven't been duplicated or repeated enough for validity, but it gives us chemists some direction. Clinical studies are expensive, so sometimes as chemists, we can choose ingredients that have targeted delivery systems or use a base formula that has gone through clinical testing already. We can also alter other ingredients like the emulsion type to give a product a waterburst feel or increase the oil phase to make a moisturizer more occlusive. These alterations can also affect how a product performs in clinicals.
So designing for stability, obviously the final good the consumer buys, we want that to be stable. It should be stable. So when it comes to developing the formulation, you are able to assess a lot of aspects of stability mid-formulation development to hopefully avoid a lot of headaches in the end. And some things to look at or consider while you're doing the development process is that some ingredients are UV sensitive. They can react negatively with metal ions. They are extremely pH sensitive, or they can even cause pH drift, or they can even affect available water, which when it comes to emulsions can affect emulsion stability or active solubility as well. Some early indications that your formula might not be stable includes color changes, malodor, a hazy appearance if it's supposed to be clear, precipitation in a solution, a pH drift, and syneresis or separation of phases. And detecting these changes early on in the process can help optimize and pivot the formulation development process. Jane and I talked about this, but a good example is I was always taught develop the chassis or the base of the formulation first, test the overall stability of that by challenge testing it, then include the actives when you're fairly confident in that base to see if that impacts stability as well. While you're in the lab doing formulation development, some more informal stress testing you can do to make sure your formula is stable includes freeze-thaw testing, where you do cycles of freezing the formula, thawing it out back and forth a few times. You can also do high heat testing. This is the more standard one I've done, where at 50 C, you hold the formula for a week, and that kind of really challenges the overall stability of the formulation, especially when it comes to emulsions. And then you can also do a centrifuge, where you let it spin for a few minutes and you assess if your emulsion is stable or if your suspension is separating. And then, as I mentioned earlier, beyond the stress testing as you're developing the formula, you still have to do compatibility and microbial. Hopefully the preservative system you've chosen for your product, especially if you have to abide by specific restrictions for your preservatives, is robust enough to keep anything from growing in your product. If not, you're going to have to adjust what preservatives you use or consider your preservative boosters.
Something that I always say is prototype iteration is part of the process. Excess is a communication problem. It is not a flex to have 200 prototypes of a product during your R&D process. That usually tells us that instructions weren't clear and directions kept changing. With a detailed brief, like we showed in the beginning of this presentation, a chemist should be able to deliver something within the first few rounds of prototyping. Last but not least, scale up. I wanted to briefly touch on this because it is something I spent a good portion of my career doing. A good chemist will always design for scale up. A lot can happen chemically and physically when you go from a small beaker to a giant tank. And a lot of those raw materials are heat sensitive or shear sensitive, so they need to be processed in a certain way. This is why you should always perform a pilot batch to understand those details for a successful production batch. And it's super important to work with a manufacturer that can accommodate your formula type.
And with that, thank you guys so much. We're going to be doing the Q&A now. So any questions you have, feel free to ask.
And bear with me as I bring Ramon and Jane onto the big screen. Yeah, we'll have lots of time for Q&A.
Hi.
Hello. Okay, here we are. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I'll start with the question from Shalini. Hi, Ramon, big fan, and I own your matte sunstick. How would you reformulate Korean hydrating formulas for humid markets like Puerto Rico or India? Are there any strategies that you would take?
There's definitely a lot. Obviously, the same strategy we had with the matte stick with the sun stick is just the mattifiers, being able to incorporate mattifying powders. So with the sun stick, it was a lot of silica to be able to combat the greasiness of the sunscreen, but also really having to look at how do we just make that a really lightweight texture. So going back to the emulsions, most likely oil and water. And then beyond that, I mean, that's the thing, depending on where you're making that for, in the US, we still have to abide by the FDA regulations. But this year with BEMT, Parcel Shield, getting approved, hopefully that helps with some more elegant, lightweight textures. Beyond that, I'm a big fan of alcohol in sunscreens. I look at what the Japanese are doing with their textures. So that's another strategy I would use.
This next question comes from Cosmetic Chemist. How often should someone be formulating to meaningfully improve as a formulator? Oh, this is an interesting question. And how do you approach learning from failed batches or unstable prototypes? Jane, do you want to answer first?
Oh, this is a good one. Sorry, can you repeat the first part of the question?
How often should somebody be formulating to meaningfully improve as a formulator?
I mean, I would argue all the time. I feel like there's always something to take away from the batches that you are making currently and ways that you can improve them. Um, I mean, with every batch, there's like a new learning curve that I feel like I get. Um, But I mean, when it comes to delivering a prototype, I would not say to keep reformulating it. I think following the brief, as we mentioned, is something that's very important so that you are going towards the direction that you were asked to go in. And the second part of the question, sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
So how do you approach learning from failed batches or unstable prototypes? So this is really just like being a better formulator rather than producing a product at the end of the day. So how does one improve their formulation skills through failed batches?
First of all, failing batches is the only way to improve. That's at least for me how I've learned how to formulate. For me, I take notes on what interactions in the formula happened and like what might be causing specific reactions so that I can take that away and, apply it to the next batch that I make. Um, Sometimes if it's like the emulsifier or something, like I'll try a different one to see if it reacts better with those actives that I'm using. So really trial and error and failing multiple times is how I improve as a formulator. I don't know, Ramon, if you have any other insights to add on to that.
The best way to learn is through failure, but also having really good mentors and people around you who can help you troubleshoot. Where there were situations where, to Jane's point, it's like an emulsion separates. I'm like, why is it separating? My mentor would look at the formulation and be like, oh, you have a lot of propylene glycol in this. That's probably inhibiting a lot of, basically inhibiting water to be part of the actual emulsion. So it's separating out essentially. It's very hygroscopic. So things like that, someone who has a lot of experience to help you troubleshoot a little bit easier is also really helpful. But if you don't have that, utilizing resources online. There's a website I reference a lot called Chemist Corner. That was really useful.
I would echo just from my own formulation experience everything that was said, but also I would add that you should also connect with the raw ingredient suppliers because they best understand their materials and like there are some very smart people within these companies, whereas a formulator you can ask them like, do you have any ideas why this emulsion is separating? These are, you don't have to give them your formulation, but this is what I'm currently using, just like generally in the formula. You'd be surprised with how helpful, or maybe you wouldn't. You'll get helpful responses from good raw material suppliers. This next question comes from your sunscreen mom, directed to Ramon. What has been your biggest failure during formulation, and what have you learned from that and apply that to your future projects? I feel like this should be directed to both of you. So, biggest formulation failures.
Yeah, I feel like Jane also had some great stories. For me, I'm actually in the middle of a project right now where I'm trying to make like a gel pomade, and I don't have so much experience in hairstyling products. And actually, it's to the point where I'm reaching out to other chemists, and they're like, I've never seen a formulation like this benchmark before. And so, honestly, it's trying iteration after iteration after iteration because, for example, I start adding in the oil phase, immediately it congeals and it's trying to figure out, and no one can give me an answer why that's happening. So right now, I feel like I'm in the middle of that failure where I'm like trying something very new that no one can help me with, and I'm really having to like dig deep into like the chemistry textbook in my brain to figure out why.
I think for me, my biggest one was everything looks good in the lab. And this happened a few years ago. Like the formula looked great, passed stability in the lab. And then when I got to production, it was separating and we had no idea why. And it was a complete nightmare because it's hard to go backwards when you're already in that production stage. So at that point, it's how do we troubleshoot a ginormous batch to get it to be stable without changing the IL, without changing the formula, really, like the formula integrity and keeping everything stable. So that was a big learning lesson that I took away a few years ago when when I was working on this project, and ultimately we were able to fix it. But again, it's leaning on your manufacturer too and making sure that that teamwork is there.
I have another one. That's a really good one, Jane. Jane working with scale up and all that has very specific experience with stability in that regard. For mine is with sun care. I was working with an extract that I was trying different percentages to see how it would boost SPF, and beyond a certain percentage in the formulation, there was a phase inversion. And I hadn't formulated for a water and oil. I formulated for oil and water. So when that phase inversion occurred was unexpected, but also the formulation was really unstable. So it started like separating and it was just not cute. So that was something that I had to figure out in the moment. I wasn't expecting that to happen.
This next question is from Jennifer. So she starts with some claims, and I would maybe listen in on the legal presentation about some of these claims. It'll be at the end of the day. I'm building a clean, conscious liquid hand soap. What is the most important thing I need to know to accomplish the best formula, and how do I find the best formulator for my product? I would also say best is subjective, but I won't say anything. But what do you think?
I mean, first, I would think if this is a clean, conscious brand, like, are you trying to sell at any retailer? And how do you define clean and conscious? And so starting from that, I would then go backwards and think, okay, what ingredients and what story can you, use to fit that marketing that you have? Like Jen said, best is really subjective. I feel like what's best to somebody else might not be best to you. So for me, at least, when I am working on the product development side, at least, I will send out these briefs to multiple manufacturers and multiple chemists and kind of put my eggs in different baskets to see what everyone submits back to me so that I can pick and choose like what I want from there and then refine certain formulations with the ones that I like. If you're working with a singular chemist, again, I think it's best to have a benchmark and to clearly communicate like what kind of texture and formula and ingredient story you want so that you can incorporate those from the get-go. So that's my best advice. I hope that helps.
Would you like to add, Ramon, or I can move
I
on to?
was going to say, no, that I agree with Jane. It's what does clean conscious, what does that mean, and what are you trying to abide by? And that's going to basically build out the formulation as to what surfactants you can use, what viscosity and what texture you're trying to get, what sensory experience. What clean conscious means affects what can be chosen for all those different categories. So, and then I've heard different manufacturers specialize or do certain textures or certain categories really well. So you really have to, like Jane said, put your eggs in different baskets to find out who's going to be the best for you, especially with what pricing you're trying to achieve as well.
Mm-hmm. In consumers testing may also come in here with kind of thinking through ensuring that what you're doing is what your target demographic is looking for. If you're looking for the best product for a specific target demographic, then you should figure out how to test that along the product development of the product and at the end, or towards the end. This next question is from Kajol. Big fan of you both. How would you benchmark a product for sensory claims? And yeah, I'll reframe the question. How can brands or whoever is doing the product development effectively benchmark a claim to help them out as they're going? Strategies for benchmarking claims.
Benchmarking claims.
No, not benchmarking claims. Benchmarking products. Sorry.
You're asking how can brands or how can you effectively benchmark a product on the market?
I am not sure, Kajol. You may have to give me some help for exactly what you mean. From my take, just like how can brands incorporate benchmarking in formulation development, especially for more subjective sensory attributes, to get everyone on the same page? Okay, that'll be my question.
I've done this recently with moisturizers, and basically we started with a pool of we'll be looking at Sephora, what are some of the best-selling ones at Sephora, bringing those in and having a small panel of like 10 to 15, try them out, and based off the specific attributes they were speaking to, we were basically taking what they were initially saying and then trying to figure out how do we translate that into what we specifically are able to do in the lab. So when they say, oh, it feels very hydrating, what does that actually translate to you? Does that mean that it feels really silky on the skin or that it feels very nourishing on the skin? And so essentially you're taking the consumer language, trying to figure out what that actually means, so that when you're then in the lab, you can say, well, they really like the gloss and the sheen of this. Let's look at the emollients used for that specific moisturizer. They really liked the texture of this. Let's look at how they built out the emulsion or what rheology modifiers they used in this. So it was a good handful of moisturizers that we did use. And then from there, we started picking and choosing based on the standout claims that the panel was making for each individual option.
For me, at least, when it comes to benchmarking, when I build out a brief, if I'm working with other chemists or if I'm reading a brief, I like to see exactly what someone liked about the benchmark and what they didn't like. So things like viscosity, appearance, texture, dry down, playtime. So I will list all of those things in the brief so that the chemist clearly knows, because if it's viscosity, okay, looking at, we'll take the viscometer and read that. Or if it's texture, we can do a texture analyzer to get close to that benchmark. If it's, I don't know, like how it breaks on the skin, like we'll look at the emulsifier and try to replicate that. So listing everything as clear as you can when it comes to benchmarking and being as detailed as possible is going to be the best way to communicate with your chemist.
This next question comes from Hattie J. Any tips for formulating a product for a client when you know you are not the customer? I sometimes have trouble completely removing my opinion when I don't like the sensorial experience myself.
Relatable. Very relatable.
We've all been there.
I've all been there. At that point, I try to remove myself from the equation as much as possible and just try to look at things objectively, because at the end of the day, like, your client is marketing to their demographic and their group of people that you are probably not part of. It is tough because you want to, like, give your opinion, like, oh, I would add a little bit of silicone for the dry down. And they're like, no, I actually like it greasy. And you're like, what? But yeah, at the end of the day, as a chemist, like, I just have to remove myself from the equation and not take things personally and just make sure that my client is happy with the prototype that they are getting.
1000%. I have the most oily skin, and I always end up getting projects for very dry skin. And that's a world I do not understand entirely, but I see it as a game, and it's really something for me to learn, because that's a whole set of sensory that then I have to figure out how those words translate to what I'm able to actually do. It's all about translation. And it's always good. I don't know why, everyone around me always has very dry skin. So I have a small little group of people I can, like, have quickly test something and be like, how does this feel to you? Is this rich enough? But it's definitely a learning curve, but I see it as a challenge in a game because it's something that I wouldn't normally use.
I would say that too about, product claims as well, because sometimes I get a client and they're like, clean, this is toxic. That, like, they're saying things that I want to so badly be like, actually, let me give you a lesson and sit you down. But, like, I would never do that. So you just, yeah, like I said, remove yourself. And like Ramon said, it is a learning lesson. And at the end of the day, it teaches you a lot about yourself and how you formulate, how you communicate. And so, yeah.
This next question comes from Unati. For non-developers starting their brand, what should you know before you go into sampling? And what suggestions do you have for giving clear directions?
So, assuming this is like starting from scratch. I would say, just from my experience working with clients and a wide range of clients that know exactly what they want and clients who are still figuring it out, I think, me personally, I like working with clients that have done a little bit more homework ahead of talking to me, because then they are they've done all like the troubleshooting and all the back and forths in their head, like, oh, but what about this? What about this? And so that to me is very helpful in being clear and concise. I think it's not a great idea to go and approach a chemist and try to pick their brain and like troubleshoot and workshop the formula with them, because at the end of the day, like they are trying to help you, give you what you want. Like I'm trying to give you the best formula that you want, and troubleshooting on the spot is hard for me to do. And also, I would say go to Sephora, go to Ulta. I tell all my clients this, go do your market research. Literally go play with every product on the market that you think you want to benchmark, and get to know the space as well as you can. Get to know your competitors or your potential competitors, get to know the product format, get to know everything that might go wrong with the formula. So I would say doing your homework ahead of time before approaching a chemist is the best way to be clear and concise. And yeah.
I agree. I definitely think if you're going to start a brand, I hope that you're doing it with the scope of you're trying to fulfill a need or fill a niche, and therefore it's where do you see yourself? How do you position yourself amongst all these other brands? Being really confident and being very sure in that helps us a lot, because you know exactly where you're trying to communicate, period, but also directly to us. But then on top of that, I call it like the beauty of the soundbite, your elevator pitch, like how clearly and concisely can you communicate what product it is you want, what the brand message is, and what you're trying to fulfill overall. And that clarity and also confidence makes things a lot easier for us, because you also know specifically what it is that you want. And so therefore an end goal is very clear, and it's not kind of like this ambiguous journey we're making together.
And to help you, it could be worthwhile to hire a technical consultant to help you brainstorm your brief. This is something that I've done with brands, where I do like literature reviews and then help them understand the evidence and look through the data for the ingredient suppliers, help them understand it, help them understand the context that they're going to get into of like, this ingredient is not going to be compatible with this ingredient. You don't need these million different ingredients. It's not going to have an additive effect. There are consultants that you can have to, even if it's just like a one-off call with them, to help you think about this before you get to that next stage, to make everyone's life easier, I would say. This next question comes from Swift. As formulators in a lab environment, could you suggest your top 3 do not skip equipment for home-based formulators in skincare? For example, making creams, not including a pH meter, lab scales, or a thermometer.
Ooh, I know Ramon just built his lab, so he probably has a lot to say.
Yeah, I mean, the basic 3 is just a hot plate, but preferably with like a magnetic stir, because that gets you actually a lot of quality of things you can make. A homogenizer is also really useful, whether it's an actual homogenizer or like the handheld ones. I know a lot of indie brands and like smaller scale chemists started with those. What's like a third option? I mean, I say overhead stirrer as well. It's like the main 3. That's what I started my lab with.
Yes, to everything Ramon said. I would say for me, having an organized way to store your raw materials, especially at home, because I feel like when you work from a home lab, things can get really chaotic really easily. So having a way to store those ingredients and being organized in the way you categorize everything is super helpful. That's something that I've, at least in my lab, tried to do. What else? I would say if you're working with a lot of powders, I always like having a mask. That's something that I keep in my lab all the time. That's something that I find necessary just because I work with some silicas or some like even magnesium carbonate, stuff that I just don't want to be inhaling. And my third one, oh my gosh, I don't know.
Incubator.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, an incubator. It can be an egg incubator if you don't have the funds to buy a whole, oven. But just tossing things in an incubator or some sort of oven for like 1 or 2 weeks can give you so much insight before you bring that formula over to a manufacturer.
This next question comes from Cosmetic Chemist. As a formulator, if your benchmark is using an ingredient that is, for example, banned elsewhere, like in the EU. Or maybe I'll add not quite in line with the ethos of your brand, like for example, a silicone. How do you work on finding the best suitable ingredients for the benchmark?
I feel like right now a lot of us are dealing with this around D5. And basically it's an alternative for that. It's not the easiest thing, especially in terms of overall formulation stability. We have a friend who she's trying to replace D5 in one of her brand's moisturizers, and it's messing a lot of the stability of the emulsion up. But fundamentally, it's how close to the final sensory of the product can you get, / what are you really willing to compromise? The Armani Luminous Silk Foundation, I know Jane did a video on this, I'm going to as well, is one of the most widely available examples of that right now because they had to get replaced D5. And if you watch Jane's review, it's not exactly the same. It's a little bit glowier, but it's close-ish.
Yeah. I think with silicones, at least, there's actually a lot of innovation with replacing certain silicones that are banned in the EU. They've gone pretty close. Like I've seen some silicone elastomers that are not like, that are not silicone. And I'm like, whoa, this is actually really crazy. But I've also gotten, I've done briefs where it's like, we want to benchmark this product with sulfates in it, but we don't want sulfates. And it's like, well, the sulfates are kind of what's making the product and also what's soluble in this specific format. So from there, as a chemist, I would just go and look at all the alternatives that I can find on the market. Sometimes it's hard because some of the alternatives are like single source, and I never recommend using a single source material, especially if you are going to manufacture on a large scale, just if you don't want to run into like supply chain issues, because single source materials can get you into those situations. But yeah, I would just, as a chemist, look at all the options available for specific replacements and then go from there. Solubility is a big thing because a lot of replacements are not soluble the same way that the original ingredient is.
So cost has to be considered as well because some of the replacements are a lot more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
To the lab startup question earlier, Geetha recommends a small fridge. She started the day. Good recommendation. Okay, this next question comes from Ornella. With sunscreen, I often have the problem that they roll off, even if no other products have been applied underneath. What could be the reason for this? And maybe I'm going to tack on my own question. So say you are in product development and you have an issue like this. You can't really figure out, like it's not very clear what the issue is. What is a strategy to figuring out and resolving a formula when things like this come up?
It could be a few things. Sometimes it could be a rheology modifier that's in the water phase that can be rolling off. Sometimes it can be a film former that is in there that's like rolling off the phase. Other times it can be, I know this person's saying that they're not putting anything on, but it could be a product interaction between like your moisturizer underneath versus the sunscreen on top. For me, at least, when I go about trying to troubleshoot this, it's really about a process of elimination. So I will go in and like reduce maybe a rheology modifier in half and see if that improves it. If it does, then I know that might be the issue. So it does take some troubleshooting on the chemist end, which is, always a little bit frustrating. But if it gets to the root of the problem, that's what we got to do. And yeah, I don't know, Ramon, do you have anything to add about sunscreen specifically? Because I know you've done a lot of work.
For me, it always does come down to the rheology modifier or the film former. And basically what Jane says, adjusting, but like one single variable at a time, because you can't start switching up too much and you won't know what the actual root cause is. So start with one specific pinpoint, adjust and see what happens, and then go from there. But usually it's one of those two things. And I find, especially with two different products, it comes down to, in my mind, usually the incompatibility with rheology modifiers. So that's always where I start.
I'm going to finish this Q&A with a question of my own that I am super interested in your perspectives on this. What are some of the most common and maybe even challenging misconceptions you have with brands coming to you for product development, for formulation development, like with their asks, with their expectations, maybe for timeline, or like a common thing that I have seen come up that is kind of frustrating for me as someone who really likes simple is this there's an idea that if you add more and more and more of all these actives and add them in high concentrations, then it's like a potion, and then you're going to have the most effective product ever. Not how it works. What about you? What are common misconceptions that you see with brands that sometimes are make things a little bit more challenging than they need to be?
I'm going to second you on the more and more and more and more and more. I call it like the higher, faster, louder effect. And with regard to especially the marketing and how it's communicated, it's how efficiently are you able to communicate what this product does? And if you have too much of an active story going on, is it all necessary? How much of it is redundant? And then why did you choose all these? Especially if you're trying to make a specific target price point as well, it's always that mismatch of things. But yeah, especially around certain actives wanting really high percentages because they think it just equals high efficacy and not realizing that just it's going to equal high irritation. Also, with regard to sunscreen, I just get a lot of the natural versus the non-toxic, and I want to save for reefs, and having to have those conversations, and also having to have the conversation of you want to achieve this because it's actually feasible with high naturality, only mineral filters, achieving this SPF, but you want XYZ, and that's not feasible. Sunscreens is always a really big one around naturality.
I think for me, again, echoing all you guys or what you guys said, but for me, it's cost. I think with this economy and just with everything happening, cost is a really, really big starting conversation. Honestly, like that's the first thing that I talk about with the client, because if they want something cheap and they want a lot of it or a lot of whatever is inside of it, sometimes it just isn't going to be a fit. But yeah, cost is a really big one.
And that's all the time we have for this Q&A. Jane and Ramon, if you feel like going to the YouTube stream chat, there's lots more questions there. But yeah, thank you so much. And I hope you both have a great... Did you already run your race, Jane?
No, I'm literally... I'll see you guys later.
See you. Thank you so much to both of you.
Okay, bye.
Our next presentation will be another roundtable featuring Geoff, Waby, and Richie Rubin. Geoff has over 40 years of experience, firstly with P&G and secondly with Estee Lauder. He led the quality assurance organizations in both Europe and North America, manufacturing personal care products and OTC drugs. In this role, he was responsible for quality in suppliers, third-party manufacturers, and in-house R&D and manufacturing. He has also worked in a third-party testing facility doing both microbiological and analytical tests for cosmetic, pharmaceuticals, and medical device industries. Geoff has been an active member of Cosmetics Europe and now the Independent Beauty Association and PCPC. He is the co-lead of the PCPC task force, which has established a hygienic manufacturing graduate certificate course with the College of Pharmacy at the University of Cincinnati. He is currently an independent consultant and is board of director of Obolus. He is also a member of the NSF Joint Committee creating a national standard for personal care products. Richie is the executive VP of the consumer product goods manufacturer Garcoa, where he is responsible for effectively managing the operations of the company. This includes developing a strategic plan that guides the organizations, coordinating efforts to fulfill all established operational goals, and enhancing cross-functional collaboration to ensure successful execution. Without further ado, here's Geoff and Richie. and welcome to our Quality Control Scale Up and Contract Manufacturing 101 presentation. This is going to be a roundtable with Geoff, Waby, and Richie, Rubin, and I'm going to get right to it with my first question directed to Richie. Can you give me a review of the end-to-end processes within manufacturing, from ideation to shipment? Since we're going to have presentations on formulation, development, and safety, maybe those are topics that you can just glance over.
Absolutely. So generally what happens is a prospective customer will approach us with a concept or an idea, and we will take that idea and in an effort to understand whether or not there are any performance benchmarks, are there certain formulas or products that they like from a performance perspective or from a feel perspective, or thickness, et cetera, flowability. If not, then we'll ask for the key attributes and we'll begin the development process. So what that means is we'll ultimately look and see if we've got an established chassis or a base formula that's very close to what the customer or prospective customer is looking for. We'll add any marketing ingredients that they may look to add, or any modifications or adjustments based on the performance targets that they have provided, if they did provide them. And then we'll formulate a lab sample and send it out to them. That whole process, depending on the complexity of the product and the item, can take anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks. It can be longer than that if there are some really unique raw materials or processes that are involved in the scale-up process within R&D. So once that sample is submitted to the customer, we wait for their feedback. Assuming there are no requested modifications or revisions, what we will do as soon as that sample is approved is we'll begin a series of tests to include stability testing. So that means testing the product in package at an accelerated temperature to simulate time, anywhere from 40°C to 50°C for a minimum of 3 months, to simulate several years on the shelf. We'll also test it at 25°C, and we'll also do what's called a freeze-thaw test to ensure that the product is stable when it is exposed to various extremes. In addition to that, we'll perform what's called compatibility testing. So we'll want to make sure that there are no issues when the product comes in contact with the package itself, that the package works for the type of product. We'll also do micro testing and suitability testing. So what we need to do is ensure that we've got a micro method to ensure that there's no microbial growth in the product. And then once we do that, we'll actually test it for micro to make sure there's no micro. All this is happening concurrently. We'll also perform a test called preservative efficacy testing, where essentially we will subject it to various microorganisms and ensure that the preservative in the product can neutralize those organisms that it's exposed to. From the point at which the formula goes through all that testing and everything passes, we move to what's called a pilot batch or a scale-up batch. We will simulate what we did in production on a little bit larger scale to ensure that we can reproduce whatever we did in R&D. Once that goes well, we'll actually fill that product to ensure that we can fill what we think we can fill without any issues. And then once that passes, then we'll move to full-scale production. Full-scale production, includes us receiving components, us blending the finished product, whatever that is, and then ultimately filling it into those bottles, jars, tubes, etc., to ensure that they're ready for market. Once the product is filled, we will perform micro testing again to ensure there are no issues during the filling process. And then ultimately the product ships out to the end customer.
And so there was a lot there, a lot of quality related topics there. So this moves really well to my next question to Geoff. What quality questions should be asked before, during, and after each step of the process, and what might that look like?
Quality overall is really a matter of being very clear in what you're setting out to do, having very good records of what you've done, the decisions you took, and being able to pass that information on to the people manufacturing. Because as Richie laid that out, the important thing is during the whole development process is you are creating something which can be manufactured and manufactured consistently and repeatedly and really delight the consumers every time they use it. So the focus of everyone in every part of the process, all the way along the chain, is having that in mind. Success is not just a checkbox on my particular part of it, but a checkbox is creating a product which is stable, which, as Richie pointed out, does resist microbial contact, because lots of products have got lots of microbial attacks during normal use in the shower, in the bathroom, wherever you're using it, then it does come under microbial attack. So That's the first point I'd make, which is everyone has to have the total end point in mind as they take each step along the way. And I think then to pick out some of those specific ones that Richie mentioned and build on them. On stability, he talked about stability and the 50-degree oven. What that really does is that by using heat, then you accelerate time, essentially. I was a member of the committee recently organized by NSF, creating a new national standard for personal care products. And it was very clear from that whole discussion, we had a long discussion about stability, and it was very clear from that there were a lot of different approaches to stability, including not really doing it adequately at all. And I know myself, I've had a hair care product, which was nice and viscous when I first started.
Hey,
And
Geoff,
then,
how you doing?
okay, just lost all of its viscosity, all of its feel, all of its
I'm good, thanks. And you?
essential elements that you want from
Are
a
we
good product, a stable
offline?
product. I wrote back and complained to the manufacturer.
Can you hear me okay?
The brand didn't get a reply.
Yeah, I
what
can
I
hear you
did see
fine.
was on the store shelf,
Are we
50%
offline or?
reduction. So they were obviously just trying to sell this through and get rid of it. Not a great approach to stability. Stability is tremendously important. I personally couldn't imagine putting a product on the market without being very confident that it was stable and would last for the full life of setting out to do, having very good records of what you've done, the decisions you took, and being able to pass that information on to the people manufacturing. Because as Richie laid that out, the important thing is during the whole development process is you are creating something which can be manufactured and manufactured consistently and repeatedly and really delight the consumers every time they use it. So the focus of everyone in every part of the process, all the way along the chain, is having that in mind. Success is not just a checkbox on my particular part of it, but a checkbox is creating a product which is stable, which, as Richie pointed out, does resist microbial contact, because lots of products have got lots of microbial attacks during normal use in the shower, in the bathroom, wherever you're using it. Then it does come under microbial attack. So that's the first point I'd make, which is everyone has to have the total endpoint in mind as they take each step along the way. And I think then just to pick out some of those specific ones that Richie mentioned and build on them. On stability, he talked about stability and the 50-degree oven. What that really does is that by using heat, then you accelerate time, essentially. I was a member of the committee recently organized by NSF, creating a new national standard for personal care products. And it was very clear from that whole discussion, we had a long discussion about stability, and it was very clear from that there were a lot of different approaches to stability, including not really doing it adequately at all. And I know myself, I've had a hair care product, which was nice and viscous when I first started, and then just lost all of its viscosity, all of its feel, all of its essential elements that you want from a good product, a stable product. I wrote back and complained to the manufacturer or the brand, didn't get a reply. What I did see was on the store shelf, 50% reduction. So they were obviously just trying to sell this through and get rid of it. Not a great approach to stability. Stability is tremendously important. I personally couldn't imagine putting a product on the market without being very confident that it was stable and would last for the full life of the product on the shelf and in use. He also talked about the preservative efficacy test, which is, again, making sure that, as Richie said, the preservative system you've got will be able to contain the insults that it gets from use. It's really not there to combat organisms introduced during manufacturing. It's there to combat organisms during use. In my experience, formulations vary as you go along. So again, as Richie laid it out, it's not all, you don't hit the nail on the head the first time round. Discussions go back and forth and the formulations change slightly. And the point I'd make on preservative efficacy testing is the one that I started this with is, it's not a matter of getting a checkbox. Okay, I passed my preservative efficacy testing on this formulation. If that formulation develops as you go along and as you get to launch, then you really need to reconsider that. And you need to, again, have in mind, I can't hide behind, I got a preservative efficacy test, I'm good. If other people do then make different decisions later on, that's their problem, not mine. You have to have in mind, what's the final formulation in the final package? What are the usage instructions? How will this be stored? How will this be used? What will it have to resist? And what do I have to do as a professional to ensure that this formulation will resist and will stand up to life in people's real hands and delight people every time that they use it? I'll end upon a final one, although, again, Richie mentioned a number of those. And every one of those, you have to be very mindful and very thoughtful and very careful about what you pass on downstream and what decisions you make and what information you pass on to the other people so that you can successfully scale up a product. Just in scale up is another interesting one. When you get into actual production and get into launch, batch sizes are likely to be reasonably high. It will then either take off or it will then reduce. And you have to have done enough work during the pilot stage to make sure that if you half the batch size, do you have a vessel that will successfully mix at that half batch size? It might be a different vessel or it might be the same vessel. If it's the same vessel, you've got to make sure that the paddles, the sweep, everything works in that half batch size in the same way that it did in the full batch size. So those are the main points that I would pull at this stage of the whole conversation. It was a very good introduction of all of the stages that you have to pass through to get to a successful launch.
Now, speaking of scale up, Richie, can you tell us about the ideal scale up process? What does that look like, and what are some potential hiccups that could occur during this process and ways to mitigate them?
Yeah, in the ideal scale-up process, we take a kettle that is identical to the kettle that we've got within R&D to duplicate the process that we had in R&D from end to end. So in R&D, we establish a set of mixing instructions that define the order of addition, the mixing time, etc., the temperatures for the batches that we're manufacturing, and we want to follow that as we scale up to a larger vessel. And the idea is we have a vessel that is similar or identical to what we have in R&D, and then this medium-sized vessel is similar or identical to what we have actually in compounding or production. Assuming that everything goes well, and I'll touch on what cannot go well or what does not frequently go well within this pilot process, we'll scale up to a much larger tank. Essentially, we're proving the theory that this can work at a larger scale in a similar or identical tank at scale. We frequently see issues when we scale up. We'll see issues with viscosity, texture, appearance. Sometimes we'll have to introduce new pieces of equipment without getting too technical. We've often found that we need to add a milling step or a recirculation step as we scale up batches. We find that there's a little less control as you scale up to larger tanks, just because instead of a 2-kilo kettle, you could be making 250 kilos, 500 kilos, 1,000 kilos in the scale-up process. So there are a lot more that can go wrong, and we do quite frequently see it go wrong, which then sends the batch and the product back into R&D for us to try and troubleshoot and figure out how we can make a process that's repeatable. Ultimately, that's what we're trying to do. We want to make a process that's repeatable. So to Geoff's point, we don't have one batch on the shelf that's good and another one where the viscosity crashes and the consumer doesn't like the product that we've ultimately manufactured.
And then just in general, I'll flip back to Geoff first. What are common manufacturing hiccups, especially with respect to quality? And what are some suggestions for companies to avoid these issues?
If I look at the data and I look at the recalls that happen, I mean, the worst thing you can have is you have a great launch, everything's going wonderfully well, and then you slam on the brakes because you have to recall it because of a problem. If you look at the recalls over the last 10 or 15 years in OTC drugs, in our kind of OTC drug products, in cosmetic products, and even dietary supplements, you see that more than 3/4 of them are due to microbiological contamination. So we've touched on the preservative efficacy test as being critical, that the product and package in combination will resist microbial attack from in use. But the evidence is from the data that the largest cause of recalls in the US is caused by microbiological contamination, often coming from the manufacturing plant itself. And again, I've suffered a number of those over the years. Microorganisms are incredibly resourceful. It's an incredible world of microbiology because they are everywhere. We have them all over us. The air has them all floating around. Yeast, molds, microorganisms of all types. The equipment that we use has to be kept clean and sanitized. The raw materials that we buy in often has a microbiological load on it as well. So understanding all of the various threats represented by microorganisms is a very broad subject. It's about the formulation. It's about the raw materials that you put in. It's about the design of the equipment, the installation of the equipment, the maintenance of the equipment, all the facilities that you use, the training of the people, the employees, the signals that you're looking for, the ability to, again, Richie mentioned testing of batches, manufactured batches, filled batches. You're looking all of the time, to prevent contamination through excellent cleaning and sanitization procedures. And cleaning and sanitization are two separate steps. First of all, you clean all of the product away from some equipment you've been using, and that gives you usually a metal surface, a bare metal surface, which you can adequately sanitize as well. So it is a very complex and difficult area. The only thing you can do is to keep control of all of the aspects of it and make sure people are trained in how to appropriately handle, operate and maintain all the equipment in the facility. I've been involved in launching a course at the University of Cincinnati for manufacturing hygiene, which touches on all these ranges of subject. It's an online course, can be done anywhere in the world at any time. And it's been very successful since we launched it, to train people and have them understand, have generalists understand all of the aspects that have to be controlled, and specialists understand how the piece of work they do is so important, how they interact with everyone else around them in the whole organization to keep organisms under control. So that's the first one I pick out. The others are, as Rich has touched on, scale-up problems, making sure you can scale up is critical. The materials that you buy in, you tend to purchase and test at an R&D level small quantities of materials. When you start buying those materials in large commercial quantities, again, you can get differences. Suppliers have to be qualified. You have to care about the supplier's own quality systems. If they're making changes to their manufacturing process, you really need to know about that so that you can decide, is that likely to be put my manufacturing at risk? And so supplier management and qualification is another very large area. And the R&D people, product development people, have a part of that because they're usually selecting the materials which go into the product. So everyone has to be mindful of the challenges that people further down the supply chain will face as they work.
Now, from a manufacturer's perspective, what are some hiccups, Richie?
Geoff raises a really great point about the raw materials when we purchase them in much larger quantities. We, as a manufacturer, had an issue in the last week where there's an established specification range for a certain raw material, more specifically a color spec for a fragrance. And during the R&D process, we received an R&D batch sample that was on one end of the spectrum. When we actually received what was needed for production, it was on the opposite end of the spectrum. So it created color issues when we went into full-scale production. So that's an example of an area where these manufacturers will establish ranges, and it's a lot easier for them to control on a much smaller scale. But much like us, as a larger scale manufacturer, it's sometimes hard to control the process. So we see those issues. They do come up. They do happen. There's a certain amount of rigor that needs to go into the development process regarding testing on both ends of the spectrum to ensure that you have products which conform, but things happen. There are issues frequently with when it comes to actually producing and needing to produce on time, raw materials being delivered on time. Right now, there are some weather issues that are going on. So that's creating delays all throughout the supply chain. We've got multiple launches going on as mass market retail in the United States is currently in the process of setting their store shelves, or getting ready to set their store shelves. So any hiccup in that supply chain will ultimately result in a delayed launch. And Geoff also brought up a really great point, which was just the microbiological piece. This is what keeps me up at night. It's the most critical thing that we're trying to manage is just the bioburden or microbiological burden within the facility. We've got some processes in place to try and limit that. We're not in an aseptic facility, so there's always risk, but what we're trying to do is develop really robust processes to ensure that we eliminate any potential for bioburden impacting any of these products. And ultimately, we perform extensive and rigorous testing before it ever is released to our customers to ensure that there is no microbiological contamination. So those are some of the things that can happen as we work to bring a product to life.
If you tune into Geoff's presentation that he gave at the Truth and Beauty e-Summit, he also was on my podcast last podcast season, you'll hear all about the terrors of evolving microorganisms in manufacturing environments. But I'm going to move on to another question to Geoff. So from a quality assurance perspective, do you have any top tips for brands in doing product development?
I mean, we've covered a lot of ground here. I think the main point is it's about teamwork and relationships and choosing the right partner. So I think selecting, if I'm a brand owner, then first of all, I want my formulator to be very capable and very competent, and to understand all of these issues that we're talking about, the downstream issues, because the last thing I want is people working individually in silos. And then selecting the right suppliers we've touched on, selecting the right, once the formulation has been developed, selecting the right manufacturing partner to keep me on the right track and then producing towards a successful launch. I think compliance is tremendously important. So I need to worry about, if I'm a brand owner, I need to choose good compliance partners, someone who can advise me and keep me on the right side of the regulations. And I would touch on one recent guidance document, which has just been published by the FDA, which is about adverse events. MOCRA was passed 3, 4, 5 years ago now. I think probably 3 years ago. That put a lot of new requirements on cosmetics manufacturers. And so being up to date with what the responsibilities are as a brand owner is tremendously important from a MOCRA point of view. What the MOCRA is very clear about is that the brand owner, the person who puts their name on the label and says, I own this brand, I make the money from this brand, is fully 100% responsible for the safety of the product, the efficacy of the product, and everything that follows from there. And we've seen recent controversies about sun protection testing going wrong and who's responsible for that and who's accountable. Well, the regulation is clear that the brand owner is the responsible person. And the same thing with adverse events. So MOCRA included a requirement for serious adverse events to be reported to them according to a particular timetable. Now, serious adverse events it's ill-defined. You'll have lots of debate about what it is, which is why, again, your partner is very important to find someone who really understands this stuff. A serious adverse event is significant hair fallout or a significant change to the facial features. It's a little bit ill-defined, but if you have one of those, you have to report them. What the FDA has just issued guidance on is on adverse events. So this is anyone who writes into you or phones you or sends you an email or almost even goes on TikTok. And if they reach out to you and say, look, I had a rash when I used your product, my skin broke out, I had some hair fallout, then under MOCRA, you are required to, as the brand owner, to receive that information and log that information. And if it warrants a response, to respond to it and review the trends that you get and the number of adverse event reports you get. And sometimes those adverse events might be typical for your kind of product with a very small proportion of the population, but sometimes they're telling you there's a problem. The guidance that I mentioned that the FDA have just issued is that they've established the right and published the right to come in and have access to all of your records as the responsible person, as the brand owner, with your formulation colleagues, your manufacturing colleagues, whoever it is who takes in these adverse event reports on your behalf. They have got the right to look at all of that documentation and see what information you received. Are you taking it seriously? Have you responded appropriately? How did you decide it was or was not a serious adverse event? So it is a very significant build and clarification of those MOCRA regulations. It was always there in MOCRA, but they've then laid it out in black and white, just the depth of access they have to your internal workings and thought processes. So again, it just reinforces the reason you put this whole session together, which is choose your partners well, work with people you trust, because the future success of your brand or your formula is in the hands of a team of people who have to coordinate each other. And the FDA is getting increasing number of rights to come in, peel back the onion and see and examine the quality of your leadership and the quality of work you've done to really take public health seriously.
And obviously there's different regulations globally. Geoff was focusing on the scenario specific to the United States. There are similarities globally. As a brand, it's your responsibility to understand the regulatory context specific to the regions that you're distributing your products. Make sure you hire the right people to do that. Make sure you vet your vetters, because not every some areas seem to be densely concentrated with like not every vetter and not every consultant is as good as the next. So make sure you do your due diligence, which is hard and beyond the scope of this conversation. But I will direct you to a few podcasts that I've had on my podcast previously. Richie came on my podcast last season to talk about contract manufacturing. That's definitely worth a listen. And then on the topic of claims testing, including SPF testing, I had Dr. Rania Ibrahim and Avril talking about that, how to vet and do your due diligence as a brand. And there's a little bit of that that's going to be present at this conference in the claims development and testing presentation. But I'm going to finish off with my final question, which is going to be directed to Richie. I'm going to make it as two-pronged. So what are important considerations for brands that they need to think about when choosing their manufacturer partner? And then do you have any top tips just in general for brands doing manufacturing of a new product?
Transparency, I think, is most important. I would ask to see the facilities or facility where you're looking to make your product. I would do some of my own research as a brand owner and see what are the FDA 483s, or do they have any FDA 483s. I would cobble together a supplier questionnaire that vets the supplier to understand what's the robustness of their quality systems, how open are they as an organization to sharing some of that information, because even how they answer those questions, I think, is so important. And we've talked here what can go wrong. Ultimately, things do go wrong, and you want to make sure that you've got a really great partner who will stand by your side to try and figure out the problem, whatever it is. To Geoff's point, the FDA has increased their scrutiny of cosmetic items. So you want a manufacturer partner that's going to support you as you perform these investigations or address these serious adverse events. And that's why transparency is so key and so important. So that's my big recommendation for anyone who is looking to make a new item with a new production facility or even an existing one. Go see the site, meet the people, talk to the people, get a feel for how they operate, how they do business. You send them a supplier questionnaire and even see how they submit those responses to really even simple questions. Even ask them, do you have any FDA 483s? When was the last time the FDA visited? How did it go? Just understanding the answers to those questions will tell you a lot about the site as you work to ensure that you've got the best possible product out in the market.
And that concludes this presentation, and it's now time for Q&A. And bear with me as I bring Richie and Geoff onto the big screen. I am so sorry about that technical hiccup. I guess there's one bound to happen at every conference, and this was hopefully it for this one. You should see my setup. It's quite chaotic. Everything is being live streamed off of one laptop, and I don't yet have the technical prowess to mute single applications, and my VLC also crashed. But I do have helpers that immediately after Ruby's resource, who's here as admin, reached out to me with we'll get that sorted for the next conference. I'll teach you how, so stay tuned. Things will continually improve for these conferences, and sorry for that. Thank you both for that very informative presentation. Okay, this question comes from Jennifer. This I think is directed to you, Richie. Do you typically work with brands who do formulation in-house with you, or do they bring their own formulas from working with an independent chemist? What are the benefits and risks for both scenarios?
Yeah, so we've managed this both ways. Sometimes we're challenged just because there are local raw material suppliers for raw materials that can be purchased from a number of different suppliers, and there are variations within those raw materials. So let's say we're based in Illinois and a formulator is based in California, and they use raw material manufacturers who are based in California that we don't have access to in Illinois, or the raw materials aren't as readily available. There could be variations in things like surfactants, fatty alcohols, and we see that all the time. So the answer to the question is we do it both ways. We always prefer to formulate internally as we can leverage our existing suppliers, where we're very comfortable with the established specifications for the corresponding raw materials, but it doesn't mean it has to be that case. I wouldn't say that one is more prevalent than the other. It's just something that we deal with on a daily basis, and we don't have a preference one way. Well, we do have a preference that we prefer to do it internally, but we're able to do it either way.
I feel like sometimes when you work with a formulator, just like a pro on the other side could be like sometimes if you have an independent formulator, they'll be able to do things faster than certain, depending on the contract manufacturer. They'll be able to give you the minutia of what you're looking for and bear with more iterations than maybe would be tolerable with a contract manufacturer. And obviously it's context specific to the contract manufacturer, brand, and whatever they need. I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, and the other key element of that is intellectual property. Generally, if you're working with an independent formulator, you're paying them to develop a formula for you, and you're going to own the intellectual property at the end of the formulation process. So they're responsible for a very specific portion of the production process, which allows them to focus and to your point, make more samples, more iterations, turn it around faster, because that's their sole focus. So it's a little bit different in that we've got a number of different customers that we service on a daily basis, rather than us being solely focused on one specific project.
This next question is from Travis. Can you suggest resources to turn to for production scale up troubleshooting? Geoff, I don't know if this would be something you would be able to answer. If you can, I'll ask you first before Richie. I'm sure, Richie, you have lots to say on this as well.
So sorry, I'm struggling with the audio here. Do you want to repeat the question?
The question was, what advice would you give brands who want... Oh, that's not the question. I've lost the question. Oh, here it is. Can you suggest resources to turn to for production scale-up troubleshooting?
So it's usually the most contract manufacturers will have process engineers, process development people, process engineers. So the ones who can really bridge between the formulator and the manufacturing, the supply chain, the full-scale manufacturing. So I'm sure there are specialists in process development and process engineering and process skills, but I would go for a manufacturer that's well enough established and has those skills in-house, because then you've got the fewest number of people focusing on the problem and moving the scale from production, from lab scale to full production scale to pilot batch scale.
Richie, do you have anything to add before the next question?
Yeah, I think as you're going through your qualification process, I would ask if they have any other or contact information for any customers that they're willing to share. And I would ask them, what did the scale up process look like? Were there any challenges? If there were, how did the manufacturer deal with those issues? Certainly there are third-party resources. It generally becomes a finger pointing contest if there's a scale up process where, let's say you formulated it at a third party, the manufacturer is going to try and point the finger at them and vice versa. So it's always best to try and work with someone who's got really robust resources internally, to Geoff's point, who can help triage and work through any sort of challenges that exist. And I would encourage you to speak to some of their other customers just to ask how they dealt with these problems.
This next question comes from Sam. What advice would you give brands who want to formulate with low or no preservatives? And what are risks associated with doing so?
Well, yeah, the risks are very clear, because organisms are all over, and you give them a beauty care product and you've given them water, you've given them food, you've given them everything they need to grow. You've also probably formulated with a lot of natural products. Natural products often have a higher level of bioburden than something that's gone through a heavy duty process. So it's certainly very risky to formulate. Certainly, no, I would never say formulate with no preservatives, unless it's an endemically aggressive formula. So fragrances, at the extreme, do not need preservatives. So it does depend a little bit on the pH of the formulation and the structure of the formulation, but in general terms, you're producing a product which is very benign and very attractive for organisms to grow. So what you need to do is then have a cocktail of, there are multifunctional ingredients which will perform one function but also act as a preservative. So that's one avenue you can go down. The most important thing, I think, is to, again, work with a formulator who really understands the formulation, the kind of challenges that they're going to get in the manufacturing process, and how to put the ingredients together, and then test. So do very, very good effective preservative efficacy testing to make sure that the formulation, however you've finished up with, is adequately protected. and also consider the packaging, because a packaging, if I stick my finger into a large open jar, then I'm going to be adding way more organisms to it than if I'm squeezing it through a narrow orifice. So there are lots of components to this, and the bottom line, I think, is know what you're doing and work with people who know what they're doing, and test.
Richie, if you have anything to add, you can add it after I'm going to ask the next question, but if you want to add, by all means. This is from Ellen. What was the worst situation from a manufacturing aspect that you had to deal with, and how did you handle it?
So this sort of dovetails into the last question. We have to deal with microorganisms every single day, and there have been instances where batches have been contaminated for various reasons, and there's a rigorous process associated with the investigation associated with that contamination, and it can be crippling to an organization. So whenever these issues happen, it just completely cripples the organization. We have to determine the root cause. And until we determine that root cause, we can't continue with production. We want to make sure that we limit the scope of whatever it is that we are dealing with. So those are always the most challenging, frustrating, disappointing, enervating issues that we deal with on a daily basis. And just to tack on to everything that Geoff just had shared with us, you must perform PET testing or USP51 testing on your formulation. So if you do try and develop something, even if it's a high pH formula, or something with low preservative, please subject it to USP51 testing, which essentially will tell you how it performs when it's exposed to various organisms. And that should be a telltale sign of whether or not you have a commercially viable formula. So I'll let Geoff add anything to that if he wants to.
Anything to add, Geoff?
I'm good. As I say, do the testing. Know what you're doing, do the testing. And again, remember that in all manufacturers, these are aseptic manufacturing conditions in all manufacturing plants. So just be very mindful of that.
This next question comes from, I guess I'll ask the quality question first to Geoff. This is from Kajol. Why are ingredient qualities different from region to region? They reference surfactants looking clear here, but different from other regions. So, I guess what is up with the different qualities of ingredients from different regions or suppliers, and how can brands effectively navigate with this quality question from their raw materials?
Yeah. And just on the previous answer, I think I said then they're aseptic conditions. They're not aseptic conditions in manufacturing plants. They're all open to challenge. So raw materials, I mean, it depends. They all come from feedstock. So sometimes the feedstock is grown in nature, grown in fields. So the soil is going to make a difference. The weather is going to make a difference. The growing conditions are going to make a difference. So for natural ingredients, then all of the feedstock will make a difference. Then for synthetic materials that are created, again, you've got feedstock and you've got variations, and different manufacturers have different processes. So I think it would be remarkable if you could compare one material with another similar material and find it almost identical. I think it's way more likely that you will find natural variations. And that's why it's so important to select and qualify and specify the raw materials exactly that you're going to buy. So you should only be buying from approved suppliers, and that's the approved supplier which supplied the material that went into the R&D batch where you loved this product in the first place. So that then gets fed down. And when you're selecting the suppliers, therefore, you have to be mindful of, do they have the commercial capacity? So if I create this formulation and I'm specifying this particular ingredient because I know this one works and another similar ingredient may not work, when I scale up, can I get hold of the quantities that I need of this material going forward from here? So, yeah, I think I think I would be amazed if any one material were the same as another, and that's why specifications are so important and buying from an approved supplier.
And another question from Kajol related to probably something you can answer, Richie. How long does product development to actually having the finished product in hand to sell? I guess then you have to like distribute, and there's a whole bunch of stuff after that. But how long is the typical product development? What's the timeline like from ideation to like have a brief to the testing to like additional scale up stuff? How long can people expect this to take?
It depends on the rigor of the testing that you want to perform. I think the fastest or shortest timeline for a cosmetic item that I would personally feel comfortable with is 6 months. 9 months is most realistic. For an OTC item, you're looking at 9 to 12 months. And even that's very aggressive, just because there are certain requirements for an OTC that don't exist, at least today, for cosmetics. Bear in mind, too, that timeline doesn't leave any time for issues. So if there's an issue during stability or during the pilot batches or scale up, that timeline does not factor in any sort of time to deal with those issues. So, I'd conservatively say 6 to 9 months for a cosmetic and 9 to 12 months for an OTC item.
This next question comes from Sanjay, who asks, what emerging manufacturing or mixing technologies do you see as the next gen standard for improving yield beyond the 99% threshold?
I'll take that, and then Geoff, you can add anything on that you'd like. So there are multiple aspects to the filling process that impact yield. So first there's the blending process, then there's product transfer, whether it be to a tote or to a holding tank or to a line, and then there's the performance of the line. So there's scrap that occurs in every aspect of that process, and it's very, very difficult would be very difficult to imagine an environment where we have less than 1% scrap. What I will say is that on the filling side, the manufacturers or the OEMs of the various filling equipment have done a great job of designing these machines that can maintain fill tolerances of 1 or 2 grams, depending on the size of the run. Multiply that times the size of the run, and you've got your yield. We're seeing right now on the filling side about a scrap rate of a half percent, but that's just the filling side. Then there's the bulk transfer side. Unless you've got a vacuum system from end to end, there's going to be product loss and product transfer, and that's where we're having the greatest challenges, candidly. Also on the mixing side, if you don't have a vacuum tank, you're not going to get all the product out. I haven't seen a lot of innovation if you're not pulling vacuum specific to actually evacuating all the product that you've got in a system. So ultimately, I think that's the solution. There's a lot of investment that needs to happen within product transfer because that process is got a lot of waste. And we're not really seeing a ton of investment, or at least I haven't seen a ton of investment there from the OEMs of various pumps. But that's ultimately where I think we need to see the greatest improvement.
Geoff, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't think I can add anything to Richie's very complete answer on that one. Thank you.
Kajol asks about handles for everyone who is speaking here today. If you go to the event landing page, the hyperlinks on their names will lead you, in most cases, to their LinkedIn. So go through those hyperlinks, go back to the event landing page, and you'll find all the information you're looking for. This next question comes from Ellen. What would you say are the most important tests to conduct other than stability and micro-related tests? Geoff, do you want to start this?
Yeah. I mean, so during development then, and you probably missed these off because they're very obvious and clear to you, but obviously any claims that you make, you have to substantiate it. So performance performance claims that you make are very important, and also the safety tests. I mean, whatever you have to do to ensure the safety substantiation of the product. I mean, the MOCRA, I mentioned MOCRA, and it made clear that the the brand owners must have in their possession the studies, the tests, the results, anything they did and everything they did to ensure that the product is safe to use. And that very often that's a safety assessor. So it's a safety assessor choosing your correctly qualified a specialist toxicologist and safety assessor, but that also includes some tests, some patch testing as well. So to make sure there are no irritants or irritation coming from the formulation and the way it is used. Those are on the development. Then during routine manufacturing, of course, then again, we touched on microbiology. You won't be surprised to hear me say that checking the microbiological content of incoming raw materials, bulk manufactured product, and then filled pieces is tremendously important. And then the color, odor, viscosity, the aesthetics of the product are tremendously important. And then any particular ingredients which you're relying on for performance, the fact that those ingredients are in there in the right quantity in some analytical testing. So those are all just most, I think, or many of the tests that you would need to perform as the product goes from development through into routine manufacture. And sorry, just to add one more, we touched on stability, real life stability. So once you start making commercial product and shipping it into the outside world, the accelerated stability, as we talked about, uses heat to mimic time. Well, you then want to correlate that with real-time stability. So you should be putting commercially available product aside, and then putting it in storing it at room temperature, and then testing that every few months to ensure that your accelerated stability really did predict the routine, real-time stability of the product moving forward in commercial quantities.
Richie, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I know the question was other than microbiological testing, but I just want to get granular for 1 second on that, because I think it's important to understand there are multiple elements of that which are vital. We mentioned PET earlier, USP 51, where essentially you are challenging a formula to determine whether or not it can withstand microorganisms that it's exposed to. There's microsuitability, which must occur, which suggests that you even got a method to test the preserve or the whether or not there's a microcontamination in the formula. And then there's your just standard microbiological testing that occurs once you've done microsuitability testing. So do not take any shortcuts there. That is absolutely vital. If you're going to take a shortcut, do not let it be there.
This next question comes from KCL, who asks, do you incubate the product sample to 50C for a month, then only you send it for USP 51 testing? So I guess this is around the order of testing. Do you do stability testing? How long? Do you do that before you get to the micro testing? Would one strategy make sense?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of benefit in that because you're aging the products before you do the testing. But I mean, first of all, preservative efficacy testing you should do on fresh products. So, and that's where most of it is done. As you go through the development phase, then you need to be testing each iteration of the product. Then you want to be doing preservative efficacy testing as you go along, so that you ensure that the finished product that you end up with is successful in passing that preservative and is well preserved. So that is the absolute must. You must do that. Once you get into launch, then you begin to be a little bit more concerned about how does it hold up over time. And that's where the stability testing comes in, and the accelerated stability testing through higher temperature. And then a repetition of preservative efficacy on aged product, again, never does any harm. It gives you more reassurance that the product, as it ages, is not losing any of its preservative efficacy because of interaction between the products so the various different ingredients in the product. And as you go through routine, I talked about real-time stability testing, then part of that stability testing would be microbiological testing anyway, to make sure the microbiological content of the product has not changed.
I'm going to ask one final question. I feel like this would be really helpful for brands who are watching. Richie, for a brand who wants to work with a contract manufacturer, do you have any suggestions for them to effectively do so? Also, are there like some misconceptions, maybe about like expectations for timelines or time just in general, that brands may have that may make the process more challenging than not? Or yeah, so suggestions for brands working with contract manufacturers to make it an efficient process, and then also misconceptions that you've seen brand founders have with how this all works.
Yeah, so a couple suggestions, some of which I mentioned earlier in the presentation. Number one, visit the site before you engage with them more formally on a brief. I think it's important that you see the operation, understand and get a feel for the people, understand how engaged and good their communication is. That's number one. Number two is just review any FDA 483s that may exist for the specific site. That'll allow you to understand what issues do exist. So it might give you a heads up if you should or could expect any potential challenges during scale up or microbiological testing or what have you. I'd say be very detailed on your briefs and be very clear on what your expectations are. A lot of times we experience delays in the development process when brands change their minds or aren't totally clear on exactly what they want. Be as detailed as possible, and work with someone who is fine with receiving all of those details. It makes the process so much easier and so much faster. And I'm talking about explaining things like color, odor, appearance, viscosity, site benchmarks that may exist in the marketplace that may have a similar look, feel, smell, etc., as to what you're going for. Do not be afraid or ashamed in bringing those up. It's okay. I don't want to say, cite a very famous quote in that plagiarism is the finest form of flattery, but, we all are taking inputs from various different products as we work to develop things, and it's okay to use them as reference points as you work to make whatever it is that you're looking to create.
And that's all the time we have for this Q&A. Thank you both, Richie and Geoff, for participating today. If you would like, there's lots more questions in the YouTube live stream chat. So by all means, come join there. But thank you so much for your time on a Sunday. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed this experience.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, it's been very good. Thank you very much. Yeah, good luck with the rest of the day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Our next presentation will be another roundtable. This time it's going to be with Maggie Spicer, Shannon Hess, and me. Maggie is an attorney and the founder of Source Beauty, a DC-based law firm specializing in sustainability and social impact in the beauty industry. She works with global brands and retailers on ESG issues related to product design, marketing, compliance, and corporate strategy. She was previously an associate at the global law firm White & Case, where she specialized in trade compliance and business and human rights before moving in-house at Amazon to serve as supply chain regulatory counsel. Shannon is an accomplished corporate responsibility and supply chain leader with more than 25 years of global experience driving risk management and transforming sourcing practices to build brand equity across the fragrance, cosmetic, food, and household product sectors. Her career spans senior leadership roles, including Director of Responsible Sourcing at the Clorox Company and VP of the Global Shea Alliance, and she now leads her own firm, responsible sourcing partnership, focused on advancing responsible and ethical sourcing strategies. Shannon has deep expertise in developing and executing sustainability initiatives for both mass and luxury multinational consumer good brands, while effectively managing costs, complexity, and the growing demand for transparency and traceability from investors, customers, consumers, and NGOs. For myself, a little weird to introduce myself, I'll be filling in the gaps around eco-design. I'm a cosmetic scientist. I started my career working as a formulator before shifting working as a technical consultant, as well as science communicator. I've completed 2 bachelors of science in nutrition and nutraceutical sciences, as well as zoology, a diploma in formulation chemistry. My master's was in environmental science. I have a graduate certificate in environmental policy, and I'm currently doing a PhD at the University of Ottawa in their environmental sustainability department. My research looks at the impact of misinformation on environmental outcomes through the lens of the cosmetics and chemical sector. Without further ado, here's our roundtable. And so welcome to the Supply Chain and Sustainability 101 presentation. It's a roundtable as part of the Product Development Summit with Shannon Hess, who is a supply chain expert, and Maggie Spicer, who is a lawyer with lots of expertise in this stuff. And the first question is directed to Shannon. What are some supply chain considerations that brands need to be mindful of? Do you have any top suggestions that you want to give brands? And also, what are some common mistakes that you see, and why does this matter?
Beauties and supply chains are operating in a permanent state of volatility. Tariffs, geopolitical shifts, climate disruption, acceleration in regulation, and retailer beauty requirements are all converging at once. The challenge is not tracking every change, it's about building supply chain systems with visibility, data, discipline, and governance so teams can absorb these changes without constant fire drills. Retailer beauty requirements are a design input. Clean and conscious beauty programs now directly shape ingredient selection, packaging choices, supplier qualification, testing, and launch timing. And when retailer screening happens too late or mid-cycle, brands can face a reformulation risk, relabeling, launch delays, or lost distribution. The bottom line is that retailer requirements must be treated as upstream supply chain design inputs and not downstream checklists. And then when we think about volatility and continuity, we all know about tariffs and trade restrictions. Logistics disruptions and climate events kind of compound different retailer-driven risk. When you think about single source dependencies, meaning you can only source something from one supplier, that combined with limited traceability, increase exposure. We often see emergency project teams being convened for supply disruptions, and they're needing to make decisions about costs, legal exposure, and supply chain strain. So when you can start to build these in as foundational governance practices, then you're able to respond more easily to the market changes, the retailer pressures, investor scrutiny. And if you have good data practices, then you have good operating principles. If you think about so many data needs that we have about supply chain, there's increased regulations, stakeholder expectations that are evolving, and getting data in a good state and managing it appropriately can be an enabler to unlocking innovation, supply chain partnerships, and really it can lead to finding those most valued partnerships that are very mutually beneficial. One suggestion that I do have is implement a supplier code of conduct. This helps brands and suppliers get on the same page about what the expectations are for engagement and partnership. And as we see more regulations, especially focusing on supply chain, we're seeing those in the areas of labor practices, chemical management, ethics, grievance mechanisms, responsible sourcing. And so when you can put those parameters into your code of conduct, it's a mechanism to communicate with your suppliers. And many companies, the actual highest number of suppliers are often not under contract. So we think about contracts as a mechanism of kind of trust and verify and communicate expectations. But when most of the suppliers are likely not hitting those spend thresholds for a contract, you need a mechanism to communicate expectations beyond legal compliance. Moving on from there, I think One thing to really emphasize is that supplier partnerships and innovation are the key to unlocking brand growth. And so when we build those relationships on trust and transparency, then suppliers can surface some of those constraints earlier. You have joint problem solving that replaces late escalation. Trusting and having that visibility enables both the retailer readiness and the breakthrough innovation. And then lastly, just thinking about legal and regulatory considerations. In some cases, the retailer criteria is even more stringent than the legal criteria. And so knowing what those expectations are up front, I can't emphasize enough. So many mistakes are made by trying to retrofit a product launch with a retailer requirement or a new regulation. And we're really seeing a lot of regulations around restricted substances, packaging, extended producer responsibility, deforestation, due diligence around forced labor and child labor, and claim substantiation, which can lead to threatened class action lawsuits. So we'll talk about some of those implications later. But in closing, beauty brands that succeed are reacting faster to retailer change and emerging regulation. They're building disciplined data governance, clear supplier expectations, risk-based prioritization, and trusted partnerships that allow brands and suppliers to absorb the volatility and protect brand continuity.
On the sustainability related regulation and legislation front, what do brands need to know? What are your top suggestions and common mistakes that you've seen, and why does this matter? This question is directed to Maggie.
So I think globally, there's been a big continuation in the shift towards sustainability focused regulations. I mean, this was something that 10 years ago was happening, and we're just seeing the maturity of a lot of those different regulations, whether it's in the US or in Europe or even in Asia. And while I feel like there's been kind of this perception of a pullback in the US, a lot of states are still moving full steam ahead with a lot of the regulations that had been under discussion for the last few years. And so it's something where brands really need to be paying attention, not just to individual states or individual countries, but almost paying attention to the themes that we're seeing in these different types of regulations, because that is really what's going to help future-proof operations rather than just playing kind of whack-a-mole with, okay, what's the state doing? What's the state doing? Understanding the tenor, understanding the themes, understanding the requirements that we're seeing kind of across the board really helps brands get a little bit of momentum in understanding how their operations will be affected. And then you can start doing kind of a more granular analysis. So the biggest themes that we're seeing right now in terms of kind of the regulations in sustainability that are really hitting beauty specifically, you've got green claims, which isn't anything new. You've got regulations in the US, although that's really more of a voluntary system under the green guides. We were supposed to be getting an update to the green guides. I don't think it's an FTC priority at the moment, so we probably won't be getting an update anytime soon. But in the absence of kind of that federal best practices guideline, what we're seeing is states now just kind of taking up the mantle. So states like California and SB 343 are really trying to hone in on, well, what can brands, not just beauty, but any company really say about things like recyclability. So they're really focusing on very discrete issues, whereas the green guides is just any kind of green claim, recyclability, natural ingredients, environmental impact. They're looking pretty broadly. What the states are doing is a bit more granular. So California is looking specifically at recyclability claims, for example, and we're seeing the same thing with ingredient-based claims in some other states. But overall, there is still this shift towards really not just regulating, but creating more robust best practices for making environmental marketing claims. And this is hugely important for brands, especially if they're also selling in Europe and the UK, because there are similar systems that are much more strictly enforced in those jurisdictions. And so if your brand, even if you're an early stage brand and you're thinking about, your 2 to 3 year horizon is really to hit the US and the European markets, then you really want to have a good baseline for understanding how to substantiate green claims. And just the majority of best practices in all of these systems they will overlap. So it's not like you have distinctly unique UK best practices, but they are looking for slightly different things. And so it's helpful to kind of recognize that nuance. The other, I would say, probably more current system of regulations that we're seeing, especially in the US, is extended producer responsibility. This is something that the IBA has been talking about for a few years now, which is, I'm very grateful that we've had this platform to help educate brands on extended producer responsibility. But what we're seeing is this continual belief that, oh, I'm a brand that's too small for EPR to be applicable to me, or I don't even know what it means, so I'm not going to worry about it. And the kind of high point of extended producer responsibility is that it's right now a state by state kind of series of regulations that's essentially putting the burden on brands to pay the state to take care of the waste that they are creating with beauty packaging or packaging just generally. So if you're a beauty brand and you're selling in California, you're selling in Colorado, you're selling in Maine, depending on the volume and the type of material that you're selling. So if you're selling a bottle, it's made out of PET plastic, the volume of that material, you will be paying the state based on that volume, ideally so that the state can invest in the infrastructure to recycle that material. So it's really creating more of a closed loop around materials, which we all know is a huge problem in the beauty industry, but it's something that brands are still struggling to kind of grapple with. And so there's a really big opportunity to not just understand kind of the financial outlay that you'll have under EPR, but also see the cost savings if you focus on proactive eco design. And this is something that we could probably do a whole session on, but understanding if you're paying a fee for a certain volume of material that you're selling, is there a way to tweak the design of your packaging so that long-term you're saving money in those EPR regimes? So those are the big kind of thematic regulations that we're seeing. It's really claims and kind of packaging design. And then biggest mistake, and maybe on the flip side, best practice that I see brands doing is a lot of brands do not bring all the voices into the room at the same time. They will just kind of depend on their regulatory team. It might just be one person to cover all of these issues. And traditionally, regulatory experts in beauty are not well-versed in sustainability. Those experts have tended to focus on things like chemical regulations, which makes sense because it's a huge issue for beauty. But they also are kind of the last stop for understanding regulations that have to do with sustainability. And so bringing all those voices into the same room and making sure not just regulatory is there, but product design and your marketing and comms team, everybody should be in those conversations, because at the end of the day, if the regulation is understood, but it's not put into operations or it's not executed properly, you're going to have a lot of friction. And like what Shannon was saying, you're going to have downstream effects that you really don't want to be dealing with, because it's just going to slow you down as a company. So you want to be thinking as far upstream in the design and comms process as possible.
Speaking of proactive eco design, environmental impact happens along the whole product life cycle, and a lot of this is determined at the design phase. The most important consideration, and probably the biggest barrier, is good data. Eco design generally will include metrics for many environmental endpoints for all product components, from ingredients to packaging, at all life stages, from raw material extraction, transport, processing, manufacture, use phase, end of life. I'm going to highlight on this screen Eco Design Strategy Wheel that was published in 1997. I think it's a really good framework to start thinking about strategizing eco design for your product development. I also wanted to bring up the eco design maturity model, which I really liked, that highlighted the different evolution levels of eco design within companies, to acknowledge the fact that small companies aren't going to be able to do the same kinds of things as larger companies. And as you move up the levels, you are more effectively using the information to more effectively apply to your product development. LCA is an eco design tool. It's a life cycle assessment to help companies understand their impacts. A big barrier is that there's a need for specific knowledge, and it's very resource intensive, and there's a lot of complexity. So this has been the basis for several web-based tools, and I have a few examples highlighted on the page. These can help give companies first estimations of carbon footprints, which are really helpful for smaller companies. This isn't a one and done thing. You have to continually understand your impact so you can continually improve upon it. Qualifying environmental impact is really, really challenging, especially for companies that are limited for resources. What are your suggestions, depending on where a company may be at, for qualifying their impact?
I mean, I would start by deploying a material kind of risk and transparency profile exercise. So trying to look at standardizing some of those data requirements for packaging, sourcing, retailer relevance, regulatory risk, data confidence, and business continuity. Because when you can start to directionally understand where your risks are, then you can take a deeper dive to assess those impacts. Deploying resources that are proportionate to your risk can help you prioritize. Most brands are under-resourced in this area, so you need to make choices about where you're going to go deeper on the impacts of your products and your practices. We can't evaluate all human rights and environmental impacts globally for all products and all geographies. So you've got to make choices. So I would say, undertake a materiality assessment, try to define your risk priorities as relative to your brand and your products and your expertise with your internal teams, and then deploy resources to learn more and take action on those.
Yeah, I mean, I think on top of what Shannon just said, which I completely agree with, just looking at where you have leverage within your supply chain is also really helpful, because once you've identified the risk, if you don't have leverage to really do anything about it, it can feel like you're in a little bit of a standstill. So even just engaging in some very top level kind of supplier engagement, supplier risk reviews, thinking about, okay, of the materials we're purchasing, what are my top 5 by spend? What are my top 5 by geography? There's simple ways for companies that are just getting started to really just start getting their arms around their supply chain and the design of their products to kind of try to align where the risks are and what they can actually do. And I do find that brands are often hesitant to even just reach out to their suppliers and ask about programs that they have. And then I'll talk to suppliers and they'll say, well, we've been interested in, building up a responsible procurement program, but nobody really cares about it because our clients don't ask. And so you've got this kind of chicken and egg problem. So I think just having those conversations within your supply chain to see who's doing what and where you can put a little bit of pressure to really understand what you can do is a very helpful first step, because it gives you a little bit of momentum to actually start integrating some really positive change.
Yeah, maybe one thing to build on that Maggie sparked for me is that kind of returning to that philosophy of trying to find like-minded partners where both are prioritizing each other. I think that can act as a catalyst in these types of exercises and understanding kind of impact assessments. In that regard, the responsiveness of a supplier to remediate, to innovate, to partner can be a real indication of success. So you may undertake an exercise to dive into the environmental impacts of your company and your practices, and you may find some unsatisfactory results. And some partners may be very willing to work with you and to prioritize your concerns, and others may not. The point of telling this example is that just because you may find a surprise in the sustainability strategy or supply chain strategy, I think what I would encourage people to do is really lean into those suppliers who are willing to undergo that transformation. You will likely experience some other challenges in the future, and so finding the right types of partners can really help in some of those difficult circumstances.
This reminds me of a quote from Katarina Jungblood. Oh my gosh, I've probably mispronounced your last name, from Unilever. I went to a surfactants conference last year, and the point she made with how Unilever considers and works towards sustainability within their business is the trust of their suppliers. The quote she made was business moves at the pace of trust, really highlighting the points that Maggie and Shannon were just talking about. Substantiating sustainability claims is tricky. You've already talked about this, Maggie. What are some of the mistakes that you see companies making with respect to their sustainability claims?
I think probably the biggest mistake is just putting it all on the marketing team and then not inviting anybody else into the conversation and then getting upset when a claim is somewhat misleading on environmental attributes or performance. It's not just on the marketing team. It's a holistic effort. And so if the marketing team doesn't really understand the data that's being put in front of them, or they don't understand the context, it's really difficult to make a solid claim. So yes, of course, best practice, always start with substantiation, the same way you would make with any other type of claim. I think that's another big mistake brands make, is they treat green claims differently than literally any other claim that they're making. If you can't point to if you're making claim B and you can't point to substantiation A, you shouldn't make the claim. So it doesn't matter if it's a green claim, it doesn't matter if it's a performance and efficacy claim. It's just best practices all around hold up in the realm of green claims the same way they do with anything else. I think going beyond that, though, because that does tend to be a little simplistic. Like, yes, you should substantiate your claims. I mean, you'd be shocked at how many brands, actually, I'm sure you two would not be shocked at how many brands still are not substantiating their claims, even internally. But beyond that, I think there is a little bit of nuance to green claims, especially in the beauty industry. And so the two things I would also flag are contextualization and interpretation. So what is the context in which this claim is being made? Like, really zoom out and try to, not only internally, but then also as you communicate it out, understand the larger context of, are we making this claim and then our competitors are making the same claim? And do we think we're all talking about the same thing? Because this conversation is happening and it's influencing the way that our consumers are then interpreting what we say. And so it's not enough to just throw a claim out into the world and say, oh, well, we substantiated it internally. Like our hands are clean. It really serves a brand best to understand, okay, well, I'm saying this in the context of what's on my packaging when it's on the shelves in Sephora or in Ulta. And like, what does that consumer really think when they're looking at it? Because you have 3 seconds for the consumer to look at a claim and then really understand it. And so if you've missed that opportunity, or you've made it in such a way that they're going to misunderstand it or misinterpret it, then you haven't really done your job. And in fact, now you're creating risk for yourself. Because as we've seen, there are consumer class action lawsuits where consumers can feel misled, even if you've made a claim that made sense to you, your team internally, you substantiated it, but if you didn't think about how a reasonable consumer might also interpret it differently, you could find yourself on the wrong end of a class action. It doesn't mean you're going to lose, but even when you win a class action lawsuit, it's still a bad day because you've wasted a ton of time. So best case scenario is you make these claims with a 360 view for how they're going to be interpreted, what you're trying to communicate, and then you can kind of create this ecosystem of trust where the more you are able to bring your consumer into what you're actually trying to communicate, the more that they trust you as a brand. And that's what kind of fuels that longevity that brands need to compete today.
What is the issue with generalized sustainability claims from a regulatory point of view?
Such a good question. So it's best practice to not make a generalized sustainability claim. So what is a generalized sustainability claim? Saying this product is sustainable is a really general claim. The problem is, unless you have specifically said this product is more sustainable in its packaging because of X, if you just say it's sustainable, a consumer could interpret that in any way, shape, or form. So maybe they see that as the packaging is sustainable, or the ingredient sourcing was done more sustainably, or the product was produced more sustainably. What regulators say is if you say that, it has to be sustainable in every possible way, which is very unlikely. So you never want to make a claim that is so broad that it could be interpreted in every way possible. You really want to make sure if I have that 2 to 3 seconds that I'm looking at a product on shelf, I know that this claim relates to this part of the product or this part of the production of the product or the sourcing of the ingredients. Like, I need to know specifically what the claim is and what it relates to. And if you can't put those two factors together, your claim is too broad, and then you just open up a huge bucket of risk for yourself.
Yeah, and I think that kind of goes into some mistakes that companies can make related to claims generally, but especially sustainability claims, and that is making these absolute claims of always, never, 0, 100%, unless you're pointing to a third-party methodology. Would really recommend against making those types of claims. And those are often the types of claims that are documented in either threatened or active class action litigation. One way you can mitigate for that is also to write policies or standards about the brand or raw materials or packaging, so that you have defined parameters and then have a good governance mechanism to adhere to those standards or have an escalation process. And so these can be valuable tools to help substantiate some sustainability claims. But I can't stress enough those always, never, 0 types of claims. I mean, that is exactly where regulation is emerging. And so while those may be voluntary claims when they enter the market, they may be subject to regulatory scrutiny, even beyond typical legal substantiation scrutiny. That can be very costly, as Maggie mentioned. Even if you settle on a threatened class action litigation, it's expensive from funding and from a time and resource perspective. So I think that there's been increasing scrutiny over sustainability claims and a lot more litigation related to those two.
And bear in mind, we're in a consumer industry that gets people to buy products. Consumerism is the most environmentally impactful thing we do as a society. Consumer products aren't sustainable if you think about it for a second. However, we can work to do better. The thing that I liked about the eco-design maturity model is it really highlights this fact that it's a constant path towards. It's a journey towards sustainability, but you're going to have a hard time landing on the end point that you as a consumer-based product, your product or what you're doing is fully sustainable. There's so much complexity. As you learn more, you can continually do better. And that concludes this presentation, and we will now go into Q&A. And bear with me as I bring Maggie and Shannon onto the big screen here. Thank you both for agreeing to participate in this panel. This is like a sustainability panel dream team, I think, with Shannon and Maggie. Okay, so we're back. And I will get right to it with a question that I got from Mel McPherson. With evolving regulatory changes, what is the risk of adding a Mobius loop on packaging, i.e. paper is generally recyclable? What data is needed to substantiate the Mobius loop on a paper packaging? What should people be mindful of?
I can take that one, Shannon, if you don't mind. So I think it's a great question. It's probably a question a lot of brands have, big and small, and it's very much dependent on where you are. So if you're thinking about selling into the US, if you're thinking about selling into the EU, generally what we're seeing is brands moving away from using that kind of imagery because it is so dependent on what the rules are around using that imagery. So like California is really trying to cut back on like that Tri-Man logo. So the one that we're all kind of familiar with, that triangle with the chasing arrows. So it's very dependent on what the rules are in that jurisdiction. But generally brands are moving away from it because it is such a moving target. And when you have to reprint language or imagery on packaging, we all know what a pain that is and kind of the long lead times. So if there's any imagery or really any claim that you're not sure about, it's almost best to just say, like, err on the side of caution, take it off until you're absolutely sure that you can use it at present and you'll be able to use it for probably like the next 18 to 24 months. And it's really going to be dependent on the packaging material, kind of what the infrastructure in that geography is in terms of whether you can actually curbside or industrially recycle it. So sometimes it's almost easier to just have language on your website or on some other package material that you can kind of update more regularly so that you can be getting information about recyclability out to consumers, but it's not like static, so that you are able to kind of keep it up to date.
This next question comes from Mutemwa. Is it best practice to completely avoid single source ingredients due to the risks of supply chain disruption, or can they still be used but with adequate preparation in place? Shannon?
Sure, that's a great question. In my opinion, I would say it's nearly impossible to avoid single-sourced ingredients in the cosmetic industry. So for those of you who may wonder about, well, what's the difference between single-sourced and sole-sourced? So single-source means there is something, a raw material, a packaging component, et cetera, that you have one supplier qualified for. You can source it, you have one supplier approved. That means a single source. Sole source means you can only get that material, raw material packaging component from that particular supplier. Maybe it's an exclusive material they've developed, maybe they have a patent on it. So that's the difference between single and sole sourced ingredients. And most companies start with qualifying one supplier of a raw material or packaging component. And so what I really advise is where you have those very critical materials for your company, whether it's a brand or your ingredient supplier or your packaging supplier, to try to find an equivalent material by specification and composition to that, so you could potentially qualify an additional supplier. And many companies do this, but they don't buy from both of the suppliers. So when you experience a supply disruption, it's not a good time to go to your second supplier that you approved and haven't purchased from and expect to be prioritized. So my guidance, and in my entire career, my approach has been qualify multiple suppliers and purchase from them during the course of your regular business. And so that's what really can help deliver your supply assurance. But great question. Thank you.
This next question comes from Heather. Are there any third-party sustainability certifications that are legit? In brackets, they have Bluebird. Do they have a certification? I didn't know that. Or is it just their... I feel like that might just be their basic LCA that I brought up in my...
it's just the tech platform.
Yeah. But then they brought up B Corp, and I did drop a link that I wrote an article about this a few years ago, but I'll just ask the question. Are there any third-party certifications that are around sustainability or like for consumer finished products that are legit? Are they beneficial for indie brands? I don't see much transparency in how they score, and perhaps if they don't have transparency in how they score, that's a problem. But Maggie.
Yeah, I think Shannon and I can probably both have thoughts on this. I mean, I think there is a benefit in some instances to third-party certification. So when we're thinking about what authorities are out there to validate claims or to help kind of provide a shortcut to the consumer on whether a company has met a certain performance criteria or whether they're meeting a certain standard, you kind of need those third-party certifications. Sometimes it's an ISO standard. Sometimes it's a third-party NGO that's looking very specifically at maybe like a fair trade certified ingredient. Like they're focused on something very discrete. And then you've got these larger kind of corporate umbrella ones like a B Corp or even like a 1% for the planet. What I would advise brands to do when they're like thinking about this, because it can be very confusing because there's so much out there, is try to figure out what your like main points of communication are. Like what are the things we're trying to prioritize actually telling our consumer, and what is the most trustworthy authority that we can partner with. So if your consumer is very tapped into whether you're animal testing, you probably do want a third-party certification to look at animal testing. Or if you're vegan certified, maybe you are really trying to communicate to a younger consumer that's thinking about vegan ingredients. If you're trying to make broader sustainability performance claims around like your operations, your sourcing, everything else, there are very few organizations that can actually do that, and they have varying levels of robustness, of validation, of how frequently they're updating their methodology. So I know Jen would agree, there's no one perfect one. You really have to think strategically around what are you trying to accomplish by partnering with the organization, and is it worth the resource investment that you're going to have to produce, because it's time intensive, it's often very costly depending on the organization. So don't over-index on trying to use every certification out there. There are some great ones, and there's some ones where it's just your bank's not worth the buck. Like, it's not going to be worth their time and effort. So I wouldn't put them all in the same bucket. I would look at them individually on a case-by-case basis to see, like, what am I trying to accomplish? What do I need to tell my consumer? And does this adequately get me somewhere in that conversation? Or am I just like paying to slap some IP and a logo on my package, and I'm not really going to get anything out of it? Shannon, I feel like you probably have some thoughts on this too.
Yeah,
because
I
think we
completely
both end up
agree.
dealing with a lot.
Yeah, with everything that you said, Maggie, you're so spot on. I think you mentioned ISO standards, and so maybe something to think about is that ISO standards are voluntary standards that sometimes become part of the foundation of regulation. But ISO standards are not, there's no, let's say, certification. Typically, they can be a means to the development of a certification, but they are not in a certification in themselves. And why do I mention this? Because that means if you're following a voluntary ISO standard, like, say, for example, ISO 16128, which is focused on natural and organic cosmetic ingredients and products, that's a voluntary standard. And so you don't have the same cost and, let's say, administrative resourcing to implement a voluntary ISO standard like ISO 16128. So when you think about those priorities to communicate to your consumers, the risk that you're mitigating through a potential certification, I guess I would just also encourage you to look at other schemes like ISO standards that may not be a certification per se. And then the other thing I would just mention about certifications is that, yes, there are some very good certifications out there. I would recommend just understanding, like, where your priorities are and where you want to spend your resources. And when you have a certification associated with your company, whether you're a supplier or a brand, you need to maintain that certification. Usually it's an annual renewal, sometimes an on-site inspection, depending on the certification. So just think about that as you're going in to review your certification and standards options.
Jen, can I add one other quick point? Because I do feel like I see brands get into trouble here a little bit, is a lot of times they'll say, well, I want to communicate a specific thing about my brand, but I don't want to pay for a third-party certification that is widely recognized. So I'll just have my marketing team mock up a little image that kind of looks like a certification. So I recently reached out to a brand that I was buying their product, and I looked down and it was like a 1 in a circle. And I was like, oh, I didn't think 1% for the Planet updated their logo. And they had a line that said, like, we donate up to 1% of blah, 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 blah. And it wasn't 1% for the planet. It was just a totally different thing. But the imagery was almost identical. It's a really great way to get consumers very annoyed at you, if not accusing you of greenwashing. So please do not mock up imagery on your packaging that is meant to look like a certification, because that can be IP licensing infringement. And you could end up in a lot of, like, that organization might end up suing you because you're kind of confusing consumers. So if you want to get certified, do it. But if you're not going to get certified, don't kind of cheat your way into making consumers think that you're certified with a fake logo.
And I would just add that, like, be very mindful with how you communicate certifications. A common thing that I've seen is greenwashing via how you are talking about the certification. I saw this a lot with B Corp, and it really bothered me. We're environmentally, I forget how they were saying it. There was a claim that everyone, actually, I have it right up. What were they saying? It's right at the top. This company meets the highest standard of social and environmental impact. We're B Corp certified. That is inaccurate and easily, like, disproven. So be careful about how you're communicating. And then the other thing that I would say, maybe I'll add, I had a greenwashing scholar on my podcast and at a previous conference she talked about this a little bit more. Greenwashing in general, including greenwashing via certifications. Ren Montgomery from the Ivy Business School, definitely a worthwhile conversation and presentation to watch and listen to. The other thing that I wanted to say is like, just be mindful of how that cost is going to detract from investing in other areas that, depending on your goal, like if your goal here is to communicate that you are a sustainable product, then that's certifications, sure. If you want to actually reduce your environmental impact, there may be some cost benefit considerations where going with, for example, quantifying your environmental impact via something very expensive, like a life cycle assessment, so that you can benchmark and then improve and benchmark. Like, that is very expensive. And so what are you going to put your money? Where are you going to put your money? Okay, I'll ask the next question that came from Heather again. This may be more for the packaging part, but are the environmental impact savings of refill sachets worth the risk? They comment that they're worried about consumers contaminating their products, but trying to reduce their environmental impact.
Such a good question. I mean, you've got risk and you've got cost. So I do work on eco design for packaging, and it's very format dependent, I find. So if it's something like a hand soap where maybe you're using a tablet, or maybe you're using like a high volume bottle where you get like 3 refills in one, and there's just like a connection point where the consumer is not really touching the inside of either the packaging, you're probably good. But there are areas where like an open pot, when you're just like pouring, I've seen like the big pouches where it's an open pot and you can just refill that pot. I would be very nervous about that. So I think if you're going to look into refills, think about the format, how frequently, like, do you actually have an environmental savings that makes sense in the use case? So does somebody have to refill it 17 times before you have a savings? They're probably not going to do that. But if it's like a 3-to-1, that's probably more likely. And then I would focus a lot on stability testing and making sure that you're doing enough actual testing, like microbial testing, to make sure that in a normal use of the refill, you're not ending up with an adulterated or contaminated product by the end of it, because then you actually do have a real risk of adulterating the product, and then the consumer could get hurt. So I think do a lot of the testing up front and make it realistic. Don't just do it in a lab setting. Actually have people take it home, refill it, and use it, and then see if you can work with a lab partner to do a stability test on that. Because people are gross. Like you've got to assume they're going to introduce as much microbial growth as humanly possible. And like that's the normal case. Don't hope for perfection, because that's where you could end up getting in trouble.
Yeah, I would just add to expand on what Maggie had said, as we look at the extended producer responsibility laws being passed in different states, I think there's going to be that combined with innovation that's happening with packaging suppliers and commitments from brands. I do think that we're going to continue to see more refills for beauty products. So it seems that this is part of kind of an emerging area that the industry has been really innovating against for many, many years. In my opinion, I think EPR is going to be that driver to have greater adoption of refills, and we're already starting to see quite a few major brands moving to more recyclable materials or refills. So I think that the regulations are also going to drive this. But the earlier session when Geoff was talking about the importance of managing your micro growth in products, and how cosmetic products and beauty products we use them in the shower and the bathroom. There's a lot of moisture associated with that, which can drive microbial growth. So I think what Maggie was saying is like stability, compatibility, understanding your period after opening, timing is really important. But in my opinion, I think we're going to see more refills, and there's a lot of collaboration right now going on in that space.
And don't try to be one of those brands that's going preservative free. If you're going to have a refill packet that needs 24 months after opening to be used up all the way, it's going to be a moldy mess by the time you're done with it. So really let the chemists and the safety experts do what they need to do when they're developing that product to keep it stable for the full amount of time that you expect it to be in use.
And Geoff came on my podcast last season. He also presented at my Truth and Beauty e-summit in September. There's an ebook version of that as well, so you can find more details about what I'm about to say. He talked specifically about refills as being a very risky strategy. And this also highlights there was a rather recent study where researchers were looking at refill systems in hotels. The ones that are mounted to the walls, and everyone thought that was a good idea. And hotel clerks, maids would just refill the same package over and over again. And so these researchers went and tested these products and just saw how much biofilm was at the pumps. It was pretty gross. I mean, probably people will be fine. Like, maybe don't use that by your face, but definitely a microbial risk for these products. The other thing that I wanted to say, because Maggie brought this up about how many refills of a system will you actually have an environmental benefit. Like, it may not, the equation may not turn out how you anticipate. It may take longer for you to actually have environmental savings from that strategy. It's always context specific for the environmental impact of the product. Something that I have been coming up a lot on my own research of like why are there a lot of misconceptions, or like why do people come to these conclusions that aren't quite right about like this definitely is less environmentally impactful. It's like we're just assuming. It feels right that the refill is going to be environmentally superior, and then we don't actually go and test. So if you want to know the cost equation or the context, the environmental savings for a specific product format, you have to actually go and test it and not just assume. Do you have anything to add before we're over time, but maybe you guys have final insights that you want to share? Maybe that'll be my question. Do you guys have any final insights that we haven't had a chance to cover that you'd like to share with our audience? Maybe about something that we've covered already, or something we haven't had a chance that you just want to get out there?
Oh, I feel like this covered a lot. So I'm trying not to reiterate everything that Shannon and I talked about, because I feel like there's so much, but there's also so much we could still talk about. I think probably the biggest thing in terms of supply chain and sustainability that probably Shannon and I both touch on in the work that we do is just the importance of validation and substantiation. The claim is the cherry on top. 99% of the work is the background, sourcing, production, measuring, calculating. If you're focusing 99% of your effort on communicating your supply chain and sustainability credentials and criteria and performance, your perspective needs to swap. It needs to go the other way, because when brands get in trouble, and actually a lot of the misconceptions I think brands have is because we don't encourage ourselves and each other to focus on just the work, like the back end work, because it doesn't sell. It's not consumer facing. It's harder to capture. But a great way to keep yourself out of trouble and to really innovate and capture all that opportunity and feel good about how you're doing it is digging into the process and the methodology and the way that it makes sense for your brand and your consumer and your supply chain, probably most importantly. And then when you do all those pieces, the claims kind of make themselves at that point. Like you'll feel really good about making a claim when you've done all that work. I think when you start to feel nervous about like, am I allowed to say this? Like, can I say this? Is this how I value? It means you don't have the back end systems set up in a way that's going to make you feel confident. So give yourself the space and the freedom to like really spend the time and resources there. And then the claims will be a significantly easier part of your kind of marketing strategy, because it really does just kind of speak to the work you've already done.
And Shannon?
Yeah, great point, Maggie. I think that definitely resonates with me, and I would just encourage people to stay curious about supply chain and sustainability. Ask the questions. For people who have worked with me, they know I ask a lot of questions, and that starts a conversation with your internal teams, with your external business partners, and you can really start to learn a lot from each other. So I think that's just, piece of advice is just stay curious. I think that's how many of us have stayed in the industry for, decades. And also, I just want to really encourage people to get your cross-functional teams together. Don't work in silos. And I know that's so cliche, but working across, R&D, process, packaging, manufacturing, procurement, legal, marketing, sustainability, like all of those functions influence the success of a product launch. So I just, really try to encourage people to have that spirit of collaboration and be inquisitive, because acting like that and working like that, I think will create stronger teams, and it'll get easier as the product launches go. Like what Maggie was talking about, if you start to have these fundamental practices in your company, whether you're a supplier or a brand, then it gets easier. The next product launch you have, the next project that you are working on. So anyway, I'm a big believer in the spirit of collaboration. So I think that's a great way to approach sustainability and supply chain.
That was a great place to end. Thank you both for agreeing to this conversation. And yeah, I hope you have a great rest of your Sunday. And stay tuned for the ebook summary for this. For everyone else, there's so much good information that has been conveyed throughout the day so far. So yeah, stay tuned for the replay, and the ebook resource will be super helpful to distill some of it as well. I feel like my brain is mush, so I'll stop talking and go on to the next presentation. Thank you so much. So we're running just a wee bit late, but hopefully that's okay. The next presentation is on packaging, so we'll get right to it. Our next presentation will be a dual presentation from Marta Wolska-Brys and Matt Gibney. Marta brings more than 20 years of global experience in packaging, developing, and new product launches, leading innovative, complex projects through strong cross-functional collaboration. Her core expertise spans packaging development, supplier partnership, new product commercialization, process efficiency, and continuous quality improvement. Prior to founding her consulting firm, Packaging and Beyond, Marta held multiple packaging development leadership roles at L'Oreal, most recently serving as Director of Open Innovation for Packaging Innovations in the Americas. Through Packaging and Beyond, she supports consumer packaged goods brands with packaging scouting and sourcing, partner connections, and end-to-end packaging development for new product launches. Matt is recognized as an expert in package testing and packaging technology with more than 20 years of hands-on industry experience. As the principal and founder of PTI, Matt has built a reputation for delivering practical, science-based solutions that help brands ensure package performance, safety, and compliance. He has worked extensively with clients in the cosmetic industry as well as food, beverage, and other CPG companies, supporting a wide range of packaging needs, from material and design evaluation and performance testing to distribution readiness and risk mitigation. Matt holds a Master's of Science degree in Food Science and Technology and is actively involved in advancing packaging standards and best practices through leadership roles in professional organizations. For ASTM, he has held various chairperson roles, served on many task groups, including as packaging testing expert for the U.S. Technical Advisory Group for ISO ANSI. Matt is an ISTA member and certified lab professional, as well as an IOPP lifetime certified packaging professional. Without further ado, here's Matt and Marta.
Hello, my name is Marta Wolska-Brys, and with Matt Gibney, we will be taking you on a journey dedicated to packaging development. In this Packaging Development 101, we aren't just talking about picking a pretty packaging. We are talking about the strategic architecture of a product. We see the package and the formula as a single indivisible unit. So our goal today is to show you how precision in the beginning, from the brief through the technical pre-checks, can prevent chaos at the end. We will be looking and taking you to the most critical relationship in beauty, and that's the marriage between the formula and the packaging. Because the brand is not just selling a liquid, but an experience. So the goal is to ensure that the packaging and formula performs beautifully all as one together, because it's a product. To be precise about our roadmap today, we will be focusing on importance of the technical brief, packaging sourcing strategy, as well as packaging technical and functional validations, including compatibility. So basically the technical intersection of the formula and the packaging. The general approach we believe in and advise the brands on is that it's much better when we do all the efforts anticipating the risk rather than discovering risks. So now let's look at how we build the foundation of this packaging development process, starting with the brief. So in the race to launch, everyone talks about speed. But in packaging development, speed is a trap. If you don't have direction and you run 100 miles per hour in the wrong direction, you will just fail faster. So we advise to focus on velocity, because velocity is actually a combination of speed, but with direction. And that makes the whole difference. By spending hours at the start and trying to define technical brief, we are actually setting the compass. So time spent on well-defined brief isn't a delay. It's actually an acceleration of all the next steps that happen once the brief is ready. So what that strong brief is, because we want the recipe for success, right? So we often see brands starting with general brief. They want a premium pump. They want stable formula. They want packaging that is eco-friendly. But in the technical world, general is dangerous. So a vague brief creates a speed trap. You may move fast for the first couple of weeks, but then you realize that you choose the pump that is not working with your formula viscosity. Now you are back to square one, right? So the brief must be as detailed as possible from the beginning to ensure we are building on a solid ground. The goal should be to turn a vision into a technical blueprint. So it's better to know the specifics of the formula at that stage, because that can help to target specific packaging material, pump type. Knowing the exact targeted label claim can actually help to find the packaging in the right size. And it's not about the right size, it's actually about right overflow capacity, for example. So when the brief is detailed, the validation phase isn't a guess game anymore. It's actually confirmation afterwards. Now, it's important to understand that the great brief isn't just set in one day. It's actually a living document, and it should be. As we move into scouting of the packaging options and the early date packaging formula pre-checks, we learn things, right? Maybe the supplier has new innovation, or maybe a preliminary test shows that the formula is not matching the pump we choose. So let's allow the brief to evolve, but let's do it with the version control. So when we change the cap or we change the material of the package, let's track all those changes. Was it for stability? Was it for cost? Was it for lead time reason? Keeping the history can help us to make sure that we do not turn around. So treating the brief as a living document, we basically ensure everyone in the process that we looked at the same source of truth. And it prevents any hiccups of discovering at the end of the projects that we're still testing for a component that we swapped and changed 2 or 3 months ago. The power of brief goes actually further along the packaging development process. So once we are ready to scout for the packaging, these days in the digital age, it's easy to think, oh, scouting is just browsing a website or going on a trade show floor. But for a successful launch, scouting is a targeted search backed by industry intelligence. Most brands don't realize that there is a massive difference between supplier and manufacturer. For packaging experts, we treat the sourcing and scouting process as technical gatekeeping. The brief is actually serving as a filter before we go too late in the game. We look at the chemistry first, if we know formula, specificity, active ingredients, right? We go into the right direction when it comes to what material we choose, which supplier we talk to. Going back again, when it comes to source of packaging, knowing the difference between who is the supplier and who is the manufacturer, can they scale? Is the PCR that they are proposing just a claim or it's certified? All these information are super, super important. So doing proper supplier screening we helps to be in a situation when we just not choose the beautiful bottle, but actually that bottle can be actually delivered on time with the right cost and within the acceptable quality expectations. A supplier catalog may be beautiful, right? But do they really own the molds? Do they have technical data? Do they use qualified resins? So technical expert support can be very useful actually in that stage. So you just, as a brand, you just don't choose the aesthetics, but you actually choose a component that has been assessed. Once we have the pre-selected winners of the scouting process, in a traditional launch, you may wait 3 months for lab results to tell you that the formula has reacted with the gasket of the pump, or the pump is actually not performing throughout the whole life of the product. The moment the packaging options are pre-selected, there is a need to run immediately high-stress tests, and we call it pre-marriage checks. So we advise the brands to simulate the most aggressive interactions within 1 to 4 weeks window. This is the essence of fail fast and fail cheap. If a resin is going to crack or a bottle will leak, we want to know that as soon as it is possible. So not when the PO is already placed, or the worst, when the lunch is already on the way to the shops. This triage actually include, for example, pump disaster check. This is actually a test that we developed with Matt for the needs of indie brands and compressed timelines. We looked for seized engines, leaking gasket, visual sprite patterns, differences, and material degradation. This allowed not to wait to discover failures. We actually look for them. By defining those obvious red flags in the first weeks, we actually provide the technical go-no-go decision early, ensuring that the formal testing, like 12 weeks compatibility, stability, and all that, is actually more of a confirmation rather than a discovery phase. And truly, the pre-marriage check becomes a true decision tool. Based on findings, you can create risk scorecard for the best decision process. This gives a technical green line to secure production slots months ahead of the competition when we are in the green section. But when we find ourselves in the orange flag, we know that it's better that those risks defined early, we have time to react to them. So again, it's better to discover big red flags at this stage than when the product is in the warehouse, or even worse, when it's in the hands of the consumer. Now, in the next part of this presentation, Matt Gibney will take you through the validation phase.
Okay, hey, thanks, Marta. I'm Matt Gibney from Package Testing and Innovation, a third-party testing lab here in New York. Marta talked about how the marriage of the formula and package became one product, and why a plan or brief of what you want that product to be is of utmost importance to the process. You want that product to be just how you envisioned it, so in order to make it a reality in this physical world, you first have to describe it. I will take you through a quick overview of development and validating the physical product through testing and then describing it in technical terms so that someone like a contract manufacturer or co-packer can manufacture it. So you define the quality of the product. You develop a rational test plan to validate it so that you can make the product. Then you communicate that technical and quality plan through a specification so that someone with a manufacturing facility like a CM or a friend's garage even can make it how you want it to. We're not saying to test things just to test them, but if you skip tests, you should have a rational technical reason that certain tests can be deferred or not done at all. The tests that you do are based on reality, or at least an acceleration of reality, just not accelerated so much that it causes unreal results. These are the basics that must be defined, like for the definition of quality. The package should not leak. This doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be hermetically sealed, because glass and metal are airtight, meaning no gas can permeate through the material like it can through plastic. Plastic allows gases to permeate through the walls, so that must be tested and accounted for. The package should also not break before it gets to the user, and it really shouldn't break under normal usage conditions or even slightly abusive conditions. Another key definition of packaging is that it communicates what the formula does and how to use it. Also, it contains creative graphics and marketing to help the consumers choose your product. All of these can be tested for, and the test methods are developed to simulate worst-case scenarios, or at least be within the realm of what a package might be expected to see. Thus, the test methodology would be the same for all quality tiers that your demographic is, like mass market, prestige, or premium, prestige. The difference in tier is the acceptable quality level, or the AQL, of the test method's results. The distribution or transit of the product from the manufacturing to the consumer to reuse and recycling is also a big thing to consider and to test for. I'll show a few slides later on about the distribution network, and knowing that is also very important in your product's journey to the consumer and beyond. There are many standards organizations like ASTM, ISO, and ISTA that have consensus-based standards that are voted on by experts in the industry. Many of the standards are test methods that have been fully validated across many companies and labs. There are guides to show how to develop test plans to fully validate a package. Since the FDA regulates the usage of medical and pharmaceutical products by fully reviewing the validation plans of products and packages, the standards used for validation are very specific and strict. This slide shows a chart of how a medical device package development standard F2097 references many other test standards to validate various aspects or attributes of the package development process. The beauty industry doesn't have any strict regulations per se, like is seen in medical device or pharmaceutical, so the beauty companies essentially have the freedom to chart their own path of validation. As long as it rationally makes sense, this is good. There are a lot of tests that the beauty package developer can choose from, so there is a lot of freedom. But that can also be confusing for an indie brand and for non-experts in the package testing field. Throughout our experience with indie brands and large companies, we see that the top 5 tests to always consider are these: compatibility testing in the package and using stability tests in the glass as controls. This way you can see any formula changes over time within the package as opposed to just the stability of the formula itself. Formula parameters like pH, viscosity, specific gravity, and ACO, or appearance, color, and odor, and any packaging defects caused by interaction of the package material and formula. Pump functionality tests are very important as well. They're also an accelerated aging test. The pumps are notoriously picky of which formulas work within them, so each formula should be tested for pump functionality. A full pump functionality test is like 8 weeks long, and many samples are involved. In order to screen out non-performing pumps within a truncated time frame, like 1 week, Marta and I have developed what we termed between us as the pump disaster check. It is shorter, and there's a much lower sample size. This test helps find critical inherent design issues with a pump and its compatibility issues with the formula. So it's a good screening test. And then there's leak tests. All of these accelerated age tests have a leak test component to them, such as the static leak tests with packages placed sideways or upside down at high temperatures over time. Part of the leak testing is also optimizing an application torque for proper removal torque and to help premature back off and leakage. Usually the torque study goes hand in hand with leak detection in a vacuum chamber. Deco testing for the decoration's resistance to scuffing by transit or being degraded by usage is also very important. The entire package or the finished goods SKU itself should be tested in parallel. This includes secondary packaging like cartons, liners, and shrink wrap, and shipping packages like shippers, unit loads, trays, whatever. When all are tested in parallel, issues in transit could be less expensively mitigated by making a change even to the primary package, making it more robust, or a packaging instruction could be used to limit mixed loads to certain sizes on a pallet or certain dunnage types to protect a package in single parcel shipping of an e-commerce product. We have taken a whirlwind view of the technical side of developing a product and package in this reality, defining the product and quality expected so that you test or validate that the definition of the product and packaging holds, and through early detection of issues, they can be mitigated, moving away from the shotgun development approach and then firefighting issues as they arise, causing chaos for the whole team. Using test methods to test for targeted attributes before they happen in the field is the best way to have a trouble-free launch. Now, I'll touch on this briefly, but there's a ton of science and tech in the simulation of your journey that the product takes from the plant to the consumer. The distribution simulation. Simulation tests are a combination of tests for various forces in distribution, like those forces, and those forces have been recorded for standards development in standards groups like ASTM and ISTA. So you need to know your distribution path, the distribution environment, and the last mile. That's a tongue twister. So this is a typical environment from distribution center or the DC, then shipping from the DC to a retail location. And then this is the same thing as the previous one, but there's 2 distribution centers here. This is our single parcel shipping or e-commerce shipping. So like Amazon, basically. So as long as you know this, then you can test for it. This is my last slide, and then I'm going to hand the mic back to Marta. Yay. The contract with the supplier is the packaging specification, in that you are not specifying tests like an accelerated aging test, as no packaging supplier can run that test as a QC test for every lot outgoing or going out of the door. That would increase the components' prices dramatically, and lead time would be the length of time for the actual test itself, like 8 to 12 weeks. Instead, immediately measurable attributes like dimensions, weight, overflow capacity, and quick force tests like top load and compression, torque, and disassembly forces are used. And subjective qualitative tests like a deco test can be compared to standard panoplies or a defect limit board. So as long as it's written down in the specification, then it is in the packaging contract with the supplier. So thank you for listening to me. Any questions for me or Marta, please call or email us. Thank you.
Matt took you through the technical validations of the packaging that can be done with support from technical labs. One thing that is very important and not to be forgotten is the role of the contract manufacturer in this packaging development process and necessity of performing the filling and assembly process assessment based on your formula and packaging, and vice versa. It's assessment of the process, but also assessment of the package and the formula together. Having that done as early as possible in the process is the best approach to take, and then validate it through the line trial. To conclude our session, we want to repeat that we strongly believe in what we strongly believe in is the fact that success of high velocity launch depends on how well the brief is defined in the beginning and how well it's integrated with technical reality. We've seen that speed without a clear direction leads to rework, while velocity, so combination of speed but with clear definition and target, leads to a predictable outcome. In the packaging development process, the goal is to move from a subjective vision to a set of objective technical requirements. And by front loading the risks assessment through scouting and early detection protocols, the brand can move through the development cycle with data-backed confidence rather than trial and error. As we discussed, the most significant risks usually live at the intersection of formula and the packaging. So managing this intersection requires a proactive approach. So actively looking for potential failures like stress cracking, pump mechanical issues before they become launch delaying disasters is really key. And whether it's through 7-day disaster check or formal 12-week stability test, compatibility and all that, the objective remains the same, ensuring that the final package is a high-performance housing for the formula. And so when the technical brief and the validation phase are aligned, the result is a product that is both compliant and commercially viable. Now, if there is one key message we would like you to remember from this presentation, I think it's this slide that represents it. So remember that the brand is responsible for the final quality of the beauty product that goes on the market and into the hands of the consumer. But the most importantly, the technical rigor in development is the foundation of this promise. Thank you.
And bear with me as I bring Marta and Matt to the big screen. Thank you both for this presentation. As you may be aware, we're running about 15 minutes late. Hopefully that's okay. Just more education for everyone. I am learning so much from everyone at the summit here today. So yeah, thank you so much for presenting at the PD Summit. The first question that I got is from Burner. It starts with a comment and then has a question after. There are mass brand products that I love and use, for example, hair conditioner, body wash, out there from big CPG companies that simply won't pump the product out when the level is low. This is a huge rheology and packaging mismatch that is resulting in user frustration and likely in waste. As some consumers might not be as adamant about getting the product out of the bottle as I am, what would you recommend to beauty manufacturers so as to avoid this issue?
It's the pump topic, I think, continues. When I actually listen to the presentation we have done, I feel like I talk about pumps a lot because this topic is coming in and out.
We do, for sure. All the time.
So my big advice, because I think actually during last few weeks, we constantly are talking with Matt about pumps and about quality issues that brands are realizing that they have when the product is on the market, is to definitely screen the pumps before they go on the market with the formula that you are having intention to put them on the market. And that was, I think that goes really along with what we put on slides about about the testing that we feel that are like top 5 to think about, especially when you have the scenario with the pump. Brand constantly are forgetting about testing the pumps. They do compatibility, but pump functionality, I think I will let Matt speak about that too. But we feel that it's a completely missed element quite often during the package development process, but by many brands, smaller and bigger.
Right. Like you can learn a lot from just like the typical pump tests, strokes to prime and output per stroke, but then also the standard deviation between like every single package that you do. Like if you do, you would test like 4, 5, 6 different packages, right? If you're doing like a screening test, or 12 or 20. But the variation between the strokes to prime, the output per stroke, like whether or not it doesn't deliver like full shots or not, and like just putting like a bunch of the different what do we call it, like sub tests within the overall test together to figure out like directions to take, for your development project.
And I will add to that as well, is to also start from very basics check. I have a very recent case where a brand has a quite big issue with the fact that the formula is not dispensing like within 10 stroke to prime. That is kind of like I would say, industry standard and maybe consumer expectation. And just by reviewing the drawings, we just realized that the container is so big that whatever the label claim of the product is so small that obviously there will be more than 10 strokes to prime if the product is filled at the level meeting the label claim. Because it was more meant to be 60 versus 50 ml. So it's underfilled, which obviously caused the issue of pump not starting to dispense the product at the right or expected moment in the hands of the consumer.
It was like an airless pump. So you have to pump out all the air on the top to get your product up to where the pump is versus the atmospheric, which has the dip tube. It takes the product from the bottom.
So I think conclude all what we just said. I think it's quite often what's forgotten is to understand the limitation of the type of the pump that is used between airless and atmospheric pump, and then properly marry the formula with the package and test it. And test it not only in the lab, to do, as we said, like pump functionality, stroke to prime, but then there is another aspect that comes to the equation is also the scaling, the whole process of filling and assembly at the contract manufacturer. That may bring additional elements to the whole equation that can improve the situation or can make more challenges to overcome before the product goes on the market.
This next question comes from Mixing Cosmetics. Are there any resources publicly available that talk about material versus ingredient incompatibility? So like any lists for incompatibilities between ingredients and packaging materials? They go on usually polar emollient, solubilized polystyrene, sticky packaging, especially when heated. So is there a place to find out this information other than the hard way?
Well, there's a bunch of places. I mean, the standard chemical resistance of polymers to chemicals, suppliers usually have lists, right? Like, but it's the basics, you know, like what goes with what and what is not good with what.
So my answer will be more about, reaching out to the experts, because there is a mix of what may be known publicly, or the access of information that you may have online throughout now even AI or whoever. But then there is that hard reality of people who or have experience and do the testing, like labs who do the testing. So Matt is one, but then also people who have a lot of experience and went through many of the case scenarios that can help to understand. At least sometimes it's not to answer the question that it will work or no, but to highlight the risks that that you may run into, then to choose the proper test to check it sooner than later in the process, I think is maybe like the kind of like a right answer to that question.
Right.
Because there is no like one answer that fits all the cases, I feel like. And that's the reason why
it can also
we
be
have testing,
thickness, right, of the material itself.
Yes. There is a lot of basically packaging characteristic and formula characteristic combined together that will help us to kind of predict, will that work or not, or what are the risks that we should look for or try to anticipate even when because we know that they may be overcoming.
And now this,
not sure if whoever asked the question will be happy with the answer, but
and now this question came from the last Q&A, but I figured I should re-ask from Heather. Are the environmental impact savings, we've already talked about, it might actually not be environmentally superior. But going down the refill route, is it worth the risk? From a packaging kind of expertise point of view, what's your thoughts on that?
Can you repeat the question? Because I wasn't sure if I understood really the question. Is it like,
so the risks,
should we do?
So the question was, are the environmental impact savings of refill sachets worth the risk, for example, of contamination? And I just tacked on, in the last panel, we talked about, well, it might not actually be as environmentally superior to do it this way. And there's a lot of things that in that equation for environmental impact savings that, I mean, it's a lot more complicated than I think a lot of people recognize.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I actually I listened to the portion, and I feel like our predecessors they actually, I think, had a very good point about that there is no one solution that fits all. I think and this is the whole story about the refillables. There is a big, long process and thorough process that has to be put in place to really use that solution, exactly, to use that solution and say, oh, it's gonna work for the product that I'm intention to use this solution for. And then testing, I speak for Matt, maybe, testing and, calculating, because there is also a cost involved and all that in this. There is environment, but there is also cost. So it has to be done diligently in order to find the right balance between the cost and also like the benefit for the environment that may be behind.
I almost think like, I don't know if this is like, well, so, it's almost like coming like a full circle, because when I was at, the cosmetic company that I was at, internationally, right? Like in some of the South American, like, countries, or let's say like third world, like kind of like the countries, they would sell like lotions and stuff in the stores, and they would just have like a big barrel of the lotion, and people would bring their own like jars and they would sell it by like the pound or like scoopful or whatever. So that's like the definition of like reusable packaging, but like not even the package that they bought the thing in. You just bring your own package basically. And this was like something that they, one of our VPs went out and like went to one of the markets and bought some of the stuff. I think it might have been in Mexico, or I can't exactly remember where it was, but like, I mean, that's just like all kinds of like microbial and risks like with that regard. But then they probably don't have the whole legal system like we do here. But back to like doing it now, there's like so many things that you would have to actually test for, like the PAO, period after opening, right? And then how long do the refills sit on the shelves? And then are people going to just like lose interest in this like 2-3 years down the road, and then you just forget about doing it altogether, So, and then another big thing is like, if you have like flexible laminate packaging, does it actually go to the recycling facility? Is it actually, processed and then used later, or do they take that out? So I don't know.
And that's all the time we have for this Q&A. But I will just say there is a whole legal equation for this, especially right now for like refilleries in, I mean, modern refilleries, I'll just say, in like who is the producer of this product and what does that translate to regulatory and legal risk? Because you know what, like there is a risk there that I feel that sometimes the refilleries haven't considered. So stay tuned for Avril.
Yeah.
But thank you both for your time today. That was a really informative presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Our next presentation will be by Avril Love, who is counsel at K&L Gates in Los Angeles, specializing in commercial disputes with a focus on FDA-regulated industries. With extensive experience defending medical devices, pharmaceuticals, and consumer product companies, she advises on product liability, advertising, privacy, and regulatory compliance. Avril has particular expertise in helping personal care and consumer brands navigate legal and reputational risks, offering both defense and proactive strategies. She trains internal teams, anticipates legal exposure, and builds compliance frameworks to help clients mitigate risk before litigation arises. Without further ado, here's Avril.
All right. Thanks, Jen, for having me. It's always a pleasure to come to one of the e-summits. I hope everybody still has a little bit of patience at the end of a long day to hear about Legal 101. So my name is Avril Love, and I'm an attorney with a law firm called K&L Gates, and I've been a litigator for about 20 years. I got my start defending manufacturers of medicines and medical devices, and I learned a lot about how FDA regulates. About 10 years ago, I started working with the beauty industry, which of course is also regulated by the FDA. And I've focused my practice on the issues facing companies that make personal care products. Although I do spend about half of my time defending beauty companies in their lawsuits, I also devote about the other half of my practice to what I think of as litigation avoidance by advising my clients about regulatory obligations and emerging litigation risks. I work with these companies to mitigate those risks through informed decision-making so that the actual risks match the desired risk tolerance, and then we can best position companies to defend any lawsuits that may arise. To that end, I advise on issues ranging from product development and testing, advertising claims, general marketing practices, compliance with FDA, FTC, and other state laws, and I, of course, also defend companies when they are sued, which I am sorry to say is kind of inevitable when your company is successful. Being a lawyer, I of course have to start with some disclosures. So this presentation is for general education only, and it's only a portion of those issues that you might want to be aware of in your business decision making. Most importantly, though, this information is a snapshot of the legal and regulatory environment as it exists today. The law changes, court rulings come out every day, and things can change quickly and unpredictably. So if you are watching this or reviewing the slides after February 22, 2026, please consider that this information may be out of date and seek legal advice before making your business decisions. Now, I understand that this is a Legal 101 talk and that you have already heard speakers talk about regulatory, safety, claims development and testing, supply chain and sustainability, and packaging, all of which are topics that I would normally touch on in a Legal 101. But since this is pre-recorded and I don't know exactly what you've already heard, I'm going to try to cover these subjects from the most legal perspective and hopefully without duplicating what I think you may have already heard. I'm going to tell you what the FDA and the states have been doing in the last couple of years, but I want to make sure you understand that regulatory authorities are not the only or even the most formidable enforcer out there. The biggest source of legal risk to beauty companies is not FDA or FTC or state attorneys general. It's actually your own customers and the consumer lawyers who represent them. And you're much more likely to be sued by one of them than by a government entity. So I'm going to assume that you have all heard about MOCRA already, the Modernization of Cosmetic Regulations Act, in the Regulatory 101 talk earlier today. And I'm not going to go into the weeds on what that requires, but I do want to give you some updates on developments from this year and what we will expect to see in the future. MOCRA requires FDA to issue guidance to industry to identify fragrance allergens that require disclosure on product labels, and to evaluate the prevalence and safety of PFAS in cosmetics, and to promulgate mandatory GMP, good manufacturing practice regulations for cosmetic facilities, converting what had previously been voluntary guidance into enforceable requirements for GMP. FDA has not done much on any of these subjects. The fragrance allergen rule is overdue. It may come in May of this year. But until then, if you'd rather not formulate with a compound that may later necessitate an allergen warning, look to the EU's list on fragrance allergens. FDA issued a report on the intentional use of PFAS in cosmetics, highlighting data gaps that limit FDA's ability to evaluate the evidence of their safety. The assessment doesn't propose taking any action other than that FDA will continue monitoring. The GMP rule is also overdue, and it may take several years to complete. So in the meantime, you may want to look at FDA's draft guidance for industry for GMPs published in 2018, or ISO 22716, which the guidance incorporates and which FDA has cited as a model to follow. MOCRA also requires FDA to establish standardized testing methods to detect and identify asbestos in talc-containing cosmetic products. FDA has issued and also now withdrawn a proposed rule, but it says it will issue regulations governing asbestos testing in talc. So in the absence of a rule, the best practices would be to qualify and monitor talc suppliers, including specs that address asbestos contamination risks. You'll also want to use scientifically sound, validated methods to assess asbestos risk, and then preserve records that demonstrate method suitability, results, and supplier controls. MOCRA has also been the backdrop for FDA's planned rulemaking to prohibit or restrict formaldehyde and formaldehyde-releasing chemicals in hair smoothing and straightening products. FDA has identified this rulemaking as a regulatory priority in its unified agenda, so we may see it in March. Lastly, I hope you already heard about MOCRA's requirement to retain safety substantiation data and to track adverse events and to report serious adverse events to FDA. Relatedly, last August, FDA launched its adverse event reporting system, in which it's going to publish adverse event data for cosmetic products. The data will then be publicly searchable, and it may be a resource for consumer lawyers. Also of note, The Safety Beauty Bill package was introduced in Congress last summer, and it's still pending. It seeks to bolster MOCRA, but we'll see if it goes anywhere. In the absence of definitive action from the federal government, the states are stepping in to regulate the use of myriad chemicals. Now, there isn't time to get into every state law that can impact formulation, and I hope you've already heard about this today. But I do want to highlight that several states have laws that you need to be aware of, and the number of states regulating cosmetic ingredients is rapidly increasing. The laws vary in terms of the compounds that they focus on and whether they ban or merely restrict the use of certain substances. We also are seeing laws that create a requirement to report to the state if you're using a chemical of interest, and in some cases, those reports are publicly available for use by consumer attorneys. Other states have chemical warning requirements, like Prop 65, where if you're using a particular chemical, you need to have a warning on the product. Cosmetic ingredients are the subject of evolving rulemaking and are increasingly being added to lists that will subject those chemicals to regulation. There is also ongoing litigation under Prop 65 about DEA, and all of these developments can impact the regulatory status of cosmetic ingredients, so it's really important to stay on top of them. It's hard to convey the speed with which new laws are being proposed to regulate cosmetic products. But on this slide, I am showing you a sample of various laws that were proposed last year. I highlighted the outcomes from California, my home state, where you can see that 2 out of the 5 bills were actually signed into law. These were AB 60, known as the Musk Reduction Act, which restricts synthetic nitromusk chemicals in cosmetics and personal care products. So beginning in January of 2027, the law will ban several musks outright, including musk ambrit and musk xylene, and then it limits the allowable concentration of musk ketone. The bill aligns California's cosmetic standards more closely with the EU's, and it is intended to reduce exposure to endocrine disrupting chemicals. The other bill that was signed into law is often referred to as the Curl Act, which is Combating Unsafe Relaxers, curl. This legislation bans specific chemicals in hair relaxer products, including formaldehyde, certain phthalates, and parabens. It requires testing, manufacturer compliance documentation, and DTSC enforcement with full regulatory implementation required by 2030. So on this slide, I've compiled a list of ingredients that are commonly impacted by state bans or restrictions. This list is exemplary. It's not exhaustive. It's just intended to be a place for you to get a start at this. Now, when you're formulating fragrances or aerosols or other hair products in particular, it's also important to consider the levels of volatile organic compounds that they release into the air, because this is regulated by the California Air Resources Board, whose mission is to limit air pollution. Penalties for CARB violations can be quite steep, so it's important to get this right in your product development. Now, I believe you've already heard about claims and testing today, so I'm not going to talk too much about that, except to say that claims development should be part of the product development process. You should really develop your desired claims first, and then formulate towards those claims. Then you should test the claims using the exact wording of the desired claim in your consumer surveys or your study protocols to develop the strongest support for your claims. And then, of course, your claims need to accurately reflect what your data show. So depending on what the data says, you may need to revise the claims a little once you have more information. But your desired claims may also dictate choices for ingredient sourcing, packaging materials, and they may govern how your company does business. This is a really hot topic because of the popularity and the risks associated with green claims. They cannot be something that marketing develops ad hoc, especially if you're making green claims about company practices or a line of products. You need to give thought to how you operate and whether your partnerships, your ingredient sourcing, and your packaging support your desired green claims. JBS USA settled a New York Attorney General lawsuit for over $1 million over allegedly misleading net zero by 2040 environmental claims. The AG alleged that JBS had no credible plan to meet that stated goal. And so the company wound up agreeing to reframe the goals as aspirational rather than commitments, and also to provide more specific disclosures. Lululemon was also sued for greenwashing over its Be Planet and other sustainability claims about company-wide practices. The plaintiffs claimed that Lululemon overstated the environmental benefits of its initiatives and that the representations led consumers to pay more for the products. The court dismissed the case, though, finding that there was no connection between the stated goals and any specific products or any real economic harm to consumers. Also, in greenwashing, Procter & Gamble has been sued in 7 class actions, which are now consolidated into a single proceeding, all alleging that its keep forests as forests and its protect, grow, restore claims are misleading and overpromise environmental benefits. The allegation is that the company is sourcing old growth forests to make toilet paper and planting monocrop tree farms that will never become forests in their place. So keep in mind that if you're going to make green claims, there is increasing scrutiny of company practices, ingredient sourcing, and packaging promises, and you need to be thinking about that even in your product development. For example, with respect to the packaging, if you want to make a recyclable claim, you should know about California's Truth in Recycling law because it prohibits aspirational recyclability claims that may mislead or confuse consumers about whether something is actually recyclable in the state of California. The statute lists all of the claims you see on this slide as recyclable claims. Any of these could be actionable. If you say, please recycle on a package that isn't actually deemed to be recyclable in California, you will have violated the statute and opened up the company to class litigation under California's unfair competition law. So to be recyclable, all of a product package must be made of materials that CalRecycle has listed in its materials characterization study, and which meet 2 criteria. 1, the material is collected for recycling in at least 60% of California's population by county. And 2, the material must be actually reclaimed by recycling facilities serving at least 60% of the state's recycling programs. So it's not enough to just find your material on the materials characterization study list. You need to also see that it's been listed at 60% or more for each of the 2 criteria. This law applies to products and packaging manufactured on or after October 4, 2026. So get ready. Now, an important consideration in product development is packaging. And thanks to new EPR laws, this is going to be increasingly complicated. I hope you've already heard about EPR today, but it is complicated, so I'm going to talk a little bit about it. It is a policy approach that seeks to shift financial responsibility for waste management from municipal and county governments to the producers of packaging by imposing fees on companies that are going to sell disposable packaging into the market. The fees are intended to fund infrastructure that hopefully would improve waste management and recycling systems and create circular supply and demand for recycled materials. Some EPR laws also seek to incentivize design choices that reduce waste. Every time I talk about EPR, I have to show more states on this map because more and more states are enacting packaging EPR laws. Now, it's now up to 7 states, with 2 additional states having introduced EPR bills already this year. Vermont also has enacted an EPR law, but it's not a packaging EPR law. It's about hazardous waste. But I mention it because it may affect aerosol products and nail polishes, so it's important to be aware of it. California, Colorado, Maine, Maryland, Minnesota, Oregon, and Washington have all enacted EPR programs for packaging, and Massachusetts and Illinois have enacted laws that require states to undertake a needs assessment. So there's nothing for industry to do at this point in Massachusetts and Illinois on EPR, but you need to be watching those states because it's likely that EPR legislation is going to follow. Now, different states and their EPR laws cover different materials. And you may want to consider that when you're designing your packaging to the extent that you can avoid regulatory burdens in certain states. The big question is what EPR compliance is going to cost. And there's no definitive answer on that yet, but it is something to be thinking about as you are designing packaging. Only Oregon has a plan that establishes base fee rates for covered materials so far. California and Colorado have made some information available about fees, but they've not finalized their fee schedules. There's no guidance on fees for the other states yet. But some key points about EPR fees are that we can expect to see that they'll be based on volume. So the more packaging a producer puts on the market, the higher their EPR fee is going to be. Also, the material type is really going to matter. And this is a significant consideration for product design. Different types of packaging, whether it's plastic or paper or glass, may have different fee structures with harder to recycle materials potentially incurring higher costs. In some systems, like California, producers with a larger market share may pay a higher fee. Base fee rates will depend on the cost to recycle the material and its commodity value once recycled. And recyclable materials will have lower fees than non-recyclable categories. So for example, in Maine, non-recyclables are expected to cost 2 to 5 times more. Based on some input from the Producer Responsibility Organization, the least to most expensive materials are expected to be paper and fiber at the least expensive, wood and organic materials, metals, glass and ceramics, and then rigid plastics and flexible plastics at the highest end of the fee schedule. There are still many unknowns about EPR, but we're advising our clients to register with the Producer Responsibility Organization, assemble teams to assist with collecting and tracking packaging information, to prepare for reporting, and then to plan as much as is possible for fees, with longer-term plans to consider redesign of packaging with an eye to reducing those fees and to meeting other packaging goals like source reduction. So although that's still the advice, there is another layer of uncertainty because there's already been litigation challenging Oregon's EPR law, and that litigation is pending and it's survived an initial defense. The state moved to dismiss the lawsuit, but it wasn't entirely successful. Some of the claims were dismissed, but not all of them. The trade organization that brought the lawsuit argued that the law burdens interstate commerce by imposing retrospective, unpredictable fees with complex reporting requirements tied to supply chains across multiple states. The plaintiff argued that the law risks duplicative or conflicting requirements as more and more EPR laws impose different obligations. And the court also allowed a due process claim to proceed based on the argument that producers are really compelled to join this producer responsibility organization under non-negotiable contracts, and then to submit to this fee setting process, and that they can't really tell how it's set and the fees are changeable. And all of this is happening without a lot of public oversight or the ability to publicly challenge the fees because, of course, under the contracts, they're bound to private arbitration. So the court ordered a preliminary injunction that issued, and it only applies to the plaintiff trade group and its members, which means that everyone else still needs to comply with Oregon's EPR program. Hopefully the situation won't last too long because trial is set for this July, and theoretically after that we'll know a little bit more. But this case is certainly going to have important implications for the other state programs that are being implemented, as well as states that are still considering EPR legislation. Now, it's not possible to talk about product development without talking about intellectual property. First and foremost, when you develop a product, including a product name, you will want to make sure that it doesn't infringe on anyone else's intellectual property rights. So you can run a search for trade names to make sure no one's already using a product name or a tagline that you're interested in. And it's also important to make sure that your product doesn't look too much like someone else's, such that it might confuse consumers about who the brand is. Beyond that, You need to understand and to plan who will own your product formulas. If you're marketing a product with a contract manufacturer that's actually producing your product, they may be using a formula that they own and that they're just tailoring to suit your needs. But if your product does well, you likely will want to own it. So you need to plan how that's going to work in written contracts, not just purchase orders. You should also register your trademarks and plan to monitor whether anyone in the market is infringing on your IP rights. If you don't police this, you could lose those rights. So you need to have a protocol for monitoring your competitors. And then if you do become aware that someone is selling a product that may infringe on your rights, you need to address that right away with a cease and desist letter or a lawsuit. All right, I said earlier that the enforcer you're most likely to encounter is not a governmental authority, it's a consumer lawsuit. Litigation is a powerful and very real means of policing industry. But unlike the FDA or the FTC, consumer attorneys do not follow any predetermined, pre-announced set of rules. They are always innovating new theories, and just like in beauty, there are trends for litigation. So it's really important for you to know what they are and to understand that they're constantly evolving. That means that something that's low risk today could be high risk tomorrow, and it can be hard to predict where things are going to go. As an example of evolving risk, look at what's happened to clean and plant-based claims. After 20 years, there's still no FDA guidance or a single court ruling that gives us real guidance as to what natural really means to consumers. The market moved away from natural and started talking about clean products, I think, as a way to reduce risk. But then clean kind of became the new natural, with lots of lawsuits challenging whether products were really clean, as described. So it's worth noting that there have been different outcomes in different courts based on different facts in those clean cases. But there's still a lot of risk there. So rather than using a clean or a natural claim, some companies have pivoted to talking about their products as plant-based, which I think felt a little more specific and seemed like it promised less. But nonetheless, consumer attorneys have challenged that term, plant-based, in the same way that they went after natural and clean claims. In another example of evolving risk, there has been an explosion of litigation against cosmetic products made with talc. Why? Well, because attorneys who specialized in product liability cases against asbestos-containing construction products were running out of products to challenge after the industry stopped using asbestos in those products. So consumer attorneys looked around for other products that might contain asbestos, and they zeroed in on talc, based on the theory that both talc and asbestos are minerals formed by similar geological processes, and they're often found in the same close proximity deposits underground. So during the mining of talc, asbestos fibers can contaminate it, and they can be difficult to separate. Consumer attorneys had a lot of success against baby powder products, and they're now working their way through other cosmetics, even though asbestos is not an ingredient in those products, but just a possible contaminant. Similarly, there's been a lot of litigation challenging deodorants, sunscreens, dry shampoos, acne products over concerns that they contain benzene as a non-intentional contaminant. This litigation arose after a lab called Valisure was using questionable testing methodologies and generated results suggesting that many products on the market could be contaminated with benzene. But these examples underscore the importance of safety testing that goes beyond just HRIPT. Products that are made with certain ingredients might need to conduct additional finished product testing to reduce litigation risks. That was the basis for litigation against Miele. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. It was alleged to have failed to conduct adequate safety testing. or to properly warn of the risk of hair loss. Plaintiffs allege that the brand marketed the product as safe and strengthening, despite allegedly causing hair thinning and shedding and scalp damage. Multiple lawsuits were consolidated into a single action, which is still pending. But it's critical to note here that this is not a personal injury case like the talc litigation. The plaintiffs are not suing because they actually have hair loss. They're suing because they say that they would have never bought the product if they had known it could cause hair loss. And so they're claiming that they have an economic injury. And that kind of economic theory has the ability to expose many more companies to the threat of suit because, by and large, cosmetic products are pretty safe and they don't cause the kinds of personal injuries that generate a lot of damages in litigation. But everybody who's selling products can have this kind of economic theory alleged against them. Now, beyond safety concerns due to certain ingredients, there's also a trend in litigation that challenges the authenticity of certain ingredients. Many products made with collagen and keratin sought to reformulate with vegan ingredients to meet market demand. But now we're seeing litigation challenges arguing that vegan versions are not real collagen or keratin. So some key takeaways would be when you are designing formulas and packaging, you need to do that keeping in mind all of the state laws that impact cosmetic ingredients, as well as product packaging and claims related to safety and the environmental benefits of packaging and your practices. You also want to design around those desired claims, not just for your formulation, but also in testing, partnerships, and company-wide practices. It's really important to protect your IP. You want to plan what you want to own, and then you need to document it in your contracts and monitor and enforce your rights. And then it's very important to monitor evolving risks based on federal and state law, as well as litigation trends, so that you don't wind up in a lawsuit. All right, and with that, I hope I have some time for questions. Thank you.
And bear with me as I bring Avril onto the big screen. Thank you so much, Avril, for that presentation. Avril has been featured at so many of my summits so far. I have lost count. She's also been a regular guest on my podcast. And hopefully after this presentation, you see why. I've thought that was such a great way to end the day. Avril has been answering many of your questions in the chat, but I will ask them anyways. We'll see how many we can get through. We're over time for the conference, but hopefully that's okay. You're learning lots. I am as well, and I want to hear Avril's answers. I'm sure you'll have a bit more to add to some of the answers that you gave in the chat. So the first question came from Sana. The question was, and Sana is in our SciComm cohort, so shout out to Sana. I think you're working on the legal section for the ebook that we're going to be creating. So anyways, the question, how closely are California's cosmetic regulations modeled after cosmetic regulations in the EU?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, I guess the answer to that is it depends. Like the answer to so many questions about the law, it depends what we're talking about specifically. I'm thinking about privacy, for example, consumer privacy, which is a really big hot topic lately, which is not obviously specific to the cosmetic industry, but is an example. GDPR was enacted, I think, in 2018. California jumped on that bandwagon and enacted a pretty comprehensive privacy law in 2020. And there are similarities, but these laws are just they don't totally overlap. You just can't comply with both at exactly the same time and exactly the same way. And I think cosmetic regulations are similar. So I think the state of California kind of sees that the EU is regulating in this space, it's leading, and it's,
it's doing a lot to monitor ingredients and so on. But I think California is kind of behind it, the EU in terms of what it's doing. And it's not necessarily as comprehensive a regulatory regime. But again, it depends entirely on what specifically we're talking about. So that's just like it's like a broad question that is hard to answer precisely. And I'll leave it at that.
This next question comes from Jennifer. What are best practices or due diligence that new brands must follow to help mitigate litigation?
Right. So again, this is a very broad-based question because there are so many ways you can get sued. But when you're a startup, first and foremost, you have to consider that you're going to be selling products to consumers, and those products need to be compliant with various rules. So you want to be familiar with what the FDA rules are, and comply with those. They're not actionable necessarily or as actionable in litigation, because, depending on what the rule is, only FDA can enforce its own rules. So a consumer attorney theoretically should not sue you because, you failed to follow GMP, let's say. But if you have a safety issue because you failed to follow GMP, they might sue you over that because people could have injuries, or, you could have been selling contaminated product that wasn't worth the money that people paid for it. So you could have both personal injury claims and economic claims. It's also really important to understand FTC rules about advertising because the FTC regulates that. And FDA and FTC have different perspectives about advertising claims. So it's important to understand that you have to make two analyses with respect to your claims. You have to understand that if you're marketing your product as a cosmetic, doesn't have a drug approval or a medical device approval, you're limited to making claims within the lane of cosmetic claims. Even if you can substantiate that your product does something that maybe is not a cosmetic function. And similarly, the FTC wants to ensure that your claims are all truthful and non-misleading. And so it's really important that you have support for the claims before you make them. And I said in the chat, ingredient brochures are not a good way to substantiate your claims. When you get sued in court, if you say, well, I relied on my ingredient supplier and they told me this was true, that's going to be not an argument that goes over with a jury. You want to be able to have some kind of testing or ingredient information that you're relying on, maybe a medical literature. It doesn't even mean that you have to have tested the product or the ingredient, but you have to have some kind of testing data, usually, depending on what the claim is.
I thought this was a really interesting question from Abby. It feels quite common to hear news stories on beauty brands being sued by consumers subject to lawsuits. Has this affected the way you work in the cosmetics legal space over the past 5 years? And would you say that the trend of lawsuits for brands has ramped up recently?
Yeah, absolutely. Although I would say it's been happening for longer than the last 5 years. Like I said at the top, I used to defend pharma companies, medical device manufacturers. They were a very big target for product liability lawsuits. And over time, I started to work more and more with companies in the beauty industry because I think more and more those companies were targets for consumer lawyers. Big pharma companies can hire scores of lawyers and defend litigation for decades. But smaller cosmetic companies can't do that. And in a way that makes, our industry a very enticing target because it means that there could be quick settlements. consumer attorneys don't have to do that much. They can send out hundreds of demand letters and reap thousands of dollars because, these companies cannot afford to litigate. So, yes, I think that there has been a really big shift in the last 10 years. There's a lot more interest and scrutiny in our industry, not just, because of consumer attorneys. I think that's really a reflection of what's happening with regulators and consumer concerns. So yes. And I think our industry historically, it's been less regulated by FDA and there's less sophistication, frankly. We're not big pharma companies who have, a whole R&D department and a whole regulatory department and scores of lawyers. So I think there are a lot of companies out there who don't know what they don't know, and that makes them easy pickings for consumer attorneys, unfortunately.
I remember a lawyer, I forget who it was, with an IBA's membership. They had commentary around strategies to avoid becoming maybe a target with the way that you react to litigation or class action lawsuits. With like, should you settle or not? Like, should you fight back? Their suggestion was to fight back because if you settle, you may show that you're an easy target for future class action lawsuits. Which, I mean, this is a really sad thing to consider, especially for like small brands who don't have as much resources to deal with this. What would your point of view be for this strategies to not become a target?
Well, honestly, I think the best thing, I always say, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Really, like I have folks who come to me and they want to know, how much is it going to cost to have you review claims or draft a privacy policy or, website terms of use. And then, and then they choose not to do that and they go and maybe they, use like an AI program or something like that to vet things. And then they get sued and learn that like what they were using was really not that protective, or that they don't have a good argument on the merits in defense of their claims. It can be an investment to get it right when you're starting out, and that can feel like a big hurdle. But you don't need to do it right away, but when you can do it because the bigger you get, the more successful you are, the more sales you have, the more you have at risk. And so at some point you need to make a conversion where you're like, okay, now we're going to get a little bit more educated. We're going to be a little bit more risk averse, because we've got our foot in the door now and we really need to be able to rely on the ground standing under us, right? So, but I would say like to folks who are concerned about settling and making them more of a target, I don't really know that that's the case, because typically the plaintiffs with whom you settle, they are not, the attorneys that represent them are not likely to sue you again anytime soon. It's bad practice. Otherwise, they know like you'll never settle with them, right? If they just turn around and sue you a gazillion times. And so we have a pretty standard provision in our settlement agreements where they represent at least that they're not already representing someone who has a claim against you. And at the end of the day, whether you decide to settle or not settle, how you face a challenge often depends on a lot more than just that question of like, is this going to make us an easy target? It's really also about like, what do we have at risk? Do we have a good defense based on the merits? And what are our business goals? What's happening in our business right now? Like if you're trying to get acquired, you don't want to have all these litigation claims hanging over you. So you might settle them because it's just, better for your business goals. But, if that's not the case, and maybe the claim is something that's really attacking, I don't know, the core function of your product line or something like that, that might be worth defending. So it really depends on what it is.
And that's all the time for this Q&A. We are now over time, 16 minutes over time. So thank you so much, Avril, for continually agreeing to come back on my platform. I always learn so much from you. So yeah,
It's
thank
my
you so
pleasure,
much.
Jen. Thank you so much.
And that concludes my summit. I have a few final notes for you as I close off. Well, first, I have some thank yous. So, Julia Ruby was in the chat throughout the conference. I didn't even ask, but still, thank you so much. Thank you so much for continuing to come back and doing this. Julia Ruby has been doing this for, I think, like the start of my conferences, helping me like this. So Ruby's resource, thank you so much. Ruby is also in Australia, so it's like in the middle of the night and they're still doing this. So yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of our speakers here today for agreeing to contribute your time and expertise, to share it with all of you here. I so appreciate that you all said yes. All of my summit speakers, I personally selected because I believe that they would be the best people to do these topics justice. So I hope you agreed. I learned a lot from all of you. Thank you so much to our media partner, White Rabbit Social, Mini. I will be partnering with them for every conference in 2026 as a media partner. So yeah, thank you so much for your ongoing collaboration. I really appreciated the real promos that you were making to help hype up the conference. Thank you so much to our sponsor, CM Studio Plus. We did have kind of a hard time getting sponsors for this conference, which was kind of disheartening given I really think that it probably would be valuable to a lot of people in the industry. So CM Studio Plus answered our call when I was expressing my frustration to help support this initiative, to help support the sustainability of it. So I just wanted to say, like, thank you so. And not only that, there are also, because I came to the realization that a lot of my science communication work was self-funded through my consulting, and that's not really that sustainable. And while I really care and I'll continue doing it, it's not that sustainable to continue that way. So yeah, CM Studio Plus is now a long-term partner with me for 2026 to support my SciComm. So yeah, thank you so much, Boris, for doing that. Boris from CM Studio Plus. I would highly recommend checking them out if you're doing product development. They've got really cool software available for you, and it's free to try, so there's no reason to not. And also, it'd be a great way to thank them for this conference that you attended. Thank you so much to Luciana Smaldor for coordinating the SciComm cohort that we have going, and the SciComm cohort who are going to create an ebook resource. It's going to be an amazing resource, especially for this specific topic for anyone that's going through product development. So thank you all for your hard work. I also wanted to quick plug the last cohort that we just wrapped up. We just published an ebook, and that is now freely available on my website, at theecowl.com. It's right on my homepage, and also I have a now sub page that's for all my ebooks that previously were written by Luciana, but now we have groups of students and prospective science communicators contributing with these. So it's an amazing resource. It's like 150 pages, like a textbook, and it's just free. So access it, and if you do access it and find it valuable, I would greatly appreciate it if you shared. And that's the same for this conference. The impact and sustainability of this conference series is only as successful as our reach. And that's where you can come in to help. So please, if you found something valuable, if you learned something today, please share and point people back to the conference in this initiative. That it would be super, super helpful for us to continue keeping these going. Our next conference is going to be, I'll also say, like, all the topics for 2026 are all set, and I have them laid out on my website at theecowl.com. I crowdsourced the topics from you. And one of the topics that we'll be covering next year from you is the science of science communication. So that's going to be on May 3rd. I haven't opened up registration, but I probably will in the next few days. So keep an eye out for that. But that would be a super informative. I've already started planning out the agenda. I'm really excited about the topics that I already have planned. So it'd be super informative. So join us again. I'll send you more information about it when information is available to your email, especially if you subscribe. Now I'm keeping track of my subscriptions for my website. So subscribe if you'd like more updates for the things that I'm doing. And I do have one final thing that I would like to ask of you. I am going to be sending out with the replay, which I'm going to be probably sending out tomorrow at this point. It's going to come with the slides. The ebook will come to you when it's available. It's going to take a little while for us to get there. I will be sending out a feedback form, and I would greatly appreciate it if you filled that out. It'll take about a couple of minutes, but it's tremendously helpful for me in improving these e-conferences. I've learned a lot along the way of hosting these, and a big part of that learning is from you. And that's all I can think of at this point. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to everyone who contributed to this event being successful. And with that, I will leave you to the rest of your Sunday. Thank you so much.